all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summers. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summers. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I
Oh, I know what you're thinking about at all times. Hey, speaking of thinking and thoughts, let's get yours. How you doing, man?
I'm happy to be at Katowice. We've been practicing hard against the EU teams, and just keeping people untilted is basically my job.
Is that the hardest part of the job? Like, because the tilt factor can always just kind of leak in somewhere, but how do you put the duct tape on it and stop it?
Being kind of like a joker in the team, not taking things too seriously. Like, we're all blessed to be here. I know this is overly serious response.
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, nobody likes overly serious, but it's true. There's plenty of people who probably are just as good at, what I do as me, and I'm lucky to be here. So that's how I view it.
So tell me a little bit about, with complexity, right? So you sit here and think about NA on top, or complexity on top of NA. How would you paint this picture in your mind of the current landscape in North American Counter-Strike? Ready, go.
It doesn't really matter much to be on top of NA. You just want to win tournaments, right? We don't want like participation trophies. But what I would say is that NA is getting better. Like, wildcard is getting really good. M80 has a high variance of play. So like, if we rest on our laurels, we're just going to get smacked. But again, being on top of NA is not the goal. It's to win tournaments, not participate.
And so this lineup with Elite is going to be doing that, right?
I mean, that's the goal. We're working our asses off.
You got any insight in the other teams around North America? And I say teams loosely because now we have like Liquid, who isn't, or, you can go down the list, I guess.
I mean, I talked about Wildcard. I talked about M80. There's Boss. I think Boss made it to Pro League. So they're going to be in Malta. That'll be cool. A bunch of new faces. So we're not going to see the revolving door of, everyone the same. So I think it's just like a trickle effect. Like, new teams are going to be coming in, and it's looking good. I mean, we live on. Counter-Strike lives on.
It does, and the show must go on. So I'll leave you with this one. Can you bestow some wisdom upon the Twitch chat? I mean, you want to give them a life lesson or anything? Like, what would you tell the people who are actively typing back to what you're saying right now? What would you tell them in real time?
Think for yourself.
Damn. Now he's talking about getting deep. That's deep. I appreciate it. That's James RL. This is the lobby.
JT, ladies and gentlemen. Big Bones, man. Every time I've seen you since the start of 2024, I walk in the room and you give me the middle finger. Why is that?
I mean, I only see you in the mornings.
And that's a good enough reason?
Yeah, that's pretty much the only reason.
Would you consider yourself a morning person?
No. I am always up early in the morning, but I wouldn't be a morning person, honestly, but yeah.
If maybe you sleep in a little longer, you might be in a better mood.
I tried that, it didn't work. Okay.
How's Complexity doing right now? Individually, you've been pretty good. What's up? How are you doing this? What's this marked improvement we've been seeing from you, dude?
I don't know. Just been playing the game and playing a little better since John joined. So probably just better roles, stuff like that. I'm not really sure. But in general, we're doing good. We obviously had some bad events recently, but we're still excited to play Katowice. Still confident, obviously.
Yeah, still got the ability to take down big names, I hope, because you guys are coming in. You've skipped the play-in stage. You've obviously been watching the play-in stage, no doubt. Anything surprise you? What's taking you off guard, bro? We've got. I mean, look at Glaive. You should be inspired by Glaive. A record performance last night to eliminate Astralis. Who are you going to break your record versus?
Well, I don't even know what my record is. I mean, I don't need to break my record to beat any of these teams. I'm sure John will do the heavy lifting. I think all of us are coming in pretty hot, so we'll have to wait and see. We don't even know who we play yet, so we'll have to see.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, man. I'll leave you be. Just needed to get to the bottom of that one. Just know I never take it personally.
Sweet.
Cheers, bro. Who do we want to pick? Oh, Hellzerk, that was a flash of eye contact. Floppy's hiding in the corner. Look at this. Look at this. This is supposed to be the hope of North America, and they're hiding in the corner, man. What the hell? Get over here, Hellzerk. Mustache is looking good, brother.
Thank you.
How's your year been so far in 2024? On a personal level, what have you been up to? You been wasting much time? You've been playing lots of Counter-Strike? What's the vibe in Hellzerk's life?
I mean, I've been traveling since the 3rd of January, so I mean, it's been, long ways from home so far, but I've just been grinding.
These guys getting on your nerves yet, or what?
Not yet, but I mean, a couple of weeks more, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, dude. Who's going down first?
I mean, you saw Johnny's been giving you the finger. Yes, same for everyone, I think.
Okay, he's got attitude. All right, well, I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one then. You're up. It's going to be needed here in Katowice. You guys don't have play-in stage, so you don't really get any noobs to beat up on. You guys are coming into the thick of it, and I think honestly, bro, you're just kind of in the spotlight right now. I think there's people calling for the best of Hellzerk. How do you get to the best of Hellzerk, bro? We need the secrets.
I mean, I've been struggling with that myself lately, so I mean, I just have to step up. I've not been playing well lately, so I think last year at Katowice I played well, so it's time to get back to that same form.
I think sometimes it's about the routine, bro. And Katowice it's great for that in the sense that we all know what to expect. We know exactly where we are. We know where everything is. So I hope for your sake, bro, that you are able to tap back into that, because we both know that a complexity with Hellzerk at his best is a complexity that could take people down. And obviously last year, I mean, nail biter, almost on the stage. You make it to the stage this time?
I mean, that's the plan. I mean, we've been looking good in practice, so if we get that to the server, that's going to be good.
I think it will be good too, man. So good luck, Hellzerk.
Thank you.
Always cheering for you guys. Let's go talk to one other here. Graham. Whoa, you can't throw Graham. Okay, Graham. All right, let's do it. For now.
Yeah.
For now.
I protected you.
Yeah, this one time. Who's the player on complexity that you want to protect the least?
So who do I want to throw under the bus?
Can't take favorites.
Yeah, that's tough. That's like telling me to pick one of my kids.
Yeah, literally that.
Yeah, but-
You've got 6 of them. Surely you don't need all of them.
Wow. Okay. I'm gonna throw Tion under the bus.
Okay, that's a fair one. Show of hands, who feels supported by Graham each and every day?
Whoa.
We have to.
Every day?
Great job.
Some of them are they just signed contracts for multiple years.
Yeah, right. Yeah, all right.
We can.
Yeah, who wants a raise?
Wow.
Who deserves a raise? I'm gonna leave you guys be. You got some media day and going on, whatnot. Floppy, one word of advice for all the kids out there.
Don't give up.
Stay in school.
Don't give up. You guys hear that? Stay in school. Stay in school. Don't give up, and
Don't become Counter-Strike professionals.
make sure you get yourself a good group of friends, because friends can do anything together.
The volatility in CS2 right now, has it led to a difficulty in building new strategies and innovating? Have you had fun with the task of trying to find new ways to approach this game?
Yeah, there's a lot of room for being innovative,
Right.
but at the same time, I'm not really the most I'm better at stealing than innovating myself. So I think it's work smarter, not harder in that case. But I come up with a few things, but I think a lot of teams, even now, still is like kind of playing CSGO, even though it is CS2. So, like I think the way people play Nuke will change dramatically. Still, I feel like right now nobody really figured it out yet,
No.
us included. And yeah, hopefully we will at some point.
Anubis CT sides as well seem to be constantly evolving.
I think we got better on that, and but that's also like still kind of a new map on top of a new game, so that's like even harder.
I mean, okay, so I'm a big noob, right? But I've been on my grind recently, and I just for the first time played against these like Portuguese robots, 3K ELO, doing these HE the smoke with a flash at the same time.
Yeah.
That just couldn't happen before. Now suddenly you've got an expectation. There's a smoke, there's an angle, and then you're blind and they've swung and the sight's lost. I mean, that is not a small adjustment we have to make. This is huge. Have you had similar experiences where there's like someone does something to you and you're like, oh, okay, well we need to be doing this.
You just need to dodge always. Like if you smoke the area, just dodge.
Just dodge.
Yeah, immediately, because like people are not crossing smokes. Well, I don't know about face it.
No. But in
pro players barely lately, they're not crossing smokes on walk. Like you'll hear them before they come.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think the hardest thing, like I think everyone expected this to happen, the nade at the flash at the same time. I think what is really hard is, a good example is when we played against Liquid on Anubis, Skulls was trying to use his smoke as like a reaction, and he was playing around his smoke. And like before you could always play around the smoke like on site to extinguish a molly and something, but now it just get blown up and he was just standing in the middle of nowhere full blind. It's just so hard. So like this thing with like using your smoke reactionary is probably the one that caught people a bit off guard, in my opinion.
Yeah, so there's some like kind of fundamental core changes to the game.
Yeah, I hate it.
Yeah.
So bad.
No, I mean, don't expect you to lie to me. Yeah, I mean, I guess is that the same for you across the board? It feels like it's just the game has changed and it's maybe not for the better.
Yeah, I think it just became easier to counter what you can do on city side. Like as Rasmus mentioned, right? You can do smoke reactions, but even if you like block an area to buy time, they just blow up the smoke and they still go. So like you're very limited
like
with,
just
what you can do now.
casting Inferno recently, and I was like, oh, Inferno's completely fucked because but yeah, like what used to be like, oh, he's got the smoke down in 25 seconds, it's like it's over. Yeah. Instead it's just like, lol, JK, here we come. Like, it's crazy how this game has shifted, but it seems like such a small change. But the butterfly effect of meta and reaction,
especially a nuke outside, is just crazy. You smoke and they have 3 HEs to break the smoke. So
there's no more like calculated CS. There's just like there is just risks all the time. Like you just take risks. You cannot leave a guy alone anymore to buy time with the smokes. You cannot. Just everything that you do, something can happen. You can make a perfect play, like your rotation is coming and you buy time with the smoke and they just nade the smoke and they explode on you and you're late for 5 seconds and you lose the round. So that's probably like frustrating. When you make a right play and you make a right move, but then it's still not enough, for your teammates to come over. That's the problem.
It gives and takes, because like I was thinking a team like Big, they play a lot around utility, right? And if they do a perfect round, it's still not good enough on CT side. But then again, it also gives them a lot of tools on T side to do, their crazy perfect set strats. So it's a give and take, but I just don't like fundamental changes to the game in general. I think we have such a good game, like a timeless game in a way. And then why do you change the fundamentals of that? I don't understand.
Yeah. I mean, do you know what my theory is of why the smoke nade thing happened? I think it was Ilya.
We should get him in here.
I'm telling you, you know how you did that ratty smoke behind the nade behind the smoke silhouette?
And
I think CS Valve saw that and were like, okay, well, we have to get rid of that. But what if we actually made it
what if we double down?
Well, it's like for them, it's like rock, paper, scissors, Okay, well, smoke beats Molly. Nade beats smoke. Like they were just
Legacy.
Legacy. For real. I reckon it's all Ilya. We can just blame him. It's fine.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and White Market.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match has got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Katowice has a long history with Counter-Strike. Legends have filled the Spodek Arena, and one of those legends has been hanging in the Hall of Heroes all week long. His name is simple, the greatest player of all time who lifted the trophy in 2020 in one of the most trying times in our history. There was no arena full of people. There was only the media, the staff, people like us. Sit down and watch what was going on as he lifted that trophy and achieved glory. And that's what some of these teams and players are trying to do today. Some players have already found their way into the Spodek and they're now vying for a semi-final spot. That's ENCE going up against Mouse and Spirit taking on FaZe. But today we get to decide who else will be joining them in the Spodek.
Simple, of course, with a huge legacy here in Katowice and beyond, and it really proves that winning Katowice and the event in itself can be a jump-off point to a big legacy.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Snacks Bialy era, the Virtus Pro. They were really an unknown team. People were like, oh, can they? Maybe, but they weren't taking down the giants, the NIPs, I guess the FaZe clans of their time, their era, and then they came into the event, they steamrolled through, they were loud in their way, and then they became the Virtus Plow. That was their legacy. They continued that on for a while.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Team Spirit that we see now. You say loud, I mean Donk for sure is loud, and Donk is that young gun that could start to build his legacy here, also led by Chopper, who has accolades, but not really, I think, that really big land prize that he wants here in Katowice. So the similarities are there.
The similarities are there, and it's going to be a big test for them to be able to push through here, but I'm thinking there might be a Virtus Plow-esque name attributed to Spirit. Yeah. Maybe more than just, they've got the Spirit.
But that works, no? Doesn't it? That works.
It could work.
It could work. Maybe people in chat can let us know. Team Spirit, Virtus Plow, let us know.
How magical is the story of one of our heroes behind us, Pimp? Glaive. Obviously just did incredible things with Astralis, and then got a little bit screwed around, ended up in ENCE, lost pretty much the entire team, and now he's not only probably one of the greatest Danish players of all time, he now gets to be a Polish player as well.
Yeah, I guess Lucas is now Polish, no doubt about that. Glaive has had a fantastic resurgence, obviously a fantastic career as well. We saw him with Astralis win magical moments inside the Spodek Arena, win pretty much wherever he would go in his career with Astralis. He's been a great stable of the in-game leaders in the world of Counter-Strike, has had a couple of rough years where he couldn't really get it going. However, I will say, from having played with Glaive for more than 3 years, he's taught me the most about Counter-Strike than anyone has ever had, and he is without a doubt my GOAT.
Do you think that he was responsible for taking what was a broken ends lineup, if you like, and creating what we've seen here during IEM?
I think it's always rough to pinpoint how much of an effect the in-game leader's having, or the coach for that matter as well. But what he has done is nothing but stellar with ends, and I think that goes to the rest of the players as well. They bought into his system, they bought into Glaive as an in-game leader. He's been adopted into that Polish family. He's heading into the Spodek as well. Will receive an awful lot of support as well. So yeah, I think what Glaive has done and what Ents has done as a team has been nothing but stellar.
Do you think they can lift the trophy though? That's what I'm most curious about, because I want to believe. I think it would be incredible for the Polish fans.
I want to say no, but when you're taking down the teams that Ents have taken down in the tournament, it would be ridiculous to say they don't stand a chance. Ents are not supposed to win this tournament. They're not even supposed to go into the Spodek. So whatever happens from now on is just a massive positive for Ents and for Glaive. But I don't think they're going to win the trophy, but I would love to see it.
The resurgence of Glaive, that is my favorite story of the year so far.
And how could we not open up our top stories of the day without touching upon what Ents achieved yesterday? We already heard, Jacob's opinions about Glaive obviously coming into this new project, Cuban standing behind them as well, and this Polish core. The first time in 8 years we get to see a majority Polish team heading to the Spodek.
Yeah, what a historical feat as well, and the fact that you had Diha from the previous Ents lineup with that 9 core, and I think we could all see and appreciate the emotions of Diha yesterday. This was truly beautiful, genuine, authentic, what these players are putting on the line in the server, and for him to be able to be reached as a hero here, Katowice, absolutely beautiful.
We've also got to talk about the lone pole on the side of course, Maus. Shuey managing to making it through to the Spodek. Obviously, we had some questions about exactly what hole Frozen would leave. Turns out, not that big of a one. They make it guaranteed at least to that top 6.
Absolutely, and even though being a little tested against Gamer Legion, right, it's an overtime in first map, but they remain calm and composed, and I think it's another accolade that we can give to Shuey. I think he's been under a lot of scrutiny, putting on the Maus jersey, and he is facing these challenges headward.
Matthew, a challenge for you. Unfortunately, we do have to talk about our departed teams, Cloud9 and, of course, Vitality. This was painful, to say the least, the fashion in which Vitality just simply collapsed versus Heroic.
You're absolutely correct, and I think Steel had a very good tweet about it, is that you cannot hide behind your name, right? It is going to be the Counter-Strike who speaks first and foremost, and Vitality missed the mark. I think on a mental standpoint, it was a pure catastrophe, a meltdown from them. I pain and struggle to find positives, so I won't just make up ones. I don't think there aren't any. And on the side of Cloud9, a very loaded matchup versus Monty. We know what's happening as well, just beyond just a game over here. And now that the major is so close, there ain't going to be any changes. They have what they have, and they'll try to make the best of it.
But alas, we do have to move forward. The final day of groups here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. So let's check in with our casters on both the A and B streams.
We're here at the final day of the group stage here at IEM Katowice 2024, and it's all on the line with semi-finals up for grabs for multiple teams who are already qualified into the Spodek this weekend. Of course, it's FaZe v Spirit later on today. We're going to see if FaZe can finally shut this kid up, Harry.
Yeah, and I can guarantee that's going to be a banger. We've already had the privilege of casting a certain FaZe Spirit banger before. But yeah, over in Group B as well, you also had the head-to-head of the Ents Powerhouse taking on Maus. Clash of poles there as well, right? As Shuey tries to plant his version of the Polish flag over the Ents squad. That's going to be a banger. Then down in the lower bracket, this kind of run of death, you've got Gamer Legion who were put there yesterday by this Maus squad. I've kind of been rooting for Snacks a little bit. I found that happening for me, so I don't know. I hope they can show up strong today, but it's not going to be easy down in that Group B lower bracket run.
It's never easy, Harry. 4 teams and 1 spot left in the Spodek down in the lower bracket, and as well we've got Monty taking on G2. That's our first game of the day. We've got G2 warming up behind us as well, and it's all to play for here in Katowice.
Yeah, down in that Group B lower bracket. That is going to be a marathon day of CS. Even if you win your first matchup, you've got another one waiting for you. So, Josh, should we go over exactly what happens today? Because we've got still 6 matches going on. Some of them aren't elimination, though. Some of them are seeding, right? I want to draw our attention to the winner going to the semi-finals just below here.
Yeah, so we have a bunch of matches today, but not everyone's going home, as you said. So we're going to have Gamer Legion facing off against Heroic, and we're going to also have G2 versus Monty. And these are going to be our
Elimination
matches. Yeah, absolutely. These are the games that you don't want to lose because you're just gone and out. That's it. But these guys still have to go through and win one more series after that, okay? Falcons, Na'Vi. We have the winner of that going also to the Spodek. They're going to qualify. They're going to advance, but they need to still go through one more game. We have FaZe.
That's a big one. That's the big one.
This is the big one. The loser of this does not go out, though. They are still in it,
but one team is going to get a spot directly in the semifinals, and one team's going to be in the quarterfinals.
Which is pretty tasty because you think about it, that's a whole nother day of preparation. That's a whole nother day of, you know, getting to watch the teams in the quarterfinals duke it out and go, hey, one of these two is going to be our opponents. It's a nice spot to be in, Matthew.
Yeah, absolutely. And also you make sure that you don't have to mess with any of these in the future anymore, right? To be on the other side of the bracket.
That's nice.
That is great in itself. But I think over the years of Counter-Strike, we've had different philosophies on that. Some teams have told us, no, we want to play the quarterfinal. You know, we want to get warm as quick as possible. We want to get to see Spodek and the playoff setup. And the other team has said, no, we just want to prepare, want to take it easy. I don't think there's a quite clear... Actually, we should do like a poll.
Yeah, we should.
Do a poll on Twitter. Like, hashtag IEM, just out there, guys. Just help us out.
I've only heard the former from players that have lost out in this game and have gone to quarters and gone, actually, it was all in the plan. You know, this is exactly
According
what we
to plan.
wanted to do. We just want to get more reps on more maps. How do you feel about this this second one, though, ENCE versus Mouse?
Well, my take on this game is that ENCE obviously have achieved something completely historical by qualifying already to the Spodek. And I do wonder to what extent the decompression is going to hit them, and they might not be fully, full force into this game because you've already achieved so much, and maybe you let your foot off the gas pedal a little bit and then you get punished by Mouse. So I personally have Mouse in here, but that would be another chance for ENCE to surprise us as they have been doing all week long.
You know what, gentlemen? We've got so much on the line today. I think it is time to be getting into our games, but not before we throw things over to James Banks.
The Spodek awaits, and it's the final day of groups here at IEM Katowice. We've got Spirit taking on FaZe in just a bit for that semi-final spot. But up next, we've got G2 taking on Monty. Let's see who will survive elimination after.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys want to talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Taz, pilot of the plough, takes up the coaching mantle of the defending champions. Moves made to ensure sufficient space for the brightest stars in the G2 system. It's clear Monacy has adapted swiftly to the changing environment. Eyes now turn to Nico. Commandment of the crosshair undisputed. But has the new engine thrown off the calibration of the machine?
A fight for survival at the Intel Extreme Masters as we find ourselves in the Group B lower bracket. Monty looking to continue that pain train after eliminating Cloud9 yesterday. Whereas for G2, things looking a little bit more complex, finding themselves in this lower bracket after being defeated by ENCE just yesterday. And it's going to be a marathon day of Counter-Strike, Matthew, if these guys want any hopes of defending that title they lifted just last year.
That's correct. And listen, I think Josh can attest to it as well. This is psychologically a very hard game that we're looking at because there is nothing to be gained. Objectively, the only thing you gain here is the right to play again. It's the right for survival. And if you lose, you're completely out. So in the Group B, these teams now being at the step 2 of the lower bracket have a very tough journey ahead of them. And we're about to see what they're made of in terms of resilience and mental energy.
This is definitely not a match you want to be in if you're G2 because you were, as they've been saying, lifting the trophy here last year. So why would you be in an elimination match this early? And then you're going up against a team as well that you don't really have a whole lot of footage on. Like, what are you going to do when you're planning this? Everyone's got their eyes on you.
Yes.
You've got all the pressure, this tall order. You have to perform. You have to do well. You have this pedigree. You have all of this. You have all this footage. You have all this stuff. Everyone's trying to take you down. You have all this outside pressure as well as internal pressure. And now it's just like, well, we have to win here, and then we have to win again just to even have a chance.
Think about history. Think about legacy as well. Nico, one of the most storied players that we have in the game. He has never placed below the top 8 in Katowice ever. Of course, flurry of grand finals, 3, one of them, or 4, actually one of them he actually won. That was here in Katowice. But the thing is, for the lore of G2, IEM Katowice, IEM Cologne is what keeps it together. It's what keeps the mystique about this team, right? For the people, for the haters, for the doubters, they say, the rest of the event, you don't do anything. But Cologne and Katowice, we cannot take that away from you. What happens if you lose and you end up top 12? I feel like it changes your whole story, your identity as a team.
Well, with such a storied history, let's go ahead and check in with Nico ahead of this series.
So, Nico, very important day for G2, possibly 2 best-of-3s to play to qualify to the Spodek. And looking into your history, ever since the Mouse days, you actually never placed under top 8 in Katowice. Why do you think the start has been so troublesome for G2?
Yeah, we didn't have the best start, but we have been in this scenario 2 years ago as well with the previous lineup. We had to win 2 games on the last day, and we managed to do so. And we still believe that we can do it. We have the high spirits. We know that the game yesterday that we have played is not the real G2 that everyone wants to see. So, yeah, I think it's just been pretty hard for our team in the past couple of weeks with everything, and we are doing our best to make it work.
Could you elaborate a little on why it was so hard the last couple of weeks, or?
I think just in general, like ever, kind of since CS2 came out, we just haven't been there individually. Like we just struggle way too much individually, and in period like this where everyone is very good individually, like you just can't allow so many good players on the team to underperform, such as like mostly me and Hunter. So we are aware of it, but I can assure you that we are doing our best to improve. We are playing a lot of CS, and we are constantly working on it. It's just not there yet, but obviously with hard work, I think the reward always comes after. So we will see.
Final question also on that topic. It seems like usually when you get good starts, you get to play your brand of CS, where it's also heavily dependent on fragging and being aggressive. Those bad starts, have those influenced the way you would like to play CS and you're not able to?
Yeah, for sure. It was hard for us to catch the momentum for most of the games that we have played, or most of the halves that we have played. So, but that all just comes due to us playing bad. It has nothing to do with like not us having good momentum or anything. It's just like we don't play good from start. We don't do correct things. We don't do the right plays, and that's the result of it. And yeah, hopefully for today it's going to be different.
Thank you.
I love that we get some thoughts upon, G2's form, particularly right now, because I feel like there's one consistent person that we can rely on. The rest is a bit up in the air, Matthew.
You're correct. I think m0NESY has obviously stolen the show on more account than one. And then if you think about what Nexa was supposed to do to this lineup, right? We argued and we agreed that replacing Nexa for JKS might not have been an individual upgrade, but he would free up possibly other people, and by his playstyle, he would help other players to perform. We have not seen that in the last 3 months. We have not seen that here in Katowice mainly, and Nico is very clairvoyant and lucid about it. Nico and Hunter. I harp on the CT side time and time again. They are put in positions that are available for multi-kills, that have to demand multi-kills, and it's not been the case at all. It's only really been m0NESY. In fact, I'm not even against Nexa right now. I know he doesn't have really great numbers, but I haven't watched rounds of G2 where I thought, ha, this is you, Nexa. You are the liability. You are the weakness. That's not what I'm seeing from G2.
And I want to actually talk about this interview that we just heard with Nico, talking about how they are aware that this is an issue, that they are going to work harder, that they're going to try to get better and play more. But I never really heard them talking about how they're going to achieve that. And obviously you can't talk about like the specifics if you're a team, what you want to work on. You don't want to release some things that are internal. But this is, I feel, CS2 is a more team-oriented game, and maybe their style of their individuals stepping up and being really good individually, getting the multi-kills, being able to take a lot of duels, that isn't necessarily the style in CS2. The style is one person breaks a smoke with a nade, and another person flashes at the same time, and then you double peek.
And I love that you mentioned that, right? That creativity, I feel like it would benefit them so much. Other teams here, ENCE, for example, yesterday, they have these little moments where they do like a little quirky boost or a break of the smoke, as you say, and then individuals catch on fire, and then you can rely a bit more on individuals. G2, I feel like they have to do it hard-earned. It's like a squat with 150 kilos on your shoulders. They're trying to make life easier for yourself with a little bit of these tricks you're talking about.
Yeah, just a little bit of teamwork will take you a long way. So why not lean into that? And maybe that's the thing that they're missing with their playstyle, is not their individuals aren't being able to hit shots or be on point or whatever. It's that they need to find something else to do it together.
Yeah, we've got a lot of questions, I think it's safe to say, still about G2, but one man who has been giving us answers has, of course, been m0NESY. I feel like coming into CS2, we've said it time and time again, he's like he's made for this iteration of Counter-Strike, right?
Yes, and it is so astonishing because the lore of CS2 when it came out was, the AWP isn't viable anymore. They broke the snipers. Nobody's going to be able to handle it. m0NESY just put that all to bed. I think he completely embraced a style, and I think the aggression and the movement that is the DNA of his game suits that perfectly. He's not a stable, waiting for a punish type line upper. He's the in-your-face, fast scope, combat style, and that works pretty well. And yeah, I mean, in my book, he's probably the best sniper, purely expert in the role right now.
Yeah, that was something that stood out to me a few days ago when Fallen had an interview, and he was talking about the AWP being not as good in CS2. And that was the narrative for quite a while, is that the AWP isn't as good as it was in CSGO, that it's the rifler's time to shine. But then we also see, kind of on the other side of it, Waro is also doing pretty well with the AWP, and we've seen in other games as well from the other teams, it's always the AWPers that are stepping up. So we're finding just the way around kind of how the game works and operates, and we get to see kind of like what we see from m0NESY is he is the only person on the team shooting back.
It's a fact.
It's a fact. And then you have Waro, and he is one of his teammates that are actually shooting back. He's like part of the 5, right? It's not like he's the only person on the server, but he's doing a pretty damn good job with the AWP. And he's making a lot of impact, but he's also got his teammates stepping up to the plate. They're playing together. They're doing a lot of team fights, especially on their CT side. They're always kind of together, maybe a little bit too slow on their T sides, but the AWP impact is definitely there in CS, and G2 is leveraging their entire game plan on it.
Well, the stats that we had, obviously completely bonkers for m0NESY as well, but the amount of opening kills that he's trying to find, like it is overly reliable or reliant on m0NESY finding these opening kills, whereas War2K is a bit more, I would say, tamed on that. He will have a couple of moments where he goes for it, but he is not a one-trick pony for that. There are other players who can go for entry kills for multi, and they will.
Obviously, we're seeing a lot of the highlights coming from this C9 game. Obviously, compared to when he started off with the game versus Gamer Legion, we want to see the Cloud9 version of Waro turning up to the server today, right?
Well, one of the story of the Gamer Legion game as well was that they never really started playing, and by that I mean they never had any finances. Like, it's literally they're trying to repay their student debt the entire game. So War 2K probably put his hands on 4 or 5 AWPs at max per map, and this is obviously some place he is going to be hurt. I don't think, if I'm going to be a little critical, I don't think he's got the hybrid skills that maybe some other snipers in the game really have. You put him on an AK or a rifle, it's slightly more complicated. You want this guy to be on the big green.
Well, before we do dive any deeper into the Monty discussion, let's get a few words from the man on our screen. It's SDY.
So I'm just going to go chat to SDY. Has a big day ahead of you, possibly two best of threes to play to make it into the Spodek. So how's the vibes?
Yeah, vibes is good. Everyone in a good mood. So I hope we can bring it to the server.
I hope so too. Can you tell me a bit about the evolving IGL situation and how Woro has been doing?
Yeah, he's been doing well, and as a unit, as a whole team, we're trying to help him. Our strength is mid rounds, and everybody doing their part in it, so it's working for us right now.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the way you approach the rounds, specifically how you do aggressive buys, even if it's risky, you know, when you lost a pistol, but then you end up winning the rounds after because it seems very confident in your own individual ability. Is it going to be a similar approach versus G2 today?
Yeah, it's always a similar approach because we're trying to buy smart, even if it looks like that we overbuy sometimes. We count in enemies' economy more than ours, so that's the key for our buys.
Okay. Thank you. Good luck.
That's exactly what I want to pick your brain about, Matthew, because you said Monty aren't afraid to be spending that money, are they?
They're very aggressive with the buying pattern, so to speak, and I think this is going to be a key topic here in this game. We have a couple of rounds we can show you guys on the telly as well. We talked about the importance of the good start from G2, right? And at that game, Monty will apply pressure for sure. So if we have a look here at the pistol round that they've played, that is the second against Cloud9, you will see it's unfortunate for them. They're not going to be able to sort of convert that situation, but the bomb is planted. That is a key factor in Counter-Strike. We know how much that's worth. We see here Hobbit finding the kill. So obviously, as you would expect, the next round was a forced buy. Here I can take your attention to the Scout and the Galil. But there is damage to be done. Even though it's not going to turn out for them, it still is quite complicated for C9, and it ends up being a one player alive. So what do you do in round 15? And you have that aggressive purchases. Here you go. The forced buy from Monty once again. Round 15, they apply this pressure on Cloud9. And what is very interesting as well is the way they approach this round by letting the time run down is to make sure that there is a very much lack of utility on the side of Cloud9 when they decide to approach. So SDY is talking about late round, mid round decisions they make. This is a very good example where the aggressive buying purchases from Monty make sense, and they build it together, and they make sure they punish these lack of utils towards the very end. And this is a breaking point for Cloud9 as well in this game. By being overly aggressive and in your face, they were able to completely shut down Cloud9. And I think we're going to see much of the same today against G2. I think they're not going to let the pressure go. If they feel like they have it on the ropes, they will keep applying pressure. Here, the clutch from Boro.
Josh, how do you think that G2 will then handle that aggression? Do you think they're going to be prepared for it?
Well, the thing is, this is also kind of like a double-edged sword, right? So while it might look really good on paper, like, hey, look how they broke C9's economy there, and we all know that C9 economy on CT side in this game is very difficult if you can't get the ball rolling and start winning rounds with 3 players alive and building that economy so you can pass each other weapons and you be able to afford to buy the next round. Then you'll get broken, you'll get reset, you'll have to do a force buy, and then it's going to be really sad for you. And then the T's are going to find a way to break away with a bunch of rounds in a row. So while we can talk about Monty's doing a really good job of that, we also saw that affect them in a negative way, where suddenly they're not able to afford proper buys, they're not able to afford their op, and then what's going to happen is if you keep force buying and then the CTs are actually winning the rounds, let's say the C9 had won those rounds instead, then they get the op up and the slow style of play gets abused. So it all comes down to, like, are they able to convert this early on? And if they don't, then Monazi is going to be able to just get his op up and then it's all over for you.
And I really think that these first 3, 4, 5 rounds will be key, because we're talking about G2 and the need to have a good start. They need to have a little bit of momentum. It was touched on by Shocks with Nico as well. And when you couple that with that aggressive purchase from Monty, it will be key. You react to that? Do you like that nuke pick from G2?
Ooh, I don't know. This is very interesting. I thought for sure it was going to be like Overpass, Ancient, and Nubis. Like, those were going to be the maps. I did not expect Vertigo to be in there. I did not expect Nuke to be in there. But the thing with Monty on Vertigo is that we don't really have footage on them. I think they've played one game in the last, like, month or two or something on it, but there's a few games from G2, so there's going to be something there. Nuke, I just don't even really know what to expect, to be honest. That's like, whoa, okay.
I mean, this is going to be a test for Hooksy for sure. I also thought Overpass would come in as a second map. I thought Monty would go for Overpass. It had been tested, but they go a different way. But we have our maps for this first series of the day.
We certainly do. We got our maps, we've certainly got our teams, and we are ready to be kicking off what will be a mammoth day of Counter-Strike for one of these two squads. So let's get into the action. A crucial series with Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, thank you very much. G2, the reigning champs here in Katowice, taking on Monty in a game of attrition. Winner of this, still one BO3 out from the Spodek. At the start of this tournament in Katowice, m0NESY blew our minds with his performance, but that performance was needed for G2 to even pick up the win. It's going to be a big question if he can look to put up those same sort of numbers. With so much riding on this for the G2 squad, you can imagine that the stress is certainly there for them.
Yeah, they may be, you know, incredible in the arenas, and they may have peaked at Katowice and Cologne last year, but you say attrition, Harry. Monty are a team that certainly can stand up to that. Having the most played maps of any team in the pro circuit last year, they are ready to grind at the start of 2024, and they'll have to start strong here. CT sided Nuke, great place to be. G2 sending Nico downstairs. 4 on the lobby, they want to crunch ramp at the same time. Going to give Nico room to take some space, cut off a rotate. They're going to start running. Bro's hiding in the back.
Samdayong trying to bait them in, and it's all to tee up Bro in at the orange box. He goes unchecked, but they've seen him now, and he really needs to get one from this position. Nice. Gets out with the first, but that's the end of the line. Hunter will be able to find him. Now trapped in this duel versus Krasnal and co as they move out through hell, but Hunter, oh man, lays waste to them. And so a beautiful 3K from Hunter tees up this pistol round in G2's favor. Demka left up alone, and there should be no hope for him here. Hunter's heroics have just given G2 a major leg up there.
And what a time, right? Hunter's had middling performances, and that's even being, you know, nice to him. He's really struggled, him and Nico both here in this tournament, in comparison to the high heights we expect of them. Of course, you know, you can make the comparison to FaZe as well. Like G2, it's a bunch of playoff players, especially in Hunter and Nico, but at this point, there's no excuse to get grouped. G2 need to win this and then need to follow up in the final game of the day to go through to the Spodek if they want to lift that trophy again or even be in the running. This would be a disappointing finish. All eyes, all expectation on G2 today. But Monty love breaking your heart. Already eliminated Cloud9 from this competition. Coming in after a month's break. But it's G2 who take that pistol round. And a reassuring start for Hunter. Let's see if he can keep it up.
I mean, one of the things that's always said about Hunter is he's a big game player, and this might not be what they envisioned.
Yeah.
They said big game, but this is a huge deal for G2. Smoke's down outside. We know G2 like the more standard wall out from red. And so they're going to go crossing down behind it. No one from Monty to spot this on their force buy. Something Monty are always keen to throw in here, these CT forces. We even heard Samdayong talk in the interview just then about how they're buying, how they're looking to invest the money. He said it might not always look smart, but we always have a plan, always have ideas.
Well, they have a hefty rotation in this round, right? G2 sneak down B. There's no info for Monty, but they read it right. 2 players in lower, and they wait for Krasnal's contact before Demka peeks. That's a big kill for m0NESY. Getting rid of the rifle in B, he will follow up. G2 clear out the hallways. And Monty, they had a plan, but it's been uprooted. Unless they can catch the lurkers in the lobby, G2 can go stick it at B. They're still hesitant. And they're actually coming back up. Could this be their undoing? SDY looking the wrong way at the wrong time, but he turns on a dime. m0NESY, 3rd kill of the round right now in a 2v1. Warren makes noise, and Nexus shuts him out. G2, it's not clean, but it is a 2nd round.
Not the money-making moment you would have hoped for, but that's the Monty force for you, right? It always does a good chunk of damage here in these 2nd rounds at bare minimum.
And who else but m0NESY, right? Like you already mentioned him coming into this game, being the hero of G2, being the reason they were able to start off strong and take down Heroic. That was no easy feat. but when is it ever easy? Oh, we don't have a break, but we do have a flash. They can pop through and push outside. The MAC-10 makes it by, and Hunter gets 2 from top. Nice tap for Hunter. Coming in, warmed up and ready to go. That's a great sign. He's looking for the ace in this round, but low HP. If you want to play it smart, keep your money and throw the nade. Hooksy ends it. G2 a cleaner one to keep the confidence and economy up as Monty come in with their first rifle round.
I know it's very early doors here, but I'm already liking the performance we're getting out of Hunter. There's a good deal of confidence behind this. He's had some high-impact kills. In the pistol, he got that 3K over towards ramp here. I know it's only pistols, but he just goes on that little tear just to bolster the confidence that much more for someone who, as you said, up until this point has been underwhelming for G2.
Warrior's got the AWP out here in the first gun. He's taking it towards Hell. Starting off with Bro on B, he can play aggressive towards these secret smokes. G2 finally faking with them though. They've set the precedent in back-to-back rounds. Now they're going for a 5-man upper exec. 3 Molotovs in the same position. This is going to be hot. It's only 2 CTs here.
He's going to lead the charge with his MAC-10. That's that first volley of util, but G2 knew this would just get a reaction out of Monty. They were ready for this, so now they lob in that same bulky util again, and this time the result is far better. Burning alive as Demka falls, and some Die Young's only good for the 1. This one should already be a done deal. G2 already looking good to take this round. There's not really much for Monty to hang around for.
There were spams available, but they're gone now. Fate comes through. Well timed by Hooksy, but he again peeks back into main after the smoke fades. He does get caught. Shouldn't be a worry here. This might be a kill for Waro if Modesty plays, but wow, the timing. And that may kill Waro. A second from death. And Monty lose everyone here in this gun round. That's even an AWP for Monacy to make matters worse. I love the double pump exec on that A side for G2. Like you said, it forces a reaction. Firstly, it makes Monty think it's a fake because no one pushes with it. But then any bit of util they have is out. The second volley of flashes, and you can just see how lost they are on the site. Demka runs back into a Molotov. 5 thrown in the round for G2. And they take it clean. Good energy right now for G2. It's kind of what we wanted here. Upsets are fun. But at the same time, we want some favorites in the spot egg. We want the reigning champions to show good form. If they can't win this game, they were never going to take the trophy. Nice entry for Nico. SDY walks into him. And G2 just pours again.
For Monty now, the whole map is a question mark, right? This silence that G2 have brought to the server here in this 5v4 is deafening if you're Monty. They have no idea what's going on down at lower. They don't know that there's 3 players for G2 poised to follow through with the B play. G2 are moving back up through secrets, so into the scout they go. A tag exchanged either way, but it's this lobby aggression that could make or break the round. Nexa waiting around here to lock it in. He is getting pushed from up on the T roof, but Demka's going to have to make noise to chase down this kill. He could look to time it with his teammates in at ramp, but instead he just goes in ahead of time, and Nexa not aware of that. So a gun now retrieved, an AK picked up, but that shouldn't be a turning point in the round for Monty, with top site already taken and them locked out of it. This one, much akin to all the others, looks to belong to G2.
G2 look very calm right now. They're not panicking. They're not jumping in mid-rounds. They are waiting for players to get into the right positions right there, allowing time for a Heaven player to get set up before they commit on that main split. Hunter has the round-winning position if this were ever going to be a contest, and it certainly is not. Monty should save that AK. A nice play for a gun for Demka, but everyone else has little to lose. Bro will go hunting for an exit. Monacy denies. It's 6-0 on the sniper. But it is certainly a reassuring look for G2 fans all around the world.
Terrorists win.
Hooksy bringing the hype.
And, you know, I mean, as mentioned, right, like this isn't the kind of crowning moment yet. This isn't your path to the Spodek yet even, right? It is this real death run through the bottom of the group over here in Group B. You have a whole other BO3 to sustain, and so it's in your best interest to not overexert yourself in this series.
Make it quick, make it clinical. And Nico, well, he is the embodiment of that second word. Shooting through the smoke. STY doesn't even get to play the round, or does get his upgrade. And he repositions. It's a nice spot. It might go under check, but they molly it. G2, it feels like they've checked everything. They've considered every possibility in this T side so far. Lots of util used to flush out this rifle outside, and the AWP is still jumping around looking for a kill. Flash pushes them off, and a fight is taken, but Nico wins a second. They never knew about
I was gonna, are they ready? Are they ready for a third guy? Throwing this line over the wards outside.
They don't need to commit, right? They have the numbers, G2 can group it, they can just go for an upper hit or even ramp take. The danger is Demka could flank, and he's actually used that information better for his team. He's told them to get aggressive. They're taking the lobby as the bomb comes back in.
Yeah, this is a nice look for Monty, right? A man down, so moves have got to get made, and Monty pieced them together. They've aggroed up through the hut. Spam on a bro is brutal, and Krasnov gets deleted. Nico having a round here, even follows up with a bit more damage on the spam. Here's the backstab from Demka that they don't know about. Demka round in the palm of his hand right now. Monacy cancelled out his teammate, and so Demka's got to do this alone. The nade will find Monacy. Just Hunter, but a quick swing, and the lobby control regained as Hunter locks that one in at the end.
Yeah, it looks scarier than it should, but Demka makes the perfect timing on that flank. His team play off the information, and even though they died to some incredible peaks for Nico, Demka almost wins the round solo on that backstab. Double kill, nade onto Monacy, but it's Hunter who lurked out ramp, climbed up the rafters, and drops into the A site to save the day with a crucial trade. Oh my, this is an explosive beginning for a 6-0 start. Monty getting close, but they just can't quite break through.
Yeah, that one is going to hurt, right? The perfect play coming out from Monty. But not enough to take it. As you say, every round getting closer and closer. Will the time come that Monty break through the G2 ranks? Shouldn't be in this round. It's just the low buy, but they do have the AWP for Waro. Hasn't really had many chances to get involved just yet. So can this be Waro's round?
And right now, there's no real threat to Nico. He keeps getting down to secret undisturbed by Monty. There is a player down lower, but it's Krasnov playing a very passive jump spot position. It's an information play. Nico can just go right past it if he wants. And again, they want to crunch ramp, but there's only one player here on ramp. This is pretty undervalued right now by Monty. They're thinking maybe multiple players of cross secret will come back up like G2 have in the past. And so the AWP is therefore in the wrong position right now for Monty's defense.
And Bro immediately scrambles this rotate down to lower, but ramp room is now owned by G2. All the makings of a B split here, and in other rounds they would have looked to go back, but this time they've just been given so much real estate that they want to follow through with it. Bro, first line of defense, and he's just been spotted by that man out on the rafters, so they will go chasing him down. Even find a second player in the meantime. Sundai Young cancelled out for Krasnov. He's in hot water, pinned in by Nico, who now makes his presence known on this flank through secret. This one is a done deal, and seeing Nico look like this after some of the performances we've seen from the guy, it is a real reassuring sign here for G2. It's not just the Monacy show. Sure, he's set up 8-1. He's doing fantastic. I'm not knocking him, but it's nice to see he's got this supportive cast around him. In particular, the Kovacs, you know, Nico and Hunter, both having a good start to this series.
And the opposite for the tournament. These were the two weakest players in some of the more important games G2 have faced on. And how much can one man do was the question posed to m0NESY. Well, now we don't need to answer it because we have the 3 stars of G2 shining brightly right now. 7-0 on the T side of their map pick. Fantastic beginning to this game. NiKo playing very late on Secret there. And like I said a couple of rounds ago, G2, they just don't look panicked. They don't look stressed. And that's very important. The mental in the right place to start the day. And some well-found headshots for NiKo in that round. Monty, do they have any answer in this first half, or will it be a wash? We need a response. Now or never.
Yeah, we really do. And, in spite of a few nice moments like that flank from Demka, they've struggled to ever be in a commanding position in these rounds. It feels like they're always on the back foot. And I mean, NiKo's been a huge part of that, right? We've seen him even have like these streaks of getting entries. But here's something a little different. Waro on the back of that lobby aggression secures the 5v4 for Monty. And they even look to take it one step further here and now. That all posted, but m0NESY brings us back to a level playing field for a moment. Sumdai Young dons the AWP. He'll get chased down by NiKo out in the yard. G2, for the first time, feeling a bit of pressure here. 2-on-3. And HooXi and NiKo are worlds apart. The bomb has been discovered, and it's all eyes on HooXi. They know where he is. Nice. They know he wants this bomb. And so they'll bait the shot from him and tee up Krasnal to win the round. Monty are finally on the board, but their work is not done yet. That is the first in a very lengthy road to a recovery here for the Monty squad.
That's how desperate Monty are for a round. Demka doesn't even wide swing for a gunfight. He jumps just to make HooXi spray. He knows if HooXi starts spraying, there's going to be a trade. And HooXi looks confused by that, but it works for Monty. And really, that's all that matters at this point. A result, a round on this CT side. 7-1. Can they build upon it? Remains to be seen. Sumdai Young can drop early vents. G2 haven't thrown smokes for the first time outside. They're just contacting. There's no way that Monty are going to view this as an oversight. They have Waro patrolling with the AWP.
If you're G2 right now, I think the most important thing is you don't want to feel like you let Monty back into this half, right? Because they've had their finger to the pulse throughout. They've looked fantastic. It was 7-0. You were on your way to a T side that had almost completed this whole first map for you. And so, can G2 keep Monty at bay? A team that often do well at building.
I like this setup. They leave NiKo in garage. They're just going to reset, go back to lobby, set up maybe one of these A executes, and then have NiKo play his late timing and try and get into heaven. Obviously, it just depends. Does Waro get baited by the threat of an A hit or a ramp hit? Or does he remain in this position and expect NiKo this late in the garage? That's the real fight in this round. That's the real positional play as G2 set up for what could even be a fake here on the ramp side. They don't necessarily have to commit. They just have to cause commotion. Waro's gone back up top. They leave another lurker on ramp, but now NiKo gets to play. Lobby take denied by the 2 from G2. And now with 20 seconds, NiKo, they can't wait for him. They just have to hit, but it's all gone swimmingly. G2, they are pulling Monty apart right now. They are forcing reactions perfectly. And Monty playing like putty in their hands, getting molded into these defaults.
So the question that we just posed, will they let Monty back in? It's a resounding no from G2. Great work there to deal with that crunch into the lobby. Something that has uprooted the game plan on occasion from the G2 squad. This time, that deed does not go unpunished, and Bro's not even going to get out. It is merciless. It is ruthless as they hunt down everyone, and G2 immediately get loud. They lose that one round, and now they're back to screaming. They're back to celebrating. Taz even joining them in that.
And I mean, he knows the impact that winning that round has, right? For Monty, they're faced with an awkward decision now. They get put on the back foot in a big way. G2, that was the kind of momentum break potential in this game, and they just denied it. So that is a huge win for the G2 squad. And it looks far more stoic over on the Monty side of things. There's no cause for celebration. This is a dire half that's quickly getting away from them, and that round really drives it home.
And I really want to reiterate what you said earlier about how this is a death run. This is a long day for the winner of this series to go on and play a game later on against the winner of Heroic Gamer Legion. Keep in mind the wins that Heroic have already found in this tournament, right? They've eliminated the #1 ranked team of the world already. So G2 need to conserve energy, and part of that is making this one quick. A dominant series or map, all of this could help you on later. And right now, G2 are doing exactly that, making this clean and concise on the T side of Nuke. Waro, I mean, how can Waro even play this half? He's getting full smoked, he's getting late lurked, he's getting shot in the back. I think we need to see Monty, if they want to win these rounds outside, which they certainly can with the numbers G2 put in. We need to see them start breaking smokes, being a little bit more active, disrupting this wall, starting secret quicker. Because bro, sure, he's a ramp rotation, Waro takes his spot, but it's not like he's doing much on this B bomb site. It's not like G2 are even really ending B in the majority of these rounds. And once again, they get secret, they don't have to commit. It depends what happens in lobby. They go back searching outside, and they keep finding this hell kill on Waro. I want to see Monty play more aggressive in future gun rounds. This is not one of them. Monacy's got the lock-in shot for Waro, and they can go wherever they want.
Yeah, they're leaving a lot of options open right now with the real estate they own. Nexa back in the lobby, Hunter moving up into heaven, and now they look to exert their control down on this B-bomb site. Nico will facilitate that. Nexa just peels off. He says, guys, look, if you want lobby, you can have it, because you can't win this round from lobby. I can assure you of that, Monty. G2 gunning for the win here on Nuke, and I think the fact that this is how good they're looking off the rip is very, very promising. What with, you know, we know the troubles that G2 have had on this Nuke map as of late. We know that they came into Katowice on, I think it was a 5-loss streak, only just picking up their first win on it the other day over that Heroic squad.
Yeah, of course, the match they've already won. It was a hell of a game. It required a hell of a performance from Monacy. And Heroic, I think, are definitely a team that I think we underrated coming in, just given the new roster, a completely new roster. Only players having played together in the Danes from that previous Heroic lineup, and a new in-game leader to Tier 1. Sure, Kixon had a decent amount of experience under Apex, but a new level we were seeing out of this roster, and they're getting better every game, and that's my point, right? After taking down Vitality, facing G2, there's no guarantee that G2 win that game. But in this form, well, I'm a lot more confident in G2. And I don't say that every day. 9-1. Do Monty have an answer? Do they have an aggressive mood? The lobby takes have been snuffed out time and time again. The only close round was the triple outside where Demka gets a big flank. They don't even look outside in this round. They play back garage. They continue with the pressure on lobby. To be fair, G2 only have 2 players here. Maybe there's a way in.
Nico with an equalizer out in the yard.
How did he do that?
He's just running and gunning. There's the support from Monacy Zorp. And so even as they find these kills back in the lobby, the only way this could feasibly get out of hand was if Monty were to uproot this bomb, and they're not going to commit that far on the push through lobby.
That's the only round they've won where they found the bomb.
And even if they win this one, you know, it's not a round in isolation. There's no ignoring the 9-1 scoreline. There's no ignoring the huge deficit. They need all they can get to try and give themselves that fighting chance in the second half. But it's hardly even a position to go from. Nico about to find his match up here in the heavens. Timing's everything, and looking down the ladder right now is Demka. Nico will secure that, and with that kill, the A site looks ripe for the taking if you're G2. They don't look like they want to commit. Nico is just faking this, the bomb, and their real objective to cross down lower. But that's nice info for Bro. When you see him drop out of heaven like that, you you anticipate this play down lower. That's an awkward miss on the molly, but they hear the tag. Kraz now down the vent, and Hooksy will overwhelm him. Molly goes in, Bro's got to go through. It's left up in the 1v1. m0NESY versus Bro. The doors are open, but will they get closed on the round? Flash into the smoke. And m0NESY repositions, tucks himself in over towards Dark. The performances you've seen from this AWP, from this guy, he's the one you want left up in the clutch. And as Bro moves in, a missed shot from m0NESY, uncharacteristically so, but he's not going to give you many more chances. He's not going to give you any more chances. He takes that one a time. And so Bro gets all the kills, 4 in the round, but none of the glory, because that belongs to G2 as they are running away with this half and with this map.
And even though m0NESY misses, it matters not, right? It's the perfect reposition. You saw Bro never even considered that side of the site. He knew the bomb was on left side of door, and m0NESY crossed while the smoke was still up with seconds to spare. It was the perfect play. He wins it from just staying alive, and G2, a statement right now on a map we've seen them amass massive win streaks on in the past. And like you said, even breaking loss streaks in the present, they're going to keep it up. There should be no way back in this game for Monty. Final round of the half, a 5-on-4, but these haven't mattered before, and Nico's walking smokes, 2 kills on a plate, he will tuck in.
Nico just finally looks comfortable again in this match, at least. He looks like the Nico you've known and loved, or I guess hated if you're some of these teams over all these years. And it's just fantastic to see. This is the form you wanted the defending champions of G2 to show up in. And it might have been disappointing at times. It might have taken m0NESY having to do the unthinkable, be the impossible. But it's all aligned for G2 here. Just Waro between them and a damn near flawless half, looking for 11 rounds for this map to be as good as done. They want today to be quick because it's a war of attrition here, and G2 just might get their wish as they steamroll Nuke.
And then a boost up as well to see if there's going to be any control. They can peek up from now and again and just gather information towards short. And seeing nothing, hearing nothing, they'll stack the A bomb site, which seems to be the right call.
It seems like it's going to be the perfect call if they keep it all on this side of the map. They're going for the gamble.
That's the question. If it takes Gamer Legion like 20 seconds, if they walk, if they go quietly, are they still going to stick into this stack? I think the answer is yes, especially now that players have been spotted. They just saw the jump over the APC at Bank.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it'll be a brawl.
This is going to be an absolute bloodbath on this A bomb site. Heroic hoping they spill Gamer Legions. As Kicksands tucked in the corner, Isaac around first. It's the 5-7 with just 1. As Shush doubles on the Deagle, that's incredible. And this stack has worked out with just 2 players stepping up. Volt has to pull it back and he can't. Too many targets to select. And that is huge for Heroic to call the stack up to that upper bomb site. But it didn't even really look like it was going to matter because it was 2 players that fragged out.
Yesterday it was Tessus against Vitality. Today Shush is having just a plethora of heavy impact and good rounds. Look at this, just holding the line with the Deagle. Here's the opening kill, the opening trade. This one, Kixon doesn't hold his trigger, but bang! And just making sure nobody can cross into the bomb site. Beautiful stuff from Shush. Double kill with the Deagle, and Heroic win a desperate round for 3. Molotov misses its mark, falls a little bit short on the roof.
Oh, Acor burning slightly, 54 health left. Oh, it's awkward. And he's even getting blocked from his teammate as he tries to retreat. But Acor stays focused. And he stays on track as he comes up short, emboldened by the rifle support he has behind him. He's got a good angle if Tessez overextends. Nertz is pushed up towards Party. And he's got a good angle as Isaac has shown a tendency to leave that connector. He will not leave it this time. Oh, battered and bruised. It's the defense of Heroic taking 2 kills to kick this round off. And Gamer Legion are handed a huge deficit to try and recover from. And Volt has at least taken a step in the right direction. It's Nerds who stays committed and Nerds who goes down.
Yeah, he knows he can't fall back into the Molotov, so trying to be a little bit cheeky, and Volt has the read of where the evacuation is going to come from. Gamer Legion split across the map. I think Acor fell asleep at the wheel in that round just a little bit, over towards Sandbags. Now he's watching for a short push. Bomb is on Snacks, who's alone at long.
G2 show up in fantastic form from top to bottom. Everyone looking like they're slotting right in to Hooksy's puzzle here, and he's taking the role of hype man. He's trying to get the squad activated. He's trying to make sure that they are well aware just how hard they are winning this game, and he's doing that not just by hyping up his team, but by screaming down the opposition. You saw moments of frustration from some Die Young. Monty fielding just one T-side round, and that might be all they get if they don't find this pistol. It is surely a done deal with G2 running away with Nuke. A map that they have had their struggles on as of late, and they might be about to completely change that. Hell of a redemption arc here for the G2 squad, but not the start they wanted in the pistol. This Monty T side still has some legs on it yet as they try to salvage this one-round game. The pistol is a necessity.
Oh, that's a big escape for STY. If he dies there, that can open up the chance to retake, but now it feels impenetrable on this A site. Got 4 players locked in position, and the bomb ticking in their favor as well. It's a spot for Nexa, but no chance here. Monty get to hold on to this game, get to try squeeze something out of a second half in the most dominant map we've seen from G2 yet.
Yeah, I think if you're Monty here, right, at bare minimum, you want your players to feel like they had a chance to play, right? Yeah. You want them to warm up a little bit before you're one map away from elimination. That's the bare minimum. The thing they're shooting for is that round-at-a-time comeback, but that's how you've got to take it at this sort of scoreline.
Talk about waking up too slow. That was Monty's problem on day one, right? They hadn't played an official in a month. They hadn't boot camped, almost 2 months, in fact. And day one against Gamer Legion, they couldn't field a T-side round. They couldn't get their foot in the door. Sure, they go on to eliminate Cloud9, a fantastic win there in 2 maps, no less. But that opening match, well, the ring rust did show for Monty, and it will once again, unless, as you say, they can get warmed on this T side. Just a couple of confidence-boosting rounds. We saw a smile out of Waro there after his P250 headshot. Keep in mind, Nico was besting him in Garage, in Hell. Monacy was finding those picks. Waro was getting silenced on CT side, so reassuring to see an opening kill, and Monty take their time.
Yeah, don't underestimate this force from G2.
Screams confidence, something that we haven't had in G2 yet.
Yeah, it also screams the 11-2 scoreline. When you're playing from this far ahead, you feel fine to take these sort of risks. In fact, you could even argue it's beneficial. It means you get to bring that AWP out that much sooner, and you have a chance to inflict early damage here and now.
You can just end the game on this force buy round right here, right now. Let's see if G2 can hold on that A site.
Hunter and Hooksy doubled up over towards the hut, trying to bait them into this CZ. 5-7 fires off, but Hunter plays his hand just a second too soon, and so that will be the downfall of this top site.
Nice patience from Monty there. They force Hunter to chase that kill when really he's just being set up to get swung upon and catch him off guard. It's not what G2 wanted out of that round, and it's everything Monty needed at this point in the game.
Still a very long way to go for Monty. These are nice signs early on the T side, and as we say, at minimum, you just want to feel like you get a few more players switched online, because for folks like Waro, you know, that first half just felt dire. He was constantly getting harassed down at Hell, very rarely got to don that AWP. oftentimes you'd see him there with a scout just getting bested by Monacy and was a frequent source of openers. You want him to get switched online. You want him to feel like as well he's got a bit of at least a bit of a read over the game, because I think Huxi was very switched on in terms of, bringing the heat with some good rotates, some good out-positioning of Monty throughout that first half.
The calling was sublime, right? Obviously, there's a lot of freedom when you have like Nico. I'm sure he's being very vocal about how he wants to play his position. He's getting down secret, he's getting in garage. But a lot of the setups and a lot of the fakes for G2's T side would have been called by Huxi, and they were perfect. Monty were getting read like a book. They were forced to walk into stacks. It was really nicely done from Huxi. So right now we are just waiting as Monty seemingly delay the inevitable. Let's see if they can give us a reason to believe this round should be clean.
Huxi, Zeus in heart. He's playing for someone to just come running his way. He's hoping he gets dealt a top site exec here, and he certainly could with how Monty is set up. They have all the makings of this main split.
With an A-stack, getting a 5-on-4 with an opening kill from the Zeus. That's how it could...
They're leaning ramp now, Hugo.
Yeah. Ooh, not the best smokes, but Warrow will take advantage, go right through. And Nico's waiting, but he's not really got the gun for the job. Warrow counts himself lucky. It's only a USP, and he'll catch Nico rotating out. As the ramp gets taken, Monty will just split B. This should be easy fourth round.
They even turn around and deal with this flanking through the lobby. So should just be able to mop up these pistols nice and easy, and they will do that. Keeping 5 alive is a nice sign for Monty. Don't lose anything extra there, but it's still so far to go in a match that should already be too far gone. There should be no hope for Monty here. And so this first rifle round really could shape it all. G2, as mentioned, one of the benefits of going for that force in the second is that when you finally bring the rifles out in round 4, you are 100% going to have that AWP. And Monacy will bring that out from the word go here.
Go for the door pick as well, but the nade stack, Monty, what a read. They blow him to smithereens at the start of G2's gun round. They just waited 4 to get this buy-in. And that's what happens. Nico will grab the AWP, tasked with holding outside. They trust in Huxi and Hunter on that top site. And Nexa, who's not really been needed, will be now in this round to perform. He spots them coming ramp, but they spot him. Headshot angle is ready. Nico holding it. Nice shot for Nexa. He won't drop off. He wants more, and he goes swinging. It's an ugly spray. Bro gets the trade, and Monty can drop B. They've already thrown smoke, so G2 have an early rotation.
Yeah, right now, Monty's problem is that they're very strung out across the map, right? No one's really in position to react quickly here, so they're going to have to regroup. This one's going to have to slow down.
Monty should read this, given the fact they've done outside smokes and they've got a ramp pick. They know that G2 will have someone lower at least. That weakens the top site.
I know usually you see Nico with an AWP, everyone hand starts sweating, you get nervous. This is just picked up from Monacy. Huxi gets the spot about this being the top side play. Can he lock in one?
Whoa.
Nico rings out with the AWP in the meantime. That was Warrow trying to flank Heaven. He was meant to be the safety net, but it might end up being the downfall of Monty here as Sumdai Young walks to his demise, and Huxi withstands that hit of the top site. He was in that all alone, and he's able to get out with a double kill with help from Nico on that AWP over at Hell. G2 steal that round away from Monty, and that's in spite of the man advantage residing with the Monty squad. The slowdown comes in, the crawl into that top site with the flank from Warrow. They had protocols in place, but entirely uprooted by the G2 squad.
Yeah, you raised the alarm bells very early. You said that Monty was split up, and well, it doesn't do them any favors in that round. We called it the inevitable. And it feels like now G2 are right there, ready to finish, and finish strong on their map pick. 12-4. At least Monty have everything they could need, but how will it be used? Ramp shadows often given away. Bro's going to hold for it. He gets no warning. He hits finds his shot. m0NESY creeping in with the AWP will get the trade and can block on the ramp side. G2 4 kills from a map in the pocket.
And what a statement as well, right, on a map that, as we've highlighted, has been a problem for this G2 squad. If teams have been looking to potentially punish pick this against G2, this is sending a big red flag. They've been putting in the hours, they've been putting in the work, looking to refine their nuke, looking to bring it back up to standard. And this would be one hell of a feat to accomplish, to land such a dominant win, to open up a must-win series for the reigning champs in Katowice. They want to do all they can to dodge elimination here. And this is one hell of a way to do it. Demka finds that one kill, but it's all come unraveled here for the Monty squad. Bomb down out in the yard. G2 looking to drive home a dominant win. It's just Waro, and just like how this ended so often for him out in the yard, with him falling, it's that again, but to close the game, chased down from the man outside. G2 open this up, looking lights out, hype across the board. A Hooksy hype man yelling and screaming at every round win. A good performance from the three-man star core that you expect to step up. And for someone like Nico and Hunter, these two have both had their struggles. That is a very reassuring start from G2.
Hey Future Pros, stopping an A-rush on nuke can be vital to your team's success. So let's look at the door molly, which is a staple piece of utility when playing the map. To throw this molly, you should always be the first one up the ladders to heaven. When at the top and while running, aim your crosshair at this point shown. There can be a bit of variance here, so don't worry about being 100% aligned, as you don't have a lot of time for this. Then keep running and throw the molly. Sometimes the Ts are committed to the A-rush, so be wary of a smoke extinguish, as this will be a good sign that the Ts are coming.
G2 absolutely sprinting through the first mile of this marathon. A suffocating T side to be starting on and leaving absolutely no room for Monty to feel comfortable at any moment. 13-4 is how this one does wrap up, Matthew. Exactly what we wanted to see from G2, getting a really quick, hot start to this map.
Yes, if you're a G2 fan, you finally have a sigh of relief, right? It's happening. Your team showed up and played Counter-Strike. They played the momentum-based CS that they know and love. Your individuals popped off. And I think some of the conditions that we painted ahead of this game materialized in front of our own eyes. We're talking about G2 winning a pistol round, not being reset, then having first-degree call Counter-Strike Hooksy based on momentum, and Monty just really took way too long to wake up.
And it looked like there was a very specific game plan behind G2's decision to go nuke, starting T-side on it, no less. And it looked like they had the explosiveness at the start of the round to get into a situation, and then they pumped the brakes. They slowed right down, and then what happened was Monty would be like down in player, down the map advantage, and they'd be like, okay, let's go, push around together, find out what's going on. And then they would walk straight into like Nico's crosshair, for example, and then
No, you're right, and the reason why this is happening is because there's been a conditioning. First gun round 4 right here. A double pump with 1 minute 17 seconds, so it's a very quick execute. We'll see it gets very uncomfortable for Monty. They're being pushed out of their position. We see a couple of utils being put from Nexa, and then the pathing from Hooksy here with the Mac 10. Everybody's just blind, burning. Monesi here, good with the trade as well. And this ties back to what you were talking about, Josh, right? If you're Monty, the reason you're getting a little bit antsy and impatient is because early on in the game, Hooksy has already proven to you that he can win a round early. So now you have to decide. Like, nothing's happening at 1 minute. Like, do we take the risk of that execute happening, or do we go for information and then we get punished?
It's also important that you pointed out the double pump, right? So they pumped the exec first. They threw the first set of utility, then nothing happened, and then the next set came, and that's where Monty was just like caught in it, and they couldn't really go anywhere. So the rest of the game, they're thinking, is this going to be a real hit? Is this going to be a double pump? Is this going to be a fake? And they're going to go somewhere else. So that is at the back of their mind. Every decision they make, everywhere they push, everywhere they rotate to, that's like, is it real? Is it not? Do I hold our spots? And that causes them to play a certain way, and they fell right into G2's game plan.
Definitely, and this is where I think Hooksy does his best work. And I know it might sound like a blanket statement, but it's not. I truly think that when Hooksy has an advantage, he knows how to call around it and to have that logic succession of blocks, the building blocks sort of. We have round 9 we can show you at home as well, because it encompasses what you were talking about, which is G2 putting pressure on Monty and then letting them react. See here, they waited until 33 seconds. They push Bro out of the ramp position. Monty getting comfortable. It's a bit claustrophobic. You don't even have a lot of map control. So what do? You get curious towards inside, and then bam, you have that double here. The little piece of cheese was there, but the cat was waiting. The box froze on you, and you are done, little mouse. And that's it. G2 with round 8, and it looks so easy, but there is a logic behind it. We have made you stressed. We have made you anxious, and now you get curious, and it kills you.
And to contextualize this further, this is off the back of the only round that we saw Monty netting on that CT side. Josh, it was so important for G2 to go, hell no, we're not letting you guys get any momentum on that CT side, and call a fast one on them once again.
Yeah, that first round that G2 gave up was them kind of working outside slowly and walking into the Waro op, and I think it was SDY with an AUG.
Yes.
And it's like, that's where Monesi went down, and then that's where the round fell apart. So G2, all they have to do is avoid slowing down into these big open areas and keep the pace up, and then keep Monty questioning what's going on. Because even though Waro was able to get his op out, it wasn't until, like, you know, I think round 4 was like the first time, but he only got the op out a couple times, and he got no impact with it, and he had no impact with the rifle.
And you talk about outside, and I also think the first very aggressive outside setup that Monty put together, they had this triple setup, right? Garage, one is under the silo, and one is about red box, and it didn't work out at all. Like, G2 were very careful and disciplined after they found the kill, still used the utility to flush them out. And from this point on, it almost felt like Monty gave up. They said, okay, you know, we forfeit outside. It's not going to be a place we contest. What did we see? We saw Nico getting into secret very fast into rounds. We saw Nico getting under heaven as well with a minute to play with. So yeah, Counter-Strike becomes hella easy because you have such map control that you can deduce, like, okay, outside is nothing, so they're probably pushing you ramp, they're probably pushing you inside or stacking it. They checked all the boxes needed to have a successful T-side early on in the first 6, and they pushed their advantage.
And it was both of the Kovac cousins to be showing up on this map, right? We demanded more coming in from Nico, coming in from Hunter, and they certainly delivered Matthew on the first map of this series.
I agree, and I think Hunter's number maybe tamed down a little bit towards the end, but if you think about a triple kill early on in the pistol round, that sets them up. That's exactly what's happening here. A+ for production right there. And then an anti-eco round, he's got a couple of easy kills, but I would argue in his position, good for you. Good for you. Get these sweet, tender USP kills that we absolutely long for when someone is a little bit out of confidence. Farm the hell out of them, and Nico as well. Good performance, better performance for someone that we get slightly worried about.
And I was actually thinking, like, into the second half, I'm like, is Monty actually going to be able to
Is it happening?
Is it going to happen? Are we going to go the distance? Is G2 somehow going to choke this? Because Monty's round conversions haven't been really good, and especially on their T sides, they've just been not able to get any success going. They have like a 20% win rate, so I'm like, is this going to somehow get flipped? Because all of Monty's success has been through their CT sides. It's been like, if they're going to win a round, they're getting the opening pick like 69% of the time, or just some like outrageous number. They are converting those rounds really well. So having a bad CT side is just like not a good start for these guys. And now they're going into a map 2, where if it's their map pick, the other team gets to pick which side they want to start. And if G2 decide, you know what, we're going to start T side on this map. But I mean, we never know.
Let's dive into that discussion in a moment, because we do have Shocks checking in with LMBT after an unfortunate start to this series.
Thank you very much.
All right, just got to talking to LMBT for a second. I asked what happened, and he just said, comms. It's the whole game. It's the whole problems. They're not working out, especially on this map. So that nuke pick from G2 definitely threw things into disarray. And he repeated it over and over. Comms. At this level, at the international level, we cannot be playing like that. So there we go.
Thank you so much for that insight, Shocks. You know what? I'm not surprised with the pace that G2 was delivering on that first map. I'm not surprised that things got confused, things got hectic, and just spun out of control.
And it's the change of pace that really kills you and the flow of your communication as a team. It will happen. If someone stresses you out and then slows down the pace, you cannot really find this healthy in-between where you stay active, you have that relay of information, that feedback loop. That's not happening. People fall silent in the team speak, and then the round is progressing. Nobody's making a decision. The way you avoid that is by being a little bit proactive and out there. But G2 had already established that if you do, we're going to punish you. So they fell into this sort of apathy that was an issue for them. And now you're talking about Vertigo. I'm not sure what side they're going to start on. If that's a CT side again, they might be just in the same position where the game is going to come to them, and they're going to have to manufacture some sort of momentum to get them going.
Just a quick note, they are going to be starting on the T side of things.
G2
so,
is? Or
Monty's going to be starting on the T side.
So that's where things get a little interesting. And as you pointed out, I think I remember someone wise saying you got to keep the comms flowing, right?
Must have been a good guy.
Must have been a great guy. So that's definitely something that you want to keep going. If anything falls behind, the comms will keep you going forwards, because just even talking about the plans, keeping your head in the game, thinking about what's going on instead of just falling into this trap of just being like, oh no, we're playing so bad. What is this? Like, that's when, you know, if you're mentally defeated, that's it. If people aren't feeding information so that other people can make good plans and react for themselves, then everything falls apart. But Vertigo, I mean, Monty, notorious for not having the greatest T-sides, and now they have to start T-side on Vertigo. This is going to be really tragic.
And they have to do it right here, right now, because potentially last chance saloon here for Monty at IEM Katowice 2024. Their map pick of Vertigo awaits after this break.
Colt's gonna jump across. Oh my God! Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Luna's looking. Big Snowby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it. His first grand final. Let's get it on! Reacts faster twists. Oh, baby, what is that?
Alright then, roster roulette with the boys. You got 6 chips in front of you, and you're going to place the amount of chips.
Is the number of roster changes that team will make by the end of the year. How many roster changes for Monty? All right, 2 from Madden, 2 from Sampias, 2 from Magisk, 5 from Snappy?
I have no idea.
I think they're very underrated, to be fair. They don't get invites to anything. They grind their way to everything. They have no partner invites.
I think they will just get ripped apart eventually. Like, I think players will get bought out. Like, if there's changes in Na'Vi, there's 3 Ukrainians that is attractive there.
Cool, Krasnow, going for
Minus
it.
Krasnow. And being this highly ranked is very impressive. Like, when they come to one of these tournaments, they have to perform. Otherwise, they're just dropping rankings.
Like, I don't know that much about them. Could only see maybe one change happening. And also, it's a team that is very likely that someone gets picked up from.
It's kind of like when with us in Ents, like when we had too much success compared to like the size. Like, I think this could be a similar case where they will just get eaten up.
Yeah, I also can put one.
Many teams were interested before Katowice of our players, but anything can happen. We will see in the future.
Like Samdayang, Vora, and DMQ, I know they have a really good relationship, like those 3 guys. Like, and I think they want to continue playing with each other. And obviously, if the results are not going as good, I think they will just change Bro and Krasnal. And there is a lot of young talent and good players from Ukraine, so they might go fully national team.
Okay, seems like we've reached a consensus on Monty.
what you read, not all words are the same. Not everything you see, you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, no, 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 but you wish, babe. Took out the trust like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Snap the C on the pictures, they flash on the page. Now they're pleading on the fifth and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets the gamekeepers hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake. We are not the same, so go take your license. Plastic and products left in a box with nothing to promise. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife.
Stone-faced looking Waro 2K. He knows the mammoth task that Monty have to embark upon. On the other side, it's G2 a map up right now. And one map away from continuing their run through this lower bracket we painted today as a battle of attrition, and G2 looking to complete this run quickly. They've shown up in good form. A fire was lit under G2. And Monty, they just might be the tinder to the flint of this G2 squad. Can they swipe right to success here on this second map?
Yeah, and now we go from lost streaks for G2, which is how they entered Katowice on Nuke, to win streaks for both teams. 5 in a row for G2, 8 in a row for Monty. So something to fall back on at least. They're going to have the depth on this map, and they're going to need it starting T-side of Vertigo.
Let's get into it then, shall we? Monty, I think they are looking for a pistol round here. They need a pick-me-up. They need something to look forward to. And so getting off to a hot start, that would matter so much for a team that arrives stone cold to that last map. But Hunter immediately puts them in caskets. 2 dead up on the short side. It's Bro and Some Die Young run down by the USPs. But there's something. There's that glimmer of hope. Might just get extinguished as Waro falls. Demka left up in this one alone. And he brings it down to the 1v1.
Oh, it's read well. Demka doesn't even fake it out. He just pulls knife and he runs to that B-bomb site, knowing Hooksy was on the big flank. Perfect read, and he's going to have position as well in the post plot. Bomb going down, taking the P2K and into the 1v1 where Hooksy is now on the clock. Demka sits back, he waits for steps, he waits for information, but deep down he knows exactly where Hooksy's coming from. Call's been made, spot's been had. Hooksy in the back of the site. Demka playing with his food right now, and now Hooksy has to rush him down.
This could be the mental boost for Monty. This could be more than just the 1v2 victory out of Demka. This could mean so much more than that, and he holds on to it. So a hot start for Monty as they lock in the pistol, and that just might re-energize this squad, give them a little bit more to fight with, a little bit more presence of mind. LMBT mentioned that comms were the problem. They looked deflated in the player cams. They looked out of it across that first map. But with a stellar clutch out of Demka, will that bring Monty back into the fold?
It has to, right? This is elimination on the line. You can see what it means to Some Die Young screaming. They know just how important this map is to get them back on track, to take them to Anubis, their most played map of 2023, where they can feel most comfortable in this series. Got to drag us there. Nice, easy second round for Monty. But it was never going to be too tough. Now it shall. G2 come in with a full rifle round. m0NESY won't be AWPing. It's too early days for that.
And, you know, here's the thing. If Monty had started this game all downtrodden and just kind of getting churned through immediate flashbacks to all of Nuke, I think this could have very easily been a done deal. But now, a chance for them to be the pace setters. They have this T-side opener, and sure, they've struggled on T-sides, but I think the fact that they get to set the pace, that can make all the difference here. And so with an early 2-round lead, if they come out ahead in this first rifle round, suddenly it's G2 playing from the back foot, playing from behind. That starts to remove options. Yeah, Monty start to build that confidence, that faith up in their game plan.
Let's see what that looks like if G2 are on the back foot, because we've seen them dominantly, you know, continue their strong T-side on Nuke, but we never saw them really tested in that game, aside from a rifle round here and there. It's a nice fake on A. It keeps 3 players here as Hunter sits inside of the sandbag smoke, and it's only Nexa on this B bomb site. When Vertigo got added to the pool, he was playing in G2. He was a rock-solid anchor on B, but it's been a long time since those days. He's got to hold strong. Good first kill. The smoke gives him room to escape as well. Monty are flooding in.
I mean, Nexa basically got a free ride on that first map. Here, he's spammed out after 1, but he at least buys ample time for the rotates and keeps the numbers looking pretty for G2. They flood this bomb site. They overwhelm Monty. And so it's a lovely first rifle round, a good foot put forward from the G2 squad. They are decisive in that call.
Yeah.
And they bring everyone back around. So even though that fake worked for a moment, they are all there to flood down Monty on that attempted take of the B bomb site.
Yeah, it's nothing flashy, but Nexa does his job. He gets a kill, he gets out, and pushes back in with his team. It's HooXi who comes up big with a double kill, not even letting that bomb get planted, and that puts Monty with money in mind. It's a Krieg, 2 Deagles, 2 AKs. Or the closest thing to an AWP. Break. But Nico can't catch one. There's no one peeking behind that smoke. As the fade comes in, Demko going to start to move back up the ramp. He can get popped through here. Actually, he can't. He's the only one with a flash, but he takes a space anyway. G2 reset and double aggress back on short. Hunter ready to block at a moment's notice. And Monty starting to group and amass on the ramp.
It's a fairly safe way of playing it from Hunter. You just got to hope you don't get domed on this first jiggle, but he's going to drop that smoke in early. And the first sign of util from Monty.
Oh, this is a nice move.
And the mid-round boost. Gonna throw a man up. Up you go, Nico. And down he comes. Doesn't want to hang around up there for too long.
I wonder if that's misinfo, because it's actually Monty just delaying there for a moment, but they're still here, and you can see that G2 have gathered that info and rotated out. They've moved m0NESY to middle. So while they can still play retake on A, it's not an issue. It's not like G2 really have the util to play like a solid retake round. It's just HooXi with a molly. Maybe that goes in sandbags, but you'd love a smoke or an opening kill. Nico will provide instead, looking to end the round on his own terms. 2 openers. Sure, plant the bomb. You're not going to get much further.
And he just looks so much better today, does Nico. Really rising to the occasion. Hunter in there alongside him, and it's these two that you needed performances from. Wow. They provide. Nico goes on a tear to shut down that assault of the A site. 3 kills from him, 2 from Hunter. That's what you want out of these guys, and that's what's been missing for G2 to get them to this position.
Yeah, that's why you give him the AK as well. Clinical headshots for Nico. Misses awkward timings on what was seemingly a guaranteed kill, but then he goes on to find a triple, and Hunter the last 2. A full house from the Kovac cousins. The killers of G2, and they've been doing that all day. Right now, looking like no weak link. This chain will not snap under the pressure that Monty put on it. Pistols out now.
And You know, I think it's good to look at this early, right? We saw a lot of moments of frustration from Some Die Young there on that first map, and the player cams, he was pretty animated, but it was all very negative energy, right? Like he looked a little out of it. He looked a little mad. He started this one 0-3. Usually he's one of the star pieces for this Monty squad, and oftentimes a very dependable player. So you hope that he can get back into the fold. In this round, he's going to try tee them up with some flashes out through mid. As Monty play it grouped. It's going to come down to Hooksy just to get this info. If he can get one, duck out of there, not fall prey to this push out in the mid, that's fantastic. So yeah, just dropping down, doesn't spot that player over the connector, so will get run down by Bro. That's a Glock kill. Gets a little awkward now with a missed shot out of Monacy. No. How much more risky can this get? They've just seen Some Die Young. Oh, sorry, buddy. In this corner, Nico will rein him in and finishes it with a tap.
That was the most beautiful, ugly round I've ever seen. You know, that should not have gotten so close. Monacy lets Bro get past, but Hooksy didn't see him in the break, even though he was 1 health coming over Con. So a little bit scary for G2, but a couple of casualties otherwise contained. Monty aren't going to get a plant, they aren't going to get what they were looking for. Even Hooksy's confused. I thought you were covering me, man. But it's fine. It's all under control. Bye round out.
Gets a little tap from Taz just to tell him, you know, cool off. We win the round, it's fine.
It's an anti, you're okay.
So that's good, you know, you don't want Hooksy's energy to spiral. I want to keep that positive mindset. Feels like it's been working wonders for G2.
And Monacy's making moves. He is deep in middle. Some Die Young, this is such a nice off angle. He's not holding on the generators. Oh, he moves in at the perfect timing. Monacy barely sees him there. His head is removed, and Hooksy making that swap makes it clear there's another man in middle. Means Monty won't have the AWP at least. Gun for the job. And a re-smoke on ramp. That will bloom and cover the entire thing.
Yeah, the waterfall smoke leaves that route up through short open. That's why you can see G2 taking the precaution to molly it now. Nico's going to play close on this smoke fade. He wants to fight this. He's got support from Hunter. It was these two that uprooted the last A play. But on this fade of the smoke, there's too many bodies, too many players. I think Hunter does really well to get out with a double. About all you could have asked for there. But now it's going to come down to Hooksy on the Monacy AWP. We'll find out if Monacy's all blessings have rubbed off on Hooksy, and they have not. A missed shot leaves it all on Nexa, who just might have something to say before this round is through.
Got a molly.
Doesn't play for it, instead just creeps up, uses this time to get a little closer to Krasnal, and deals with him. Nexa stands tall, didn't really need him back on Nuke, didn't really have much to show for, but that 1v3 there puts Monty in the dirt. A heartbreaking round to lose if you're Monty. You think you've done all the heavy lifting right here when you get past the double ramp play. And that's where Nexa arrives on the scene, pulls up with a 1v3.
And that just keeps vibes so good right now, because G2, they need that round to not spiral, to not have Monty trade back and forth rounds and have a competitive map. They want to, again, dominate the series. They want to make Vertigo as quick as Nuke. And Nexa, best round from him, all Katowice long. It will keep G2 in control of this game. Bomb did get planted. Monty just about squeeze a buy-in. But it's come at a cost. Lacking util, they're going for dry contact mid-fights. Hooksy's ready on an off angle. He's got a double peek, but Hunter gets headshot. Nice entries for Monty. A 3-on-4. Nexa, does he want to move ahead of this util? Does he buy it? Because they're grouping B. Bro leaves as well. If Nexa flanks, this is fantastic timing. And Monty, they do get that B bomb site. Nexa's going to hear it. It will make him double back, wanting to try and stop this bomb plant with a Molotov. But we're going to need everyone here for G2 right now.
Doing a good job of just buying some time. Allows Monacy to move in and lend a helping hand. Nexa's even making a play here around the smoke, but they're holding on for it. And so that's a nice, easy kill delivered to Monty on the jump up. This one will not be a heroic G2 round, surely.
Yeah, Monacy needed to connect something there, right? He had a couple of chances on the cross, but with no kills coming in, it was not meant to be. And Monty, despite a difficult previous round to lose, one that may hit you hard in the head, they recover strong with some entries out middle and then just a B walk. I'm going to go hunting. I mean, damage here will be consequential. And Monty does not allow it. 3 for Monty. Back in the game.
Holding on to both these guns paramount, right? Thanks to Monacy, you're going to be able to drop 2 guns off of him, and then Nexa can buy his own. So it lets G2 stay competitive here, in spite of that round moving very fastly past them. Monty do really well to get past this double mid setup. It's easier said than done. You can see the angles like weren't stellar to allow that double peek at the exact same time, but as you're swinging Hooksy, you're going wide on that. They do well to deal with the double mid setup. It's certainly a nice sign from this Monty T side.
Yeah, he'll take 2 for 1.
And this is that moment again, similar to what we had back on Nuke after Monty got their first round. You have a chance here to break the momentum if you're Monty. You have a chance to break the money at G2, and so suddenly you would be the ones in pole position. You're the ones applying all that pressure.
Wow.
But it relies on winning this round, and that is a beautiful way for it to have started. Hunter teed up with flashes, teed up with util. He strikes while the iron's hot and takes that 5v4.
Burning for Monty. They double nade Nico, and he still sets up Hunter with a flash kill. Sandbags has been bullied a bit by Monty in this game already. G2 still continue to play it, but they don't even get punished, not really. Nico can certainly get more done on this health. Monty forced out of B, or A rather, they go back to what really has to be a B execute. They've got enough util, but only 1 Molotov, and Nexa, probably not his position. It's more likely going to go at quad or default, so he has a potent spot to play in this round. You'll notice bombs going back. They're going to try and fake out this B bomb site. And crawl up A, perhaps. No nades go out at B. They assure that G2 don't get aggressive. And they know wherever they go, they're walking into 2 players. This is no exception.
Yeah, I think when you see you've got all this real estate up at top ramp, you would rather contact than throw in those B nades and not commit to a push. I think at that point it becomes obvious to G2 what the game plan is. Monacy on a tight angle here.
Won't miss this.
Nails that shot to Sundar Young. The rest of Monty are forced up through the ramp side, but they got to flush out this orb. 7 seconds, it's down to the wire, and G2 playing to deny. That sprint through the smoke out of Hunter sees G2 continue streaking these rounds together.
And it's rounds and moments like that where you kick yourself because you know your intuition, your gut is right. Monty know they were going to get pushed on the smoke. They pull the bomb, and then they go back for the plant, but that's it. As soon as Hunter comes through, disastrous. You can't even trust yourself. You're doubting every play you make. And the scoreline is slipping further and further away from Monty.
And it's this, man. It's exactly like back on Nuke, how losing that one chance they had to kind of regain control of the money, to try exert a bit of pressure the other way. That really is going to come back to haunt them here, as now they're just down to pistols, and so this scoreline is destined to grow further apart. This now means Monty likely to be on the back foot throughout the remainder of this first half. Going to have a hero Galil out for Demka. And so he has to stand and deliver with it.
Nice lineup to get insta-gap smoke there. You'll see it bloom very quickly as Monty come gunning up ramp. Well, I say that, it goes up the map. Monty, either way, are running up the ramp side. They don't worry about short. They've only got 1 smoke. They're going to have to overwhelm G2 here in the site.
Yeah, that missmoke a little awkward here for G2.
Hasn't
usually gives you a bit more options to try and fight for this control, denies that fast run up through the short side, and it's because they're here so quickly. The Hunter is blindsided. Demka's Galil finds one. Monacy trying to make this stand, and he returns the advantage to G2 with the double, but he is low, out of the action now. Someone else should have to be this hero.
Lucy's been good for it. He's had some great rounds in this game. Monty gets spam bomb. Nade comes in a little bit too late. They do escape, just about squeezing around the corner. 2-on-3 here. And there's no kit right now. There should be one down somewhere in the site. It would be on short side. G2 got to get a move on.
Demka peeking first. Tap on the bomb. Will he take the bait? Swings on up, and now that he's lost Warrow, he's got to play for the clutch. He's got to play on his lonesome. m0NESY might be low, but he's the one to reel this in with 4 off of that AWP, and he's at 3 health for the final 2. Still playing with the confidence of a full health player. And with the performances he's given us here in Katowice, he's got good reason to do so. Doesn't miss a beat on that AWP.
Yeah, it's the kind of performance in a group stage. If he keeps it up and G2 make a run, it's an MVP level performance, right? He just has to be consistent, and obviously G2 have to keep picking up these W's. I say keep. They're 1 for 1 right now, looking to get another notch. They need 2 today to qualify for the spot egg. Up against Gamer Legion or Heroic as well, as taking Monty's scalp. But m0NESY has come into Katowice in lightning form. His breakout event a couple of years ago. Back-to-back finals for this guy. Monty, they've crept up, but G2 almost every time have had double short. If it's not the AWP, it's Hunter and it's Nico. This time they look aggressive.
Demka's already ahead of that smoke. That's designed to stop anyone creeping up through the short side, but he plays past it.
Oh, I like that.
Quick boost assembled, but nothing given over yet. Still a bit of a feeling here for G2, that creeping silence across the map. They leave m0NESY at B-side solo, but it's only the tag to Kraz now. That's actually a huge deal, losing m0NESY in that clean of a fight over towards B. G2 don't really know where this one's looking to end up right now. Monty are assaulting both bomb sites, and so it's going to come down to the individuals here, piecing it together for G2. Nico dead over at short, and that's the bomb spotted, but it's only HooXi left standing, and he is worlds away from this A-bomb site.
He used his nade to try and finish off that low player that m0NESY tagged, but there's 3 tagged up Ts, and he's not in position to stop that plant either. They plant for CT, they're going to take control, they're going to try and crunch on HooXi here and not let him live with the gun. He's gone, and Monty are back in with a round. Every now and then they come through with a clean one. That will keep their heads above water, avoiding drowning in this T side.
Yeah, and they do a great job of making that super stressful for the G2 squad. It starts with that tag out of m0NESY, and then as Hunter's trying to kind of rein in the A control a little bit, just trying to play for that info in a stressful situation when B goes dark, he learns that there's still players A-ward bound, and so G2 never really knew what was happening there. That momentum break a few rounds ago, Monty have a chance at it here and now, right? They break the money as a result of how close these last few rounds have been. And so this is their route to look to make a T-side they can be proud of come through. 5 rounds should be a guarantee.
They're running this.
Morris holding. Oh, HooXi! That's a HooXi peak right there. Swings it wide, but reined back in by Kraz now. A beautiful spray, well controlled, and the flank shut down.
That's still that USP tap. At least they get the AWP out of there. There's nothing to do for Nico, hoping they reset B and he gets some nice deagle fights, but Monty lift themselves up right at the end of the half, look for a 5th at bare minimum. G2 saved for this. Gonna play for the even half. Got to give it to Monty for not crumbling under the might of G2, not just after that first map, but also the way this one began. The 1v3 clutch from Nexa. Monty immediately get around after it. Even though G2 still trade back to their favor, Monty are not going down without a fight today. That is commendable. But I don't know, Harry, is it just me that feels like it's inevitable for G2 in this series with the way they began it? Am I getting ahead of myself?
You know.
It's G2.
There's certainly all the win conditions there for G2, right? Like strong performances from your kind of 3-man star power core. But Monty, you can never underestimate them. And if there's one thing teams had to learn throughout 2023 especially, that was the case. You can never sleep on this squad, and sure, they might have arrived a little cold in Katowice without all the practice time, without all the officials under their belt. But this is a team that don't just want to buckle under the pressure. They want to show something in Katowice at least.
Is in a great position. They're going to just pause here. They have so much ramp control. This is the first time they've got this much control without having to fight, 2 or 3 players. G2 actually having to be forced to play passive, re-clear their middle, make sure there's no backstab, and Monty just leave Demka in position to play late. Even Warrior taking swings with the orb right now. And G2 are a little bit paranoid that, hey, maybe this is a fake. They're going to go back for a B hit. That's not the case. This is set up to be a Monty round with the amount of util they have, the amount of room they have. Even Monacy's not here to thin the herd. It's just Hunter with a FAMAS. G2 would have to pull off the most miraculous retake of this series so far. That molly's good, but it only buys a few seconds, or Plant will come in. And at the end of the half, Monty, everything in their power to even it up.
Yeah, this is a gift of a spot to be in. You even have a re-smoke available on Krasnal just to slow down this retake from G2 in a round where they can't afford to go slow. Little bit of util for the other side. Smoke and a molly. You can use this to shut down some of the available angles, make life a little easier for yourself, but they fight it dry, and that's a decision they come to regret. Monty looking for 6 at the end of this half, and Monacy locked out of it. Denied that tear in the clutch. Monty successfully tie this game up. They've still got more fight in them.
Three rounds remaining in this first half. Chance still for Gamer Legion to steal away a lead before they switch sides.
Well, a little quieter now from Nerds, as they have to take the time out and listen to the likes of Saw, who stands behind him. And now Gamer Legion looking to break apart the economy game, because Heroic had a lot of money to buy into this one. They'll still have enough to get out Force Bite despite losing this. But it's a journey that Gamer Legion want to undertake on the CT side of pushing into the lead somehow. And that smoke goes out from T-Spawn to the window. Great catch from JRAS. And Snacks is now looking up into the apartments. That gives away the AWP has started towards B. Snacks does not get the kill. In fact, no one goes down in that early engagement.
Yeah, but with that early aggression in the B halls as well, Teslas and Nerds are like, all right, cool, we'll push out mid. They've got mid control at the moment. Isaac and Kiaz rotating over to Catwalk as we speak, and with 2 players there, you want to be at least somewhat aggressive. They're going to go for a boost. Over the double stack. Beautiful, beautiful shot from Tess's. Acor not ready for the push out of the smoke, and it's all Volt.
Yeah, from Sandwich, he has to be the meat, but it doesn't really work at all. Overwhelmed, overrun, and it looked awkward, really. You know, Acor hopping up and down on Ticket, couldn't get away. The timing just didn't favor him in that fight, and looks a little silly in the end as it is Heroic pushing forward into the lead further.
Yeah, they just win everywhere on the map they choose to take a fight.
Yeah.
That broke down quick.
It really did. And it's a bit awkward here for Gamer Legion. They've got to keep these 2 players up. Kios and Snacks must survive, and it looks like they absolutely will, given the positions inside of the B bomb site. So they'll have an AWP, they'll have an AK. But it's more important that that residual cash left over in the bank account of Snacks and Kios is available, because now they can drop weapons to their teammates. They can get a good buy still in the next round, and they've got to focus up again. That round has to be just a blip on the radar. But only 2 rounds left to gather up here in this half. Gamer Legion could...
Monty do not want to go quiet into that good night. They are raging back against G2 right now. Couple of key moments go their way, and they're able to put up 6 on their T side for a squad that underwhelmed us on day 1, posting only 3 T side rounds across a series. This is one hell of a recovery, but they're going to need a lot more fight still in them. If they win this, there's another map coming down the pipeline, and that's before one more series to lock in a Spodek appearance.
Oh, we don't wait long, do we? Crunch in middle. G2 take both kills, and this round is basically theirs on a platter. They fake the footsteps, they reset. A good call to group again and make sure they're going as a unit. Even if they do go middle, get your bearings right. Figure out exactly how you want to play this. Bro has to go ham here. He's got Demka setting him up with a jiggle. This is as good as the setup was ever going to get for Monty, but they've got no control on that B site. That seems like the goal for G2.
Yeah, this round is now Demka or Bro go absolutely huge, or Monty go broke. This pistol going against them, and with Bro chased down, Demka trying to do what he can. He taps out one, but this should be the end of the line as he's thrust into this impossible clutch. They'll chase him down. They look for him, giving him chances only to strip them away. It's G2 starting strong in the pistol.
Feels like Monacy has like double armor, dude. When he's low health, it makes no difference. You can't put him out. You can't stop him. 3 kills for Monacy in that pistol round. And G2 come through with a crucial one, giving them the momentum shifting at the end of that first half. And Monty starting to take control on their T side. G2 respond immediately. They want to make this quick and clean. As we said, a long day in the office for the victor of this series. Why make it 3 maps? Monty would argue that point. Because I think, Harry, if we get to Anubis, it's a very different ball game. It's a weathered G2, and it's a most played map for Monty, where they have their deepest playbook, where they impressed everyone at Paris, mostly on Anubis.
But that's the big if, isn't it? Can they take them there? If they do, it's all up in the air. Monty with their CT force become a bit of a signature of this squad throughout Katowice. Always keen to throw them in.
Yeah, probably the only team we've seen do it consistently every single time, every situation, any scoreline. But right now, they're locked out of B, and that's very hard to get back into.
Warrior's done great damage on this scout, but there's no way for Monty to know about it, and so I think they will end up saving here, right? They themselves are kind of shambling around, pretty wounded. Krasdal hurting, Warro as well. And so the best case here is just to get out with these guns, and you essentially get a second attempt at this force buy in the next round.
If Monty weren't so low, they know they've done some damage. They would, amass and try and group on them. The benefit here is G2 have to exit T-spawn, so that's exactly where Monty's playing, trying to lock these guns out. G2 can stay here and survive for the most part, and if anything, it's just worth not giving your guns over. That's the biggest trick here for G2. So G2 tuck in, they keep those rifles standing, and Monty get one more try at this force buy.
Even this though, like that save applies a lot of pressure to G2 early on. They have to approach this next round almost as though they're playing up against a full buy, right? Like you've got a decent amount of armament for Monty to play with. Demka even, investing further, bringing out an M4, dropping his MP9 over.
Gotta believe.
And, this is a team that, are trying to kind of cook up new solutions to the money in CS2.
It's like the opposite of VP, right? Instead of reserved, it's all in. It's play for every round. It's give nothing away for free. Monty will fight till the last possible chance. Good dig through the smoke. Nico put back. Hooksy still gets yellow, and he's going to be told he's going to tell them to leave him here and play late in the round. Let G2 make some noise on that B bomb site, go for an exec perhaps. Shuffling their util over. It's only Bro here right now. Hooksy hoarding CTs on that side. Bro makes a step and he's been spotted. He might not even escape here. Trapped out behind green. G2 are here with a vengeance.
Ooh, the initial fights come up trumps though for Monty. 4-on-3, and suddenly G2 are reconsidering. But the thing that's awkward here is that Hooksy started to leave his position over on A. He wasn't prepared for this to go so wrong. And so as he goes back in up short, he needed that kill. Suddenly the Monty Force Spy is massively favored as G2 are locked out all across the map, and there's no solutions from Nico. It's Monacy or bust. 1v4. Now's the time to show why this guy's worth 600k.
Only that? Well, it might just be the save here. 18 seconds. Waro comes in with a swing. Monacy takes a tag, and Demka will finish it off with that found rifle. Puts 2 on the board for Demka. Big buy, and that's why Monty throw everything they have into that Force Spy save. They break G2 earlier than expected, and after an expensive previous round as well. It's going to have consequences. That's why we see G2 immediately time out. This game now a round's difference.
And this is, you know, Monty's sort of aggressive purchases in these second rounds at its best. You've certainly seen it at its worst, where they don't find this level of impact, where they don't get out with a save, they don't restrict their opponent. And you see how that one, you know, it comes undone a little bit, but it still allows for those earlier AWP buys and whatnot to come out. This is it at its best. It's kept the pressure on for G2. It's forced a timeout out of them.
I think one of Hooksy's like biggest individual problems, I feel like when he's in those positions, you always see him walking into angles. It's not the stutter stepping, it's not the hard clearing. Obviously, he thinks he has more room than he does, so he's just using the most efficient method of getting space in terms of time. But when you walk into an SMG, rather than peek into an SMG, well, that's exactly what happens. And that makes all the difference for G2 in that round. 2 rifles. Gonna get popped in the middle. Hooksy, once again, dead first. Misnade, inconsequential here. Waro is able to get out safely off of that boost. Keep that 5-on-4 intact. Monty making the most of this opportunity afforded to them. And I think Bro's got some spot here. He knows Hunter's in position. He's gonna try and close that distance. Hello, Hunter, and goodbye. It always was meant to be about Monacy and Nico in this round, but now it's really only Monacy and Nico.
And as they go out mid, look at the Monty rotate. Look at this lean back, a great read on what G2 can possibly attempt next. The only gap was over here in mid, and it's quickly been plugged. Waro 2K stands tall. A multi-kill from the captain. Not only performing individually, but poising his teammates there to deal with that mid-split. And so I think really now, the thing that makes this interesting is that we're getting these nicer reads out of Waro. Back on Nuke, he felt lost. The whole team felt lost, and he had to focus a lot on just trying to up his own individual game. But here, the pieces are aligning. Waro's starting to have his read, starting to have his moment. The aggressive purchase pays off the top of the half. And so now Monty, first time in the series, they're about to find themselves in a really good spot. Looking to rip the lead out from G2. And right near the tail end of Vertigo, it's perfect timing for it. An all-in play up through the B-ramp and a mow-down from Bro. He slaughters those first men in, and Sundai Young will finish the job. So Monty up 9-8 as G2 bring out the guns. If they win this next round, they are sprinting towards that finish line.
Yeah, sprinting towards Anubis. Monty really have made the most of this matchup and of this map specifically. Oh dear, even Monty missing the smoke that G2 did in the first half as well. It's not the end of the world right now. It's all on this full buy for G2.
I want to say, I think that's twice in a row they've missed that. So definitely be sure to keep an eye on if that ever comes back to haunt Monty.
Well, don't throw this time. A more standard smoke. It's G2 covering gap. Demka goes for a break peek. And the nade will go in even deeper, but G2 with that space taken. There's 3 CTs here, all ready to fight, coming through the smoke. Nico's dead, the flash has nothing to Waro. Oh, he doesn't see, Hooksy gets right by with a double kill. Krasnau tucked in his sandbags. He has a route to escape over the smoke, trying to fight Monacy. And his own game is a headshot. It's not enough, he goes back behind the sandbags. Monacy doesn't know. For all it's worth, he may have escaped. G2 are telling themselves they have no util to break this out, but the pressure is too much. Krasnau comes swinging with a flash. push, and he will fall. G2 squeeze the advantage out, and they can go back.
Yeah, I think it would have been very easy to get caught up in the chaos of that round with the frantic work up through ramp. But G2 need to capitalize on the blinder that Hooksy has given them to open this, right? That double was crazy. As they move up into the B site, 2 players already in position for Monty. Once more, 1 step ahead of the G2 squad. Bomb plant naded, brought down a little lower. Hunter softened up and chased down. No mercy from Monty as Nexa caught out in no man's land. And the celebration is epic because Monty know the impact that winning that one has. They're a man down. Hooksy double entries up through ramp. They're on the back foot, and so it hinges on having the read and nailing it in that 2-on-3, and they deliver on both fronts.
Yeah, G2 try and pull the wool over their eyes. They walk the entire way back, but eventually that timing breaks. They have to start sprinting, and Monty Hero from middle, they both set up. Perfect clutch. Nexa pulled out a 1v3 last time. He couldn't close the 1v2 here. And with Nico dead first, it falls on a new addition. Monty make mincemeat of him, 10-8. G2 not with the utility to long out around, not with the AWP at all in this T side. And no time to get comfortable. After that force buy in round 3, breaks G2's money. They have not had a round since. 3 smokes, a molly, a flash, and a minute and a half on the clock. This is suboptimal for G2. Will Hunter go checking for bro? If he does, SDY will swing, but he needs to clear the first man out, and he can't win that fight. It gets better for Monty by the second. G2 crawl towards the ramp. It's a passive round for once. Monty, you'll notice they're holding on to nades. They have 3 HEs. I wonder if that's a call here to let G2 execute, only to blow them to smithereens. We don't even have enough smokes for G2 to actually throw a full exec.
Yeah, they're going to have to do the classic smoke left side, try walk up through the short gap.
Monty have the numbers to risk fighting this before the bomb goes down. Warriors even scope with the AWP in heaven. This is such a difficult situation for G2. You feel like Monty are ready for this.
They're just going to try and walk it through the front of the ramp. Missed shot from the Monty AWP. It's info gained. Warrior keeps throwing himself back in for more, but a couple of misses. Can this be a way back in for G2? There's those nades you talk about, and they rain in. They find Nexa. Nico dead, fighting from ramp side, and Hooksy left up all alone. Bomb plant is for him, but what are you expecting to do here? The captain in real rough waters, and he is overran, overpowered by the Monty retake. Very well put together round there. They shut down Hunter over towards the extremities at B, and then they immediately regroup over towards A.
And this is no longer the G2 that we had in the first map.
Yeah, there's no questioning that Waro has kind of started his dominion over the game now. He's out calling the G2 squad. He's out positioning them. He's called good rotates here, good stacks, especially in situations where Monty find themselves on the back foot. The bomb plant at least gives G2 something to hold on for. That last buy, it had its limitations. It felt desperate. This one is the same. You're going all in. It's going to leave you with only a handful of utility between these players. But for G2, it's a matter of necessity because this game is getting away from them. And that promise of a third map in what you were hoping was going to be a very quick series if you're the G2 squad now lingers in the back of your mind.
We just need to see more util use for G2 early, right? Like they're losing picks, they're walking into Monty players without flashes. One lands here, but it's too late. Monty make a read, by the way. They start 3B and attempt to fight for that stairs control, but G2's flash does make them hesitate. Either way, they hit a leg and they know about it. Hunter's down on his last legs. Back at sandbags for Demka. A molly and an HE available, but do you want to use this so early? Monty gonna fight for ramp. They regress through the smoke. No flash, no problem, because Monty absolutely rid G2 from the ramp.
Yeah, Nico swinging the top side wide, but he's got to stand tall alone, and Warren will not let that happen. This AWP might have missed in the last A exec, but this time it is hitting right for Monty.
These are just desperate calls for G2. Look at the last couple of rounds. They're running through smokes. They're playing B spawns before the flashes even pop. They are just throwing themselves at Monty, and Monty are happy to receive. So much firepower on this roster. So willing to take fights. And just look at how G2 gets shredded in seconds. At 120, the round is over.
Yeah, it feels like the wheels are off the wagon for G2, but it's not about G2 anymore. It's about Monty. It's about this recovery arc that we've seen them embark upon. Dismal first map. Nothing to show for it. LMBT talking about how comms were a problem, players in their heads. But that's not the case anymore. This walk up through shore, it looks like a blessing for Hooksy, but nothing found. And Mo drives it home, executing 2 out through mid. This one a done deal. This one over. And Monty, don't ever let G2 in on this T side, with the exception of that pistol round. They might be about to win every single rifle round. And that is a statement in and of itself. Repelling a G2 that looked in form, that had all the win conditions lined up after that start on Nuke. But they do it cleanly here on Vertigo. They are not ready to give up. Today was always going to take a monstrous effort from whoever earns that spot in the spot deck, and Monty is showing that they are prime candidates right now as they force us onto a third.
Hey Future Pros, I have a really cool nade set you can throw to help you advance onto the A side on Vertigo. You will need a smoke, molly, and a flash for this one. For the left side smoke, get into this corner of the sandbags. Aim at this point on the scaffolding. Then jump through the smoke. For the short molly, look to the corner of the black rectangle. Crouch down and jump throw the molly. Finally, a flash to help your teammates take short. Aim along this line just below this horizontal section. Run forward and jump throw the flash. A very nifty nade set here, and a fairly simple one on top of that.
Life without reason is no life at all.
Monty with a crucial bounce back, as they are the ones to be running away with Vertigo. This series goes the full distance to decide who simply keeps their heads as the groups do come to a close at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. And talk about a palpable response coming out of Monty, Josh.
Yeah, it looked like, and we were talking about this in the green room, on the first map, we're thinking, okay, G2's got Nuke in the bag. Monty, just get a few more rounds, get warmed up. This was your point. And we saw that coming into Vertigo, getting 6 rounds. We're like, Vertigo, 6 rounds, is that enough? Maybe it is. But their CT sides are so strong, so that's all they need to carry them through the match.
I agree with you. I just thought that breaking point might hit before that.
Yeah.
That was my worry for Monty.
Yeah.
We saw G2 and the intensity they were putting in the first map. They started the second much of the same cloth. There were a couple of silly rounds. There's an unforgivable clutch for Nexa in a 1v3 that he wins. And we're watching thinking, holy hell, they're about to dismantle. Like, they're about to just disappear, but it didn't.
And the bounce back was so crucial after that Nexa clutch, right? We've got the round that immediately comes after that.
Yes, that is right after the 1v3 from Nexa. You see this mid take coming in. The trades are perfect, even though there is a double stack towards middle. So strategically speaking, G2 were where they needed to be, but Monte with that wolf pack mentality kind of follow up and still get ahead. And then they go back towards that B side. They sort of read Nexa's rotation well. The utilities are relatively clean. And from this point on, you can basically just play the trade game, make sure you punish if there's any risks being taken. That's what's happening here from Bro. Good sort of making sure that everything's under control. But I just want to harp on the psychological aspect of this round. You are looking down the barrel of a 0-1 on the first map. You lose a stupid-ass 1v3 against Nexa. You're 2-4 in the scoreline, and then you have that reaction. And I think this was instrumental, and that started a comeback sort of, or a streak for Monty.
Yeah, because Nexa only won as the last player alive on the team, their money got reset. So once we see that Monty's able to pick up these rounds, it's looking at G2 having to do an eco, and then Monty's able to get more and more rounds, and then that's how we see them starting to crawl back one round at a time. And that's kind of how you have to play CS. You can't just be thinking like, oh, we have to smash this half 8-4. You just have to take it round by round. What's given to us right now? Yeah. What can we take? And then take what you can get.
And I also think on this path, if you're talking economy as well, when G2 had to sort of forfeit A-ramp a little bit more because they didn't exactly have all the util to be out there in all the smokes and all the mollies, this is where you start to see Monty playing a bit more of the A side, taking that ramp control. We saw Demka a couple of times going upwards, trying to find opening kills. But you can only do that if you're not about to get 5 Molotov, 7 smoke, 12 flashes, and everything. You can only do it when you're in a financially logical position to do so, and that's what happened right there.
And we move on to the second half, and round 15, this was the final nail in the coffin. G2 didn't win any round after this one.
And that's a very Monty fashion. Remember at the beginning of this matchup, we talked about how they managed their finances. Prior to that, they had force. They couldn't make the round work, so they saved 4 weapons, and then they purchased the M4 on Demka on top of that. That's a little bit of a hit on Nico. Here, G2, I would argue, don't exactly play the situation the best of way. They could have scaled out after the trades, but they don't. They give time to Monty to reposition. That duel seals the fate of G2. It's Krasnal taking the best of Huxi, and from this point on, things fall apart. And this is, again, financially speaking, that's Monty resetting G2 as hard as can be.
Yeah, there are 2 main points that I saw here. One was that Monty, they kept the 4 guns, the MP9s from the round before, and they had 1 reinvestment. But I was like concerned because they were playing so passive. But that passiveness that they've been playing actually worked really well, because on the nuke game, they actually got punished for being a little bit overly aggressive. So what I saw coming out from G2 is like, why did they not use smokes on the right side and left side of generator, add mollies and flashes before they peaked? They just peaked one at a time, let Monty get a kill with an MP9, then they got traded, then they got traded back again. So G2 kind of let that round slip away, because I thought Monty's defenses wasn't the greatest thing. But then it's like the flip side of it is, if Monty did want to go a little bit aggressive, maybe they get punished like the first map. So actually, it works out for them.
Yeah, I got a little confused as well with the false rhythm that they had in this round, and I do wonder to what extent it's also Huxi being on the other side of the map, and maybe him telling them, hey, like, come back. Like, I have a timing, because there was a moment where they could have full sent it to that B side. When you have the trades with the MP9, in terms of resources present, I think G2 had a very good good legs to stand on in order to win these trades, but they don't. They play safe. They think Huxi has a better timing than he really does. Krasnal punishes him.
Yeah, a great result obviously coming out of Monty, but not the way G2 wanted Vertigo to go down. So let's get a few thoughts courtesy of Shox and Taz.
Thank you. All right, just a quick word with Taz there. He said, yeah, well, of course, they're map picks, so more difficult for us, and he doesn't necessarily think, as they walk by, that it is going to influence them on Anubis that much. If I can see them walking past and Monasi gesturing to me as well, I can believe that. So I don't think for the G2 fandom there is too much to worry about, but still, elimination game, so...
I love how SDY is a gentleman, just saying,
like,
can I walk in front of the camera? Yeah, should I not be doing that? Obviously, Anubis, that's what waits in the wings for both of these squads. How confident do you feel for G2 coming onto this ground, Manshu?
If it was the first map of the series, I might have had a different answer to your question. If we started with Anubis, I think from the ground up, G2 is a very solid team on it. I think they have not only a couple arguments on the CT side, and it's not only Monasi, that's where it's interesting, but I think their T side is extremely strong. It's one of of the strongest Inferno and Anubis if I had to rate their T-side. The only problem for me is the context we're in. We are literally, I was going to say 16, now it's 13, we've changed. We are 13 rounds away from an elimination, and this becomes a very unique and exceptional context as well, where everything is on the line, and the pressure is on G2. There's no other way you can look at it. It's not Monty who's got pressure right now, it's G2.
If you're a G2 fan, though, I think you could look forward to this match, because I feel like the T-side of Anubis, depending on how the knife round goes, can play out very similar to how Nuke plays out. So you can do your tempo changes where you start the game, you can do very set heavy execs, double pumps, you can do very explosive hits, and we've seen that. We've seen Monezi even leading the charge with a Galil through like A main, for example. But then we can also see them slow down the game, take some core pieces of map control, such as middle, such as like outside the connector E-box area, and just literally sit there, wait, maybe throw a few pieces of util to bait out a reaction, wait for Monty to be like, okay, are we going to push this game like Nuke, or are we going to sit back and kind of like just back up and make sure that we group up and fight together like they did on Vertigo? And that's going to be the real test for Monty to see if, you know, are they going to fall into the traps or not of G2's game plan.
And conversely, if we do see Monty, you know, starting on the T side of things, depending on how the knife does go down, I know that's the side where we've had some concerns from Monty, considering, you know, what they've shown at this tournament.
No, you're correct. If I was in the Monty camp, I would imagine that maybe abusing Nico towards middle might be a play. I know it sounds counterintuitive, because why would you ever hedge your bet against Nico? But the matter of fact is, the way G2 play out, if Monesi isn't with him as like a flick-flack position or double punch, however you want to name it, it's a little bit complicated for Nico to know when to fight and when not to, and I think there's a whole lot of map control to be taken. And once you've done that, once you've made sure that Nexa is going to be isolated on A, you make sure that the B side will be 2 players max, then you can hit them with some of the fast plays. But Josh already pushed on it a couple times. The T side of Monty has been a little complicated, and it's a map that requires great T side.
But conversely, the pressure has to be on G2 coming into what will be an elimination map. For Nico, as Matthew aptly pointed out, he has never placed lower than the top 8 here at IEM Katowice, but potentially today could be the day.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
now. Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
I think insane in a good way. Monesi's style, it's like a crazy style in a way. He will go for the crazy flicks, he will go for the crazy play, which is not hard, it's not easy to do so, but he's making it work. I think it reminds me a bit of Zayu, not in the same style, but in the same, like, he can be against 1v3 in a hard situation, and then boom, in 2 seconds, it's 1v1, and you're like, how the fuck we got to end up here?
There's 2 ways to play Counter-Strike, in my opinion. Either you can play it simple, or you can play it classy and flashy, you know, flick shots. That's also like why people compared Simple and Device. Simple is flicking, no scopes. Device is never doing that, but he's always hitting his shots. And I think that could be the problem sometimes with Monesi. He's trying to be a bit too much like Simple instead of just getting the kill, because we all know that he can.
I mean, he's dominant everywhere, but there's one place on Anubis where he could counter us, is he's staying outside of B main and T side with AWP, so we can't really push it with no flashes. And we checked their game and he's always there, and there's nothing you can do. You're just gonna deny it. And
for me, I have a very clear memory of Vertigo. I mean, I just remember, for example, when we used to play against them, not us necessarily, but the other teams, he would have like average of 2 rating on this map on WePlay. So I think it was definitely a comfort map for him. I think he knows how to utilize his AWP really well on this map. It's also a map you can take rifle on, and I also think Monesi is a great rifler, of course. Maybe Vertigo, I would say that he just plays really good with the AWP. I think it's a pretty difficult AWP map, so the fact that he has so much impact on it, I think that shows a lot about him.
When you come to Katowice, you better bring your A game or else you'll be left haunted. This spar for the Spodek turns into a scrap for survival between G2 and Monty. A game going the distance into a third map. Monty riding the wings of the momentum from that last map of Vertigo. They only gave G2 a pistol round in that second half. Other than that, it was clean. G2 far away from that hyped up, high energy start that they had to this series. It was a lot more quiet. The script flipped the other way. It was Monty celebrating, the comms flowing now, as we get ready to head into the third and final match of this IEM series from Katowice.
Yeah, G2 got humbled, no doubt about that, and the danger now lies in the map pool, a map that G2 have never been able to establish themselves on, not consistently, and for Monty, it was their most played in 2023. 74% win rate over their 81 maps on this map, Anubis. G2, huge question marks here as they fight for survival, as you say. 2 BO3s to be won today. They get that final spot in the Spodek here in Group B. And Monty putting up a hell of a fight to keep this game going after the demolishing loss on Nuke.
Flash play out through B main. Kraz now here on the dualies, but they're ahead of that flash. And so m0NESY starts this strong. You're going to need big numbers out of this guy, and that's the start you want. 2 kills from him in the pistol. G2, a much needed leg up after getting a rough hand dealt to them back on Vertigo. They're immediately a presence within the server here, locking Monty out of the pistol. With no hope in this round, there's nothing left to do but wait for the next, for that eventual force buy from the Monty squad.
I was going to say, you can't even land on your feet and start to get, warmed into this map. Monty will bring heat in round 2. It's been a consistency of their CT side second rounds. Screams to the difficulty they've had on these defensive pistol rounds, but Anubis, after all, is T-sided, more so than any other map in the pool right now. So G2 get to dictate the pace at the start of this decider.
Don't let them breathe.
Don't let them breathe. Taz fighting to get back in the Spodek as well, after lifting the trophy 10 years prior, where teammates fighting in the same side of the bracket in Snacks. And even his coach back in the day, Cuban, already qualified with ENCE. History on the line here for G2. Monty have that force buy. It was an inevitability, and look at the stack.
Yeah, double push out through B main. Hunter tries to kind of contain it, tries to control it, but can't manage it. 3-on-3. Monty able to reel in G2 for a moment. Sam Dayoung's got this fight in middle and is just toying with Nico, but can't finish the job. Double push out through Dark is spotted by Hooksy. Lovely info to go off of here. I thought next it would go take space, but instead he's going to come back and assist, try and get this bomb out through the rugs. Nico is very low, so Nexa coming back is a requirement. And with Demka dead, the danger may be dodged, maybe navigated as Nico drives the Galil through the back of Bro. It's a well-contained second round from G2 after a bit of a rough patch to start it on that B main push.
A slight sigh of relief, but the tension will never really disappear in this game for G2. They will not feel comfortable, feel accomplished until this one is locked up and Monty are eliminated from the competition. As we've already learned from Monty in the last year gone by, they never really stop fighting, do they? Very emotional team. But that can work to their betterment as well. Not when you get in one tap by m0NESY. Deagle dead immediately. Bro will have his time to shine, but Hooksy's getting closer. Another B stack for Monty. They block. But G2, it's only a MAC-10. They can risk it. A lot of pressure on Hooksy's leading into this game because we're going to see Monty pull up these stacks, play very mobile, try and hit the right gambles. If they do, they really pay off on CT side. And so Huxi, who I would say called a phenomenal game back on Nuke, the absolute inverse on Vertigo, looked completely lost towards the end of their T side. Some explosive rushes through smokes, so many dry rounds where they didn't make use of their util. It was an ugly half.
Yeah, you know, and I think even on terms of the util not coming out for G2, that isn't, you know, a responsibility solely for Huxi de Bear. It felt like the wheels came off the wagon for everyone there on the G2 ranks. And so they've got to be well drilled here.
No excuses.
This one looking to get put to rest nice and cleanly. You're not worried, especially not with the backline being held. Hunter floating around at the T-stairs. As Monty just play to contain, play for damage. They hold on to the extremities here, seeing if they can catch anyone from the G2 ranks unawares. And Hunter is a prime candidate for that, but he's aware of these timings on middle. Goes back, goes hunting for these pistols. Only good for the first, so a bit of damage done, but in comes Monacy to regain that control and deny the save of that gun. Dropped up at the T-stairs. Monacy, prime start to this game. 6 kills deep already. He's delivered a masterclass for G2 to open up their run in the groups. And he might need to do that again. There's going to be a lot of eyes on this young gun from the G2 ranks. And justifiably so. He's been a terrifyingly consistent piece of Huxi's arsenal for this G2 squad.
He is throwing punches, no doubt about that. Was the only player performing on day one for G2. It was enough to drag them through a series against Heroic. But we will need more than just one man in this third map. Especially on an Anubis T side where you are going to be doing a lot of defaulting, spreading out. CTs will be aggressive. You're going to get flash pushed. Monty pretty reserved at the start of this map. Give it time. Break in A main. Nexa looks for that kill, and he'll go to trade his captain. Not even needed with that deep smoke. Demka locked in a coffin. SDY given a chance, but he won't take it. Huxi's able to cross behind the pillar. Pressure on mid as well as the bomb moves through. This is the real hit for G2. They're going to go split back towards water. Take that A main control. The spam goes both ways. This is A. They've sat in the site the entire time, and Monty are getting closer.
Some Dayong hears these footsteps, so the illusion that this ever could have been a fake is now out the window. Monty now aware that it's the A site, the objective desire for G2. Pushed off the angle, having to run back through the molly. Not ideal for Sam Dayong. He's now out of position. This leaves 2 players in through the heavens, and Bro was tagged up earlier on. He is wounded, he is hurting, and Hunter looks to make a move. Is it the save from Monty? They're very locked out, and this is their first rifle round, so leaving this one to the wayside, they focus instead on the next.
I like this save for Monty, but what I don't like is I feel like they look extremely cautious in this round, maybe too cautious, right? SDY given chances to fight Huxi on that A hit. They knew he was very low. That call would have been made by Demka onto the Mac-10, who did a lot of damage, but Monty never really commit to any duels. And, you know, in the back of your mind, you're thinking about saving. Sure, G2 took a long time to actually split that A site and get the bomb back from middle to A, but it felt like if Monty went for fights earlier in the round, they would have had a 4v4, they would have had a chance to go play, but their heart was never really in that retake. So sure, the save is the best case scenario, alternatively to winning the round. They keep 4 alive, they can rebuy, they can go again, but it never felt like Monty wanted to actually fight for that first buy.
I'm really liking what we're getting out of Taz here. He's got great awareness of what the squad need right now. They need that confidence, and they need to feel like he's got faith in them. He doesn't look stressed. He is just exuding confidence behind the G2 squad, not even weighing in during this Monty tack pause. He's got full faith in letting them ride on this momentum. You're going to see him hyping up the team, stood behind them. And his little touches of reassurance, the yelling, telling them to stay focused, stay in it. And not let Monty breathe, I think were the words. G2 have certainly delivered on that to open up. But thanks to the save, Monty are afforded another buy, and so that's why we see the pause come out.
I want to see Monty go back to the plays that we know they can make on this map, the aggression in the mid-round. to take some control away from G2, make them sweat. It's very standard to start. They get smoked dark, and they were looking for the pick down there with 2 players. G2 pressure in middle. No one even here. Monty are gambling in their bomb sites right now. They'll have to give this one some consideration as they hear the util land. They aggress elsewhere. Flash through the smoke. Next goes for it. What a send. And Demka, back-to-back, is dead. Monty can't afford to just save every round. They have to contend for this one. SDY knows he's on the timer. They're splitting him yet again. G2 actually pause for a moment. They go back. They check the flank. They make sure that Monty haven't boxed them in. And right now, Monty are still split, 2 per site. G2 actually pull this one back to a B hit. It's not a bad call. Monty aren't even in B. They're playing towards the CT side. So even well-placed utility for G2 could win them the round, but they don't have any more smokes. It's all on the fights.
Krasnal and Bro fighting back-to-back over towards the spawn. They're kind of on top of each other here, and you could see Krasnal wanted to try and get that space further forward, wanted to try and push through, but the molly denies it. And so already for Monty, this one should be a done deal. They can't justify this. They didn't justify the 4v5 in the round prior, so how do you justify the 3v5?
And this is a great example of why Anubis can feel so hard and so suffocating to play on those CT sides in 5v5s, let alone 5v4s, right? Both rounds that Demka gets picked in main, you know, that's why you see teams take B long and get that space back, because not only can you find the bomb on one of these very common splits, but you get more control, you get a better position to deny the plant. If G2 don't even have long B control, even if they have the site, they're stuck between a crossfire from the CT spawn and long B. Monty need more space in these mid rounds, or they will be left saving again, and again. Woro's going to get his kill, but they are coming for this one. They want that AWP out of his hand, and he is dead from the mid side. A hugely impactful hunt here for G2 as they take out 2 of the 3 remaining players. Monty have nothing to rely on.
Look at that little extra bit of attention for Nexa. I think he is really benefiting from this much-needed confidence boost because he's played so aggressive in these last few rounds, and he's been finding great impact from these main pushes. These are not the plays that you would often associate with him looking to make through these smokes, these aggro pushes. But it's working wonders for G2.
Yeah, and luckily enough, this previous save for Monty means they have a little more in the coffers. They can buy again. But it feels like Nuke in the center. They need to start now. They can't wait forever. They can't keep holding on to guns or trying to. G2 are coming for the throat. Oh, it's great molly. Spreads just enough. SDY, desperate escape, and they're going to deny it.
Hunter hungry and picks up that initial kill. A stone-cold start for Sumdai Young, who once again, akin to all these other maps so far, started off 0-5 here, a rough beginning for a frequent star of the Monty squad. And so a man down already at this moment. Feels like plays have got to be made. Info has to be gained. Someone has to be that hero figure for the rest of Monty to rally behind.
See G2, they are tightening the net right now. The rope around Monty's throat here into this A site. Yellow dot's getting closer and closer to Demko, who plays passive for once. He's going to get some damage off the next, but he's down on ammo and he's dead in the smoke. Hunter comes through from the mid side. G2 yet again win a round off of a kill or 2, and that is all it takes. They are so constricting on this T-half right now. Monty really cannot breathe.
I mean, they set the precedent very early on in their first rifle round that they were going to play conservatively, that they were going to play safe, and that they would look better for it in the long run. But that second part is yet to materialize. And so now you have a team that started this game playing on the safer side of things, on the scareder side of things. So how are they going to build that confidence back up? It's got to come from somewhere. But right now, there's been nothing in this for Monty, and even at the end, these hunts are constantly getting punished. Ouch. G2 are really trying to deliver on that punish of never giving them room to breathe. 2 guns saved out of the round.
Good fucking job.
And this is where those championship level teams like G2 should be showing their mettle, should be showing a better mentality. It's been something that G2 has struggled with in the past, but in these games, even though the pressure is on them, they are the favorite. They are the big names. And they have to perform. G2 are doing that right now. And Monty, they may have scrapped their way to this lower bracket, but this could be it if they don't wake up very soon.
I mean, they're already burning through these timeouts, and justifiably so, but you wonder, you know, what can LMBT say down the line to bring them back into the fold? Really, they need that one round where they kind of stifle G2, they deny one of these openers, and from there you can look to see Monty pick up. But as long as we keep having G2 finding success at the start of these rounds, riding that confidence, having Taz in their backline, just cheering them on, there's not going to be an easy route to stop a G2 like this.
This is a great round to limit test, to make a risky play, right? It's a half buy. They still have an AWP and an M4, but they can still buy next whatever happens, even in worst case scenario. So let's see if Monty makes some moves. Let's see if they flash a peek. Demka 0-5 from A main to A site. 0 impact.
And look, as has often been the case, Nexer is begging, please set me up. I've had nothing but successes over here towards main. Even there, gets double naded, but he's a little slower on the push. That at least denies the real estate, and that's something that G2 have often had as a guarantee. So this time they're held back from A main. Is that going to be enough to uproot the G2 game plan? Or will it just force them to delve a little deeper into Hooksy's playbook here?
Oh, the gamble. They have to get aggressive to find out where this bomb is going. It is going B. There's 3 in A main. It looks like Monty are going to make a move. Nexa, even a kill here is big information for G2, but Monty clear him hard. He has no idea that 3 players have just crept through the water. Hooksy turns around.
Oh, this is awkward for Hooksy. This is the bomb on his back, and while Nico could offer up assistance from mid, it's really on Hooksy holding the line, and that's where the AWP meets him. That's where the AWP gets the bomb away from G2. And as more players drop in, it's pigeon shooting for Waro2K. Not another off the AWP. He will eventually get silenced, but it leaves G2 with nothing. 15 seconds, walking into a stack. Hunter tries to lead the charge, but he's cut down, and Monacy will be silenced. There's the round, and it comes from the captain of Monty, swinging out through main with that AWP, barreling down on G2. A little bit more confidence, a little bit more aggression, and that could be their way in.
Yeah, and that's it. All we've been begging for Monty this entire game, right? Just a play, a sign of confidence, a position they can fight and, you know, not lose a 50-50 duel and then save their 4 guns. They make a play and they win the round. Back in the game for now.
And you saw the frustration set in there for Hooksy. It felt like he did get kind of hung out to dry down in water. Yeah. Didn't have the support. Nico even dropped him back turned, worried about the peek from Dark. And so that one hurts because you get left in a very vulnerable position, and it's a position of G2's own making once they lose that main control.
I love this call. They're just going back to a basic exec. They're just going to hit that A site. They know Demka has still been a problem for Monty on this defense, so G2 just want to barrel in with 5 players. Not being expected right now for Monty. Waro is on a rotation, but there's still a 3 strong B hold. G2 throw everything in, but they still go quiet. The second barrage is when they commit.
And all firing off early isn't ideal. Now they know there's 2 players inside of the site, but Monty keeps pulling bodies in, more moving over. 4v5. Last time we saw Monty save here, but this time they're right there. They want to get involved. They want to try fight for this, and they don't like what they see. G2 with the reply. A swift uppercut knocks Monty out of the round. As Demka battles back from the heavens, a brief glimmer of hope swiftly extinguished by Nico. It's now only Demka, his position known about, and a 1v3 to embark upon, and this is a round that he can't even attempt.
G2 have slowed at the perfect time in these rounds, it feels like. You know, when they get a 5v4, they stop, they make sure the Monty aren't flanking from B long or making moves out through canals. And right there in the 4-on-2, which seems safe but isn't guaranteed. They don't plant, they keep guns up, they make sure Monty aren't moving back in, and they get the kill that forces Demka out of the site. This time he at least gets 2, but it's still not enough as his entire team crumble around him. And this more so feels like a repeat of Nuke, that T-side, that 6-0 lead. Monty get on the board, G2 break it, and they just keep on running away with that game. They are looking to do the same here in the Decider map. Vertigo can be written off and forgotten about if G2 return to dominant form and fashion here on Anubis.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things we said coming into this series was that G2 are a team with a fire lit beneath them, with a legacy in Katowice, one where they often have their hot starts to the year. They're the reigning champs. They're the ones with everything to play for. And it felt like that fired them up back on Nuke. Then the pressure gets to them and it flips around by the time we get to Vertigo. But here in crunch time, in the third map, the map that really matters, they deliver a stellar game to open up. And for Monty, time is running out to get excited about a comeback here. They've been playing from behind throughout. Whether that's man advantages, whether that's the round count, the weaponry they bring forward, they have been constantly on the back foot. And we don't have that hero piece. We don't have that hero player yet. Sundar Young dead in middle. Demka tries his best to hold the line, but it's going to come down to Waro. It was him delivering that double down in water that made the one round that Monty have possible. But you need a repeat of that now. But Krasnow still a ways out. Even this retake is slow to make a move. Bro is trying something here around the smoke at stairs. But he tapers that aggression right till Krasnow arrives. And good spray to open. Not a bad shot. Not a bad chance. You've got to capitalize on these. You haven't had many of them so far, but it's a quick tap from Hooksy. And the follow-up. Hooksy nails shot after shot. And it's the captain getting loud, standing to his feet, standing to attention. A commanding lead for G2 as Hooksy puts up 3 to defend that bomb plant. And to defend this strong start from the G2 squad.
Yeah, he was never brought here to frag out in the server, but he's had a good series today. He's had some crucial rounds. He's doing the same on Nuke, but now pulling up essentially a 1v3 as m0NESY's tucked behind the pillar. He kills everyone on that retake, and m0NESY feel like Monty feel like they cannot catch a break. G2, an unstoppable force now.
I mean, now you get into Hooksy's playground, right? These sort of momentum-based calls where they're riding the high of the winds. He can play with the pace of the game. This is where Hooksy does his best work. This is where he feels the most comfortable.
G2 are one of the most exciting teams to watch when they're up, when they're in control, when they're leading. Momentum-based CS. And look at the punches they're throwing at Monty. Another confident mid-take where no one can stop them in their stride. A split into the A site. Krasnow, great timing, but it might not matter if all these entries continue to flood in, and it looks like they will. Demka's locked out of heaven, buying time for the flank. It's denied immediately. And Waro can't justify walking into m0NESY's orb with his own. It must be another save. This late in the game, these are inconsequential. And this half feels unsalvageable for Monty. Try as they might. G2, another dominant, confident, 5 alive round.
And that confidence that you saw, you know, from Taz stood behind the boys early on, in his screams ever since the pistol, his kind of rally cry to bring everyone on side, it is now exuded by the rest of the roster. And you can still hear him yelling away. He does not want them to let Monty breathe, and right now they are choking. They are asphyxiating. There is no air left for Monty. No room to breathe.
And every timeout used in the first half.
That is never a good sign. And even when you cut to the player cams, it is such vibes to that opening map where Monty just looked out of it, just looked deflated. The one man who still looks determined for the Monty squad, still has something to prove, is Warrow. You see him talking away there in the player cams.
But even he has had so many missed shots, right? He's been on heaven on at least 2 of these A hits, if not more. And the shots that you expect Warrow to hit, those fast, flashy flicks, they've been nowhere. Hooksy's been entering him for crying out loud.
You can see that Warrow still wants to be that hero to bring them in. He tried his hand at the mid-peak there, but is put off by the util. Warrow still has that point to prove.
And this is a map where CTAWP has options to find opening kills, but G2 have not been giving them away. They've been using util very well in middle, the Molotovs towards door. They've been smoking dark every single round. There's not really a route that Warrow can take with an AWP. He's been in the right place on the executes, but as I said, to minimal result. Another mid-take for G2. And a punish push, perhaps, by Monty. They look aggressively towards B main. They won't commit, though.
Looks like we might get another one of these dark walks out of Monty. I think they like that timing they hit the last time they attempted it on the force buy.
And Hooksy just heard the AWP there, so he won't re-peek it, which actually gives room for Krasnal to get close. They're going to crunch mid together. This is Nico dead into Doorknob. He takes one with him. Hunter helps out. Krasnal on the big flank, and they're murdering G2 right now. Finally, a 2v2. It's as good as it's going to get for Monty.
Are you ready for Warrow? Wanted to get involved at the start of this round, but another missed shot sails past m0NESY. And when it's m0NESY you're up against, you don't get many of those. You don't get many misses. He will punish you. So as Warrow backs up to main, tries to retake this angle, the site is conceded, but Warrow can still harass. 2v2 settles, and m0NESY goes looking for his AWP counterpart back at main. This fight decides the round, and with Warrow winning it, it's gonna fall onto the shoulders of Nexa, but he's low on health, low on chances, deals with that first man in. Can Demka finish what Warrow started? Yes, he can. And so a much needed round for Monty. 3 kills off the back of Demka as he rotates in to pick up that clutch.
Impressive that he's the one coming back into this game. When he was 0-6 in A main, when he was a liability, G2 were just pounding him on those A hits, and Demka now has somehow risen to the top of the team. It still needs to be so much more. Scrambling for a 3rd round of the half. G2, whatever they do, it's plenty on this T side. But they still don't want to let Monty back in. A close clutch for Nexa. Monty with everything to play with in this last round.
Once again, it's this dark aggression. G2 have got to be aware that this is something Monty are looking to pull. They fell prey to it that round. They've seen it in many rounds gone by. Couple of flashes to try and set Nexa up over in main, but it's good blocking util. They blow the smoke open, they fight through dark. And so now Hooksy relegated to the sidelines here in the last round of the half.
They're giving time for m0NESY to find a pick here. Him and Nico facing off together, but Monty have been given an opportunity by that opening kill. They're not going to squander it.
It's going to come down to Warrow again.
He's got to hit these. There's been too many misses in this map for Warrow. He's not a player you expect to see lose these opportunities, but they're right in front of him now. Flashes are going to be key for m0NESY. He's got 2 to send.
util reigns in, and it should become obvious to Monty that this is the A play. m0NESY still holding on to the back line, and with Monty, they've got more players behind than they do moving in for this retake. This is very slow in what is an obvious A take out of G2. They haven't been down on it yet, but these 2 players inside of the site withstand the initial pressure. Nico bought out by the Warrow 2K AWP. This one is spiraling from the G2 squad, and m0NESY is overran. Monty chained together 2 rounds at the end of the half. That leaves them with 3. Will that be enough?
Hey guys, we're back today with another demo review, and we're here with Monazi.
Hello everyone.
It's always nice to look at pistol rounds first, just because they're funny.
They're funny, yeah. I mean, we have some special pistol. Unfortunately, they went B, but I think if they would come on A, we would trap them. Here I'm staying, like, I have a good position because I can see shadow first. First of all, if they rush, I can hear them and I can ask for the flash from Nexa. He can flash first. I can kill 1-2 after he's smoking insta. It's pretty good trap on A if they go A. But if they go B, obviously we play retake.
Are you letting him go first so you could just bait him?
I mean, usually, like, for example, against Navi, we played the same pistol and I went first. But
yeah,
it just depends on the situation. I mean, here it's gonna happen something magic. I'm just gonna defuse 10 seconds.
10 second defuse?
Yeah.
Did your teammate, you had 2 smokes, right? 1 smoke for the bomb, 1 smoke for main?
Yeah.
So did your teammate have a kit like right next to the body?
I think we didn't have kit. Actually, this round's gonna be good. Like, I asked Nexa to buy HE, and I'm asking Nexa to nade stairs, so I can pick with the nade. So,
for this guy on,
yeah, you see, so Hatcher getting some damage with the nade, and I'm killing him with them first. So he didn't expect me to go through the smoke because they smoked cave in the middle.
Yeah.
This is not the usual smoke that people are throwing, not the common one.
Usually the smoke will land at the doorway, but theirs landed deep inside, so it allows you to peek this guy with the HE.
Yeah, and I think I just knew because we played, and I just remember they smoking this deep one, and I just wanted to pick cave with the HE and catch on mistake. I think this is the last round I'm playing with Emperor and double.
And then you're opping up, yeah.
Yeah. And then I was like, oh, Nico, man, I didn't see it. No, we almost
lose to Glocks.
Yeah, look what I'm gonna do now. Don't do the same. Don't do the same.
You have your kill, you have the good position, you have the crossfire with your teammates here. If they come up, they die.
This is the mistake that newbies are doing. Me and Nico.
Yeah.
Going for ecos. Let's go. I'm gonna open now. I think I will start an A. Or I'm gonna pick pop, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna pick pop.
If you have a spawn, does that usually take priority over, I think I should go here or there because I think this is where they're going?
I think it depends on the round, what we want to do. But here is gonna be a really good call. We're gonna push B because I was in a really good spot on flowers. We call it flowers.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna, first of all, I'm checking this position because usually people are standing there, and it's really good kill for Opper because not a lot of Oppers are picking this angle. They usually swing with the flash. I'm gonna nade connector, I'm gonna rotate towards CT insta, towards A. And we will have stack because we have so much info from Rasmus.
It looks like it is really good for being aggressive, clearing out spaces so that you can shift and play 3 people to defend the site.
Yeah, this map you cannot just stay passive every time, and you have to be always proactive, you know.
G2 had Monty in a chokehold throughout that first half, but there was something to go off of for the Monty squad. Right at the end, they piece it together. Some aggression through Dark, some withstanding of those A-site hits, sees Monty get out with 3. It is not a lot to play with, and it puts tremendous weight on this pistol round right now. The pressure is high from the get-go, as G2 could look to close this out here and now with a win in the pistol.
And a completely whiff smoke doesn't make things any easier. That was for the B side, but instead they're just going to have to pop through with pistols. Hunter's here to make a multi-kill happen, but he can't find the first. Explosion into the site for Monty, and only the captain of G2 in tow.
Monty need this as their lifeline. If they were ever going to get back in to this series, if they were ever going to stand the chance of longing it out versus G2, it hinges on winning this pistol. They get to a good start in spite of the missed smoke, but now they've got to withstand this retake. It starts strong. Nico's head's on a swivel, and it's down to the 1v1. Nexa tap on that bomb. Demka taps him out over the smoke at main. And so the pistol round falls the way of Monty. That lifeline has been extended to them. And now they've got to grasp it with both hands and not let go.
Yeah, Demka's recovery in this game, in this map specifically, is nothing short of impressive. 0-6, a liability in the first half, still top of the team, while SDY goes quiet. The stars of Monty, not necessarily anywhere to be seen, but Demka's filling the void. We'll have to see if they can use that to build back into the T side. We saw how favorable it is, as G2 gave us a masterclass in the first half. They're going to pop mid with a flash delayed. Monty, nowhere near a full commitment, maybe a couple of casualties in mid, but that's all they'll suffer, if that. Map 10 comes swinging. AK's there to soften the blow, and it's easily done, as Monty should be able to find this round with 3 up. It's all about the rebuy for G2, and it's going to be nice to compare these CT sides, see how the, passive CT hold for Monty in the first few rounds compares to G2, and whether they want to make those same mistakes or if they'll be far more active at the start of this half. I certainly hope so.
Nico's just trying to maximize what they take out of the round. He knows that guns were dropped in middle, and so that's the object of his desire. But Monty are aware of this. Bro is still floating around the mid lanes and should be good for this final kill. So there's that conversion. They stick the landing on it. We saw LMBT giving some attention to Sumdai Young, who has had a really rough go at it in this third map. But a smile crept onto his face when they won the pistol. He knows that that's given them a second chance here. Still a gap between these teams, but a gap that can disappear quickly if Monty starts streaking rounds together.
Yeah, their playbook is not small. As I said coming into this game, this was their most played map of last year. This is their highest win percentage across that year, 74%. It's a massive amount of time and experience to fall back on here for Monty. G2 cannot get ahead of themselves with a lead. These games can close so quickly in MR12. Nice exec molly into main. It's going to force Krasnol's utility. He still survives. G2 with a smoke in their face can't push off the back of it. Looked like they wanted to boost there, but either way, Monty abort this position. Hit the ejection button. They will recommit later, but look at G2 stack. Already, this is a perfect setup here for G2 CT side. 3 players in the site.
Honestly responsible for middle, but even that's on a bit of a timer. He can't withstand it for long. Instead, it's this main push that they try to reel in. Nico still here and still fighting forward. Locks down that bomb back in main, and this first rifle round for Monty is now in dire straits. It's left to Bro, and they know where he is. They've got him boxed in, and he doesn't have that bomb to play with. A great performance from this guy back on Vertigo, but expecting him to pull a round off like this is unthinkable. Blocked at main, flanked through middle. There is nothing available to Bro here, and he knows it. G2 have collapsed down upon this bomb. They've put a wall up, and Bro cannot break through. Just the 1 kill to Hooksy, and that is all that will be afforded to him as G2 start strong with the rifles. An immediate read from Hooksy and the rest of the gang as they stack up strong on A and they stack right. That is a feel-good moment for the opening round of your CT side.
And no one better than Nico to find those kills as well. Nexus sets him up by swinging wide, and Nico plays right beside him. He finds 3 kills off of the A1S spray. Fantastic work. Final bullet frag drops the bomb. It's what we needed from Nico. We need him in fighting form after a dismal beginning to this tournament. 14-8, a solid decider map in a must-win series that doesn't even progress you to the spot egg. It only eliminates Monty and drags G2 one step closer to that heralded arena. Nice angle. Light damage done. A nade to follow. Bro's in trouble. Hunter's getting run down as well as Tech9 can be terrifying up close. The pressure put through the smoke. Monty can't explode yet. With mollies down, it will force them out. They run before they bloom. Monacy in the middle of the open. Only good for 1. This is getting awfully close right now. But Nico comes in again and saves the day. 11 rounds for G2. Nico, multi-kill madness back-to-back. Putting G2 in his backpack.
I think these are the performances from Nico that G2 have been missing, right? And it's reassuring to see when the pressure's on, when the situation calls for it, Nico is able to deliver this because he's looked rough across the last few days. He's looked rough for a little while since the move, but man, like, knowing that he still has this in his back pocket, knowing that he can deliver these key multi-kills in key moments for the G2 squad might make all the difference here. hasn't been a super dependable piece. When it really matters, the record will show Nico was there. He withstood the Monty aggression, and he delivered for G2. And so in the same way, the pistol almost decided the outcome of this series. That last round was all the same. Monty were all in. They put everything on the line in that last round. And with it going against them, this just might herald in the close for Monty. Nico a chance to put some extra flair on it in this round, as he will get face down in mid, but it's only the Glocks to worry about.
The fact that you're even ecoing at this point of the game screams desperation for Monty. They want a rifle round. Nico will send them there. 4 more for Nico. 21-8. The champions of last year's Katowice are back, and they are trying to get there again. It's a long road, even today. But Vertigo can be forgotten about if G2 can just close this out now. Confident display on their map pick and on the decider. Anubis might be quick.
And that's what G2 need. I mean, you even see the celebrations are a little more muted now. They know they're in full control of this game. It's just about finishing what they started. They've got to conserve energy. They've got to be ready to play later today. We could get that Snags VTaz matchup, or we see G2 face Heroic, a team they've already been able to best.
Oh, that's a trade. Nothing you can do but die. And that's as Monty were grouping on this B bomb site for the final execute. This could be it. G2, 2 players in position. Monacy will have to rotate with that AWP. Monty smoked at the worst possible timing. And now they're scared, now they're paranoid, holding the flank, checking T-spawn. Monty don't know where to look. G2 could be anywhere. And with noise being made, look at G2 adjust, rotate, move players back round. Nico gets aggressive, and a kill found yet again.
And G2 can feel it. They can feel that they've done enough here. They've been in the heads of Monty throughout Anubis. They've had star-studded performances from this 3-man core that you want to see deliver for the G2 squad. And Nico here, by the time the 3rd map has rolled around, he has awoken. Finally landing in Katowice, and right when G2 demand it. Nexa, Stella holds over towards A, but he is bested immediately. Nico is still in the round, and as long as his name is up on the screen, as long as when you hit tab, you never feel safe. Not with the game he's having. But G2, respectful here. Very respectful at that. They hang on to the extremities, and they might just give this one over to Monty. They're going to let them have it. They're playing the long game. They've got all these rounds to play with, so why not use them? And they're even looking to do damage on the exits. Monty getting out of the site here will not be free. You don't want to lose everyone. You don't want everyone to fall. Hooksy trying to maximize that damage. Can't hold on, but Monacy can. And so those guns are kicked to the wayside. Monty win the round, but they lose so much on the exit.
And that just tees up G2 for the choke slam, for the finisher, for the final knockout punch. All that damage on the way forces Mac-10's, Galil's lack of util. And so G2, it's not the most exciting finish, but it's the perfect route to it.
I mean, this just shows they feel so confident in their long game here.
Yeah.
They didn't want to make the desperate 3v3 last-second retake happen. They want this to be orchestrated. They want this to be put together. They want to be in full control.
Losing that retake just drags this game on longer. G2 don't want to waste time. They need to conserve that energy for later on. They need to make this clean. And so a full buy here will be the perfect remedy After that save, Monty executing A and Nico and Nexus side by side.
This time that's the change, isn't it? Nico was out of position in that last retake. This time he is burnt to a crisp from this util. If he can get anything from this HP, from this angle, he's done what he had to do in the round. Now it's Nexa, now it's m0NESY, and that AWP beats out from the heavens, and it beats back Monty. G2 hold on. And they get through this third map with their heads held high. One more best of 3 between G2 and that run into the Spodek. And they show us exactly what we needed to see to inspire confidence in this roster.
Yeah, back-to-back grand finalists here at Katowice. They needed to show form in the group stage. It does arrive a little bit more delayed. One more game for G2 to make it. Monty, a commendable run here, defeating Cloud9, competing against G2 on Vertigo, and taking that map cleanly as well. But taking down the big bad boss was never going to be easy. Great energy from Taz as well behind the boys as G2 close it out in style.
G2 keep their heads, and now just one more series separates them from the playoffs of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. So that is going to fall at the hands of Heroic later today, because we just had that series wrap up over on the B stream. But for G2, one step closer to defending the title that they lifted last year.
And it's still going to be a long road. Of course, they're going to play another game today, but a few elements that I think are reassuring for them. And if you're a G2 fan, you would have liked them to have the light, the easy road to Spodek straight to winner bracket. But what this game actually gives you is both reassurance on the map pool, again a very strong Anubis, and it's Nico coming back to life. Some signs of the Nico that we like to see, right? Multi-kills, being very much in movement, not just stuck in a corner and then getting swung on by people who white swing you in CS2. No, it was a Nico that was very much involved in the action, had a couple of moments where he could shine, and that is probably the best takeaway if you're a G2 fan.
Yeah, and I think one step beyond just Nico being on point is that they started to do some things together as a team. We saw way more teamwork. We saw Nico not necessarily just being by himself. He was getting flashes. He was peeking off his teammates. They were fighting together. But it was also at the back of like Monty kind of maybe trolling some rounds. We're seeing, like, for example, in round 4, they're doing a heavy setup on B, and, you know, G2's doing the G2 style that we saw in Nuke. They're doing a spread map control, they're defaulting, they're taking A main control. We see HooXi just coming in here, and the only person between him and the A site is just dead. He's in A main, it's Demka, he's just like alone. And then we see the rest of G2 is just like, wait, we just got into A site for free like this? Okay. They do some nades at mid, they drop down, and they're just gonna go and meet up with their team on A site. They're gonna meet from canals, and then it's gonna be Monty thinking like, what just happened? Like, why are we alone in A main like this? Okay, can we go for this? Let's see if we can get an opportunity. And they're like, you know what? No, like we have to save. And the thing that surprises me the most about this is Monty chose CT side. They won the knife round. They chose to start CT side on Anubis, which is a very T-sided map, and you need to have a good start there. And then a few rounds later, they go into attack pause. They're down 6-0, and they're like, okay, what's going on?
Did we mess up?
What?
Yeah, I mean, did they mess up? That's what they're probably saying. I agree with you with that setup. I just wanted to say, if I feel like it's not a good sign to start with a gamble in the first gun round that you're playing, because Demka's position in my book is sort of a gamble. You're completely alone. You have no rotation whatsoever. You have a forward position. You are, again, gambling that not a bus is going to come on your face, or you're going to win the 1v1. That's exactly what he did. And then once that falls down, the rest of the map is wide open. Why do you need to gamble like that in the first gun round? Is that are you admitting weakness, or is it just your game plan and that didn't work out?
Yeah, and unfortunately that game plan, or lack thereof, comes to cost Monty. That does mark the end of the road here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. So let's get a few departing words, courtesy of Demka.
Demka, unfortunately not enough out of the side of Monty. It was 3 maps, it was super close, but what do you think you were lacking on that final map?
I mean, we tried to do our best. They was playing, I would say, good. On the other map, I think we just lost maybe our concentration. I lost like some duels on A. I think it was important to not die me, but unfortunately I died, and yeah, maybe this was important in this map.
I did hear that your practice wasn't ideal coming into this event, but now of course you have the RMR coming up as well, and some very, very big tournaments, of course, with the major. So what are the plans going forward now?
I mean, yeah, obviously the major is the most important, like, tournament of the year, And yeah, obviously we want to go playoffs Katowice and be on the stage. So we're just gonna, I don't know, we're just gonna train and prepare for the RMR, fix our mistakes, which was here, and yeah, do our best next time.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, full focus on the major going forward for the side of Monty. Of course, a valiant effort on their own map pick of Vertigo, but this third deciding of Anubis, Matthew, it was much more akin to the start that we saw on Nuke, right? G2 flying on all cylinders and really bearing in the pain with some aggressive rounds.
Very similar to Nuke, you're correct. A bit of passiveness. I think they allowed G2 to dictate the pace, unfortunately for them, and on that receiving end, it was a little too complicated for them to find the solutions, a bit complicated to get individuals fired up the way they needed to, and unfortunately a quite logical result if you consider how G2 played here.
Yeah, and we just saw a replay on the screen of how Monty actually was in the middle of the Vertigo and, the Anubis and the Nuke games. Yeah, they were just, you know, standing there like all somber, all quiet. That was actually
it's quite similar, right?
That wasn't a photo shoot. That was them here. Yeah.
It's a very similar vibe to Map 1, unfortunately, and the results are similar as well.
Yeah, of course, G2 not out of the woods just yet. We've got a rematch on the cards later because guess how G2 started off the group stage? Oh yeah, it was against Heroic, and that game was it was quite spectacular, Matthew. If you're there for the good Counter-Strike, if you're a G2 fan though, I'd be a little bit nervous.
Yeah, you probably had a little bit of jitters, right? You had overtimes involved, a whole lot of Counter-Strike being played, but I am very impressed to see Heroic being able to pull back and survive that game versus Gamer Legion. We've been, I think, testing, questioning what this team is capable of doing with Kicks and with Nerds, and then it turns out they have an already pretty solid map pool. The fact that they've survived this lower bracket as well to face off with G2 once again, the ultimate test, another best of 3.
It's going to be very interesting because the first series that we saw from them was a very big nail-biter of a series. And the longer this goes on, like, one, we're seeing kind of a resurgence of G2, like, are they getting back into their form? But then we're also seeing a new team coming out that's getting more and more reps in a tournament, and you know they're looking stronger and stronger. They're taking out very good opponents. So what's going to happen in this rematch? We had a very, very tight run in the first series. So how is that going to develop now that G2 is kind of finding their form, but Heroic's also getting better?
The only question I had, you know, at the end of this series was Heroic were, you know, it was evident they were out of gas by the end of things. It was evident that the stamina question was just too much for them, and they've already played one best of 3. I mean, question is, how do both the squads kind of handle this break they've got? They know their opponent. What should they be doing in these next few hours?
Well, I think probably every team has their own modus operandi on how they want to use that time. I would argue for letting yourself down a little bit, just relax and calm down. It is unthinkable to maintain energy and focus for all these hours that are going to pass now and then have another best of 3. You got to allow yourself to calm down, maybe disconnect a little bit from the game, and then I think it's up to the staff and the leaders, of course, of each team to make sure that they are ramping up at the right time, that they pick up the pace, maybe individually just practice for whenever they're needed, and then peak again, because that is going to be a very hard exercise. It's tough on the body as well to have that sort of roller coaster, but they're going to have to do it. That's part of the format.
I mean, Taz probably knows a thing or two about back in the day having to play a hell of a lot of games back to back to back to back. So
I mean,
he might have some advice for the boys.
You have 2 people on the desk here who used to play. When we used to play, you could have had 6 hours in between games. You wouldn't even know when you were playing. Hell, I used to survive through the DDoS hours. You remember the DDoS time in Counter-Strike when you would have like 3 hours break throughout a game because people were DDoSing you? So yes, it is a skill in itself to know how to maintain your energy. And I'm hoping that in today's Counter-Strike, they're better equipped to deal with than we were.
Yeah, well, I mean, at the same time, we used to get to the event at 8 a.m. and finish at 6 a.m. the next day.
Also true.
So, you know, we're used to the like 22-hour game days and not the coziness of having a few hours off. But I mean, it does change a little bit. Like, I think every team, like Maniac said, there's going to be differences. So as an IGL, maybe you want to focus on one thing. As a star player, maybe you focus on something else. I could definitely see people wanting to go back and take a power nap or something for a half hour, watch the games, maybe get a little bit of preparation done by just like seeing how, you know, the next. Well, I mean, they know exactly.
They know now.
They know now. There's no waiting and seeing who they're going to play next. But I mean, for an IGL, I might go in and prepare for them. But as a player, maybe take a power nap and then just start warming up 30 minutes before, an hour before, when they know that they're going to go and do kickoff.
And this is why now all the progress that has been made in coaching staff and the support and around teams is so valuable. Because in our time, in our days, our leader, or you for that matter, would have to go and find that demo and do the analysis themselves probably and come up with ideas and come up with gun rounds and whatever, then gather all the troops and then kind of convey that information. It's not the case anymore. You can have a whole lot of people helping you out, sort of search that information, seek it out, digest it already and give it to you in an easy, actionable way. And that is where really Counter-Strike has evolved massively, because there's some speedrun preparation have to be done here.
We've got the live cams following G2's every move, seeing exactly where they're going. They are going back to the hotel. Obviously, we've got
I would do that too.
facilities there, yeah. A nice bed if you want to have a little nap. Does this put G2 or Heroic in the tougher situation, though, when we're looking at the wider context of this matchup? I would say undoubtedly the pressure is on G2, but is this going to be a harder route for Heroic, considering that, I mean, we've seen them getting out of gas in a single series? Is a stamina question going to be too much for them?
It's tough to say, because it is the first time that we're going to see Heroic in this very specific context of playing 2 games in one day, so I don't really have an answer to that. What I do think is that if our premise is that G2 waking up is something that is going to continue, then arguably Heroic have a mouthful coming out. It's going to be really, really complicated, with Nico playing great as well, with Hunter having a few rounds here and there where he found impact. But Counter-Strike doesn't work like that. Like, you cannot just say, hey, this is what we saw now, so 3 hours later it's going to happen again. And I think for Heroic it's very important to dissociate the two and just consider that one game in isolation.
Yeah, going to be a day of developments and, of course, opportunities indeed. But speaking of which, 2 teams, they've already made it through to the Spodek, but nice little golden carrot. Oh, a spot at the semi-finals. That's up for grabs for either FaZe or Spirit.
Colt's gonna jump across. Oh my god! And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Let's look at Rick Snowby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it! His first grand final. Let's get it on! Reacts faster twists! Oh, baby! What is that?
The first time we knew that Frozen is going to leave the team, it was a little bit chaotic.
It was quite clear that it was going to happen. Either it was going to be for Blast, which was the first event with Frozen, or in a few months into this year. It was just a question of time.
Obviously, it's tough losing a player like him. David's departure from the team changed a lot in the dynamics. We didn't really know what we were going to do. We lost a really good player, top 5 player in the world on a good day, and yeah, a great role model as well. So yeah, it was a little tough to lose him, but I was happy for him. Nobody really knew what is going to happen after the player break. There was a couple candidates from Mouse side, and also obviously our coach Cyclone and the IGL Shuhi. We went with what made sense, and I'm really happy we have a problem by our side now. And we can focus on just practice, improving, and not thinking about constantly who do we get, who are we playing with.
Playing with Frozen back then, I think he was always a happy kid. He's not the type to never tilt or be angry or this sort of stuff. He's very positive in terms of energy and the vibe he brings to the team. I think the biggest difference in terms of how he evolved is just how he wants to play in terms of like, he knows what he needs in order to perform. He has this set idea of how to play. I think that's something that comes with experience and you kind of create your own style of playing. We're mostly relying on Carrigan to figure out how we should play because it's more due to because of having a new player and just making the bigger picture work. There are clashes on paper, but we always have a solution in the end. Nuke Yard is like the most obvious one. The Frozen play Yard on Miles and Brain obviously the player here on FaZe. So we've had to figure that one out, for example.
Obviously, me and David are still on good terms. I was happy for him, and still I'm very happy for him that he's in FaZe. He looks very happy there, and he taught me a lot about life, about CS. So, I mean, obviously, I really appreciate you, David, and I mean, I hope that you make it like you want to, and I'm looking forward to battle with you on the server. It will always be fun, and yeah, I hope I win against you. So.
Congratulations, you've already made it to the Spodek, which is great. A lot of other teams, though, that are also in the top 10 have fallen, but you guys haven't. What's the difference between them and you?
I mean, the difference is we showed up, that's for sure. I think we had a good start, and that's about it, really. I mean, when you take it clean in the upper brackets, you don't fall into the lower bracket, it's going to be comfortable. Tournament run so far for us, and yeah, if for other teams you go into the lower bracket, you know, one team only comes out, so it's a tough one.
Yeah. How's the vibe within the team knowing that you've already qualified? So does that mean sometimes it's dangerous because, well, okay, we're already in the Spodek, so.
I think for us it's very, very nice, and we're happy to take it as comfortable as we did. I think it's often we go through the lower brackets, and you know, us being FaZe, we always make it tough for ourselves, and we always make it close, no matter the tournament, the opponents. So it's nice to have one of these kinds of tournaments where you do go straight to the playoffs and a chance at the semifinal as well.
And now you're going up against Team Spirit. Super exciting matchup. So is it going to be a Donkening or a Robsoning?
I'm not overthinking it too much. It's just gonna go how it goes. I mean, I think there's obviously a lot of hype on the guy on Donk, but I mean, we're not doing anything special. We're just doing our usual standard procedure for the match. We just do some anti-strats and we prepare our own game, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Thank you.
Spirit versus FaZe. Of course, two teams have already made it through to the playoffs at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024, but now potentially a spot in the semis for one of these two squads. We've got Yanko to be dissecting every moment of the action. We can't understate how important this game is. Sure, it's not elimination, but getting a whole extra day of your opponents, making sure that you're deeper in the tournament than any other teams, that's a golden nugget that you've got to be aiming for, right?
Absolutely, and especially considering the playing field, right? I mean, you get one game off your back, and I think that's actually something that's difficult for some teams to comprehend and to approach the game in the correct manner. Like, let's say in this series, for example, I feel for FaZe, of course, they're coming in trying to win the game, but as a team, as long as they get to the arena, they feel like they're fine, right? Because they're going to hit that extra gear, and relative to some other teams, you know, they're going to be more comfortable. While Spirit on the other side of things, right, they don't know who they are in the arena, right? They haven't played on that stage yet with this lineup. Some players have never played on a stage like that. So for them, hopefully, there's going to be that extra motivation to skip a game, so to speak.
Yeah, FaZe Clan is like the main character. You expect them to get to like the final battle, and this is the real first test for Spirit going against FaZe. And it's like a little bit of like a crazy analogy. You'll have to bear with me. We have FaZe as like the Lord of the Rings, the Battle of Helm's Deep right now, right? And you got Kerrigan. He's like Gimli, right? He needs to be helped on everything. He can't even get on a horse without his teammate boosting him up or something like that. And then like you have Brokey, he's Legolas. He's got the arrow. He's just like sniping everyone from afar. And then Kerrigan's like, hey, I have 4 kills. And then Brokey's like, yeah, but I got 40. And then like Rops is like the Aragorn. He's the Strider. He's like the Drifter, kind of taking his little mini boss fights in the sides of the game. And then it's just like you have Donk on the other side. He's Spirit. He's the Uruk-hai that's given like the explosive thing, and he runs into the tunnel and blows a hole like place up, and then you have like Rain, he's Gandalf with the troops coming in from the side, and if you can somehow blow up everything, but you still can't do it in time before Gandalf gets there, then Rain's going to come in and like save the day for the team.
You don't understand how happy that makes Janko. G2 just won, and he was happier with that reference than he was the last match result. Now, Professor Panovich, can you give a grading to how Frozen has integrated so far into this FaZe roster?
I think probably A-, just because A+ would entail probably, you know, much more dominant wins and perhaps doing even something more at the World Finals, right? So outside of that, I think he has been doing great in FaZe, and I think it's obviously a little bit of, like Robs mentioned in the interview, some players had to move around, so it's perhaps those guys getting a little bit of used to some of the positions they have to play and just synergy on a level across the team. But it seems like pretty good from the get-go.
Well, of course, Spirit are waiting on the other side of the server, so let's go ahead and check in with James Banks.
I'm here to talk about a very serious topic. Here inside the Hall of Heroes, where we're supposed to light it up, it has been darkened by a monster. He has been loud, he has been wild, he has been crazy. He has terrified all the players around him. But it's not just the players, it's affecting us as talent, the other crew members around the venue, everyone inside this building. They have been greatly affected by Dom.
Nice! I think he's gonna try to go in again on a timing. There it is, of course he's gonna find it. Both frags in the end.
Мы сегодня выиграли в комплекте, хороший был план, мы хорошо играли, мы потренировались.
As you can see, we have all been greatly affected. Something has to be done. We need help. Oh my God. Hi. Hello, Donk. How are you? Yep. Let's get back to the show.
Yes, I'm going to be talking to Donk and Magic here before their match. Magic, are you as afraid of Donk as everyone else here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, we'll still try to do the interview. More seriously now, though. You made it to Spodek, which is absolutely insane, but now you are facing FaZe. How do you feel about that matchup?
I mean, we'll see, but it's exciting to face them because it's a long time ago we played against them. It was deciding matches, I think. We had a great match back in Antwerp and back in Cologne, which was tough. So it would be great to face them again.
Yeah. It would be great for you to face them again, but of course now you have Donk, and Donk it would be the first time, I believe. So what do you think the match versus FaZe will be like?
I don't know, we will see. It's very exciting to play against them. I respect them. I watched their games, their plays, highlights a lot.
Who is a player you're most excited to play against?
I think Rain.
Thank you and good luck.
Well, watch out, Rain. The Donk has got his eye on you. But let's contextualize this for a moment. Because, Janko, you've gone through the effort of having a look at some of the teams that Spirit have beaten since Donk joined the squad.
Yeah, and if you look at the teams that they played, the first 3 games are online, right, against Entropic, Preezy, and Mouse, which they beat 2-0. This is the close qualifier for the RMR from the Apex game, which was a 13-0 on LAN, right? You can tell the playing field a little bit different. I mean, Na'Vi being the only team from the top 5 that they played managed to take them 2-1, but it has been impressive, only dropping 2 maps so far with the iteration of this roster.
Yeah, that is looking pretty mean. I mean, Na'Vi, we knew that was going to be the biggest test for them, right? And Spirit, they did pass, in all fairness. So how do you feel like they're going to stack up against FaZe today?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's hard to tell because the Na'Vi match that we saw was not the Na'Vi on their A game. Their last match that they played was definitely way better and more of their form, just like we saw with G2 recently. So it's going to be an actual real test because FaZe hasn't looked like they've been out of form. And they have Frozen coming in. If I go back to the analogy, he's like the elven archer crew that comes in and, you know, he's putting up numbers as well. So it's good that they have found this much success with integrating Frozen, losing twists, but they've had so many good results, a string of great results actually over the last few months, and they haven't looked to lose their form. So this is going to be an even bigger test.
But looking at those numbers there, a little bit lopsided, isn't it?
Yeah, the discrepancy in experience when it comes to, you know, big events on LAN, and even if we go into the playoffs, right, that number would be even greater, because even some of the guys like Chopper sure played a lot of LANs, not too many playoffs in the arena. So, you know, when we get to that next phase, that's when we really see how they'll perform. But it tells you, you know, how much more experience FaZe has coming into this one. They played favorites before, they played underdogs, right? They've done it all.
Looking at the map veto that is coming thick and fast, we get the regular bans coming out. Mirage picked by Spirit. I like that one.
It's interesting that they go for Mirage over Ancient, right? It's a map that, okay, FaZe themselves also like, but Spirit has been just so good on Ancient that it's surprising. I thought it was going to be the opposite, right? Ancient was going to be the first map and then Mirage the decider. We get the same maps, but just in a different order. FaZe going for Nuke here. It's a map that Spirit has only played once with this lineup against Preezy, won in overtime, 16-14.
Yeah, and I think the way the map veto played out with FaZe picking Nuke, I think that's going to be a really good pick for them. But I think the reason why Spirit went for Mirage over Ancient is that Ancient was going to fall into the map pool anyways, but that is also one of FaZe's better maps. So maybe they were thinking like, well, with how we're playing, with how explosive we are, with how we swing everything, push with confidence, and how there's so many different lanes that you could fight with, I think that's probably the angle that Spirit's going for when they pick Mirage over Ancient. They get to play it as a decider if it goes that far anyways, but they get to play something that maybe they can set the pace, set the tone of the match, say, hey, we're just going to go all out right now, be ready for us.
I'm a bit surprised that neither team picked T side. You know, they both picked to start on the CT side, so we'll see. Blade was talking about how Spirit wasn't really that difficult to counter. They just didn't execute well. They didn't hit their shot. So curious to see if FaZe can do better here.
Well, we've got Mirage, we've got Nuke, we've got Ancient. If it does so require a series that sees one of these two squads netting a spot in the semi-finals, and we've got Scrawny and Launders to bring you all the action.
Yes, thank you so much, Desk, for breaking it down, for prepping us for another Donk showcase. Will he finally be stopped? Will he finally be humbled? Or is this kid rolling into the semi-finals of the Spodek like it's absolutely nothing?
If past results mean anything, you would say, you know, maybe there is a chance. But it is true that this is going to be like his sort of biggest game versus the best team to stop him, the best chance to finally at least slow him down. I mean, you can't stop him from getting into the Spodek now. That's out of the question.
Secured.
But you can try to humble him. You can try to slow him down. And there will be a big difference between making semis and quarters in terms of winning this event, right? Both these teams could easily win the whole thing. So a lot of that can come down to, do you skip a playoff game? Because that's where it gets the hardest here at Katowice. Even though the road is long, it's the last few bricks that you have to cross that are the most treacherous. So for FaZe as well, I think they need some personal confidence here that they know that if it ever came to it, they'd be able to beat a team like Spirit, that they are still the team to watch now that Vitality is gone, and that they are the first to really put a dent in the confidence of the dark horse of the event.
And if you're FaZe, I think, you know, you're a little bit smug with a hidden smirk, because one of your top oppositions, a team that has held you back at the tail end of 2023 in Vitality, is no longer. Not your problem, already gone. All you've got to do is stop what is very much a hyped team Spirit. Chopper's been playing great. He's been calling great. Donk has been untouchable on an individual level. And when it comes down to the nitty-gritty in the clutch, you know Shiro's got something special. This game could have fireworks written all over it, both in the Spodek, guaranteed, but somebody's skipping steps. And it all starts here on Mirage. Flash to the top mid. Nobody's home for FaZe Clan. Smoke out of Frozen, who's been posting strong numbers, slotting into the FaZe Clan and looking good. Jakey and MC on the observers tonight. Rops, headshot to kick it off. We get this little bit of Mirage presence spotted, but it's kills in mid that seemingly go all the way of FaZe. So far, so good. And Team Spirit have been spectacular in pistol round wins in general. So I think to give them a cold start here, to give FaZe a leg up, individual levels looking good, and they'll have to all series long.
Yes. Very clean start. Look at Brokey, he's so handsome right now with that shaved face.
Barely recognize him.
Yeah, that just reminds me of those handsome Squidward meme.
Yeah.
Handsome Brokey. That's what it feels like. Unironically handsome, for sure. So, FaZe the quick one here. Simple. I saw Eddie in the elevator of the hotel. Said, I hope Donk doesn't yell at us too much. Because that he wouldn't want the guys to get tilted. So, I think, obviously, there's a lot of love there. And have fun with it, but you know, we heard Alish talk good things about Donk. Then when he got killed, he was pissed, and they will be too. They're gonna feel it at some point. Let's see how long it'll take, though. Kerrigan versus 5.
Ooh, here we go. There's the sprint. Frozen leaves a bit to be desired, but gets there at the end of the magazine. Kerrigan 2 kills easy, and just these Glocks trickling into the bomb site. Yeah, there it goes. The bomb, no plant here for them. Shiro's burst finds nothing. It's a safe round for Spirit where they don't get their plant, and FaZe can be happy keeping 4 alive. Little money made for Kerrigan. If he's bringing the floor up of FaZe, then Spirit could have their hands full.
Yeah, it's a very serious mood already here for Spirit as they wait to see how they're going to be playing today. I think they also recognize the opportunity at hand. I mean, there is also the curse of being able to see the finish line now that Spirit have made it this far. They've got the attention, they've taken some big names, but now they're going up against FaZe with the doubling, or with the chance of sort of not only beating FaZe, but getting so close to an entire trophy right now. Tier 1 victory for Team Spirit is what they're looking for. It's actually possible. So, rain here from Dennis. Cleared out insta by Donk. First one on the map.
Looking for his follow-up. Careful, Brokey. It's an invitation, and he knows it. Goes for the spam. Predicts that Donk's going to climb over top, clambering over boxes. Zontics through smoke with 1, but the trade's right there. Kerrigan making the most of that SMG to the man advantage. Still no bomb plant. That one got interrupted. It sits on site, but with Chopper looking for his kill, instead of prioritizing plant, it comes through. Brokey, ice cold.
1 health.
All he needs. 1 HP, 2 frags, and a clutch to the board 3 rounds in.
Yeah, right when they needed him to, he got in there. And they know last known position was in CT spawn, so yeah, they had to give some credence to the fact that he could have been lurking around there. They look in that direction, and boom. Third guy shows up in the same position. Brokey took out the Star and won the 1v2 clutch in the end. A Star in and of himself, so clean one, clean one. And that'll have to be respected. Back to pistols, Team Spirit.
Kerrigan from MP9 to AUG. Team Spirit looking at this B site again. Last time they did get some footing on site with just unarmored Glocks.
The scope in. It's like, I don't know if he just eats this flash. We'll see.
Keeps the spray under wraps. Zontics down for the count. There's the Cat player caught out by Frozen. No risk in the Cat support. Very nicely done from Kerrigan to get the double kill. It's all cleaned up easily. Fantastic start from FaZe.
Yeah, I guess that's actually a nice use of the AUG since they're going to turn the corner before the flash gets thrown. So it's a very good gun to feel good on a raw duel if they just swing out at you. We're definitely going to see more AUGs come in when people will get more comfortable, especially for those who are like having an off day opping, or just a lot of maps could use them. Like,
one of the weird things about the AUG in CS2 right now is that the crosshair when you're scoped in, the green dot on the scope, it gets so blurry. Like 3-4 bullets into the spray, it's the size of a nickel on your screen. And I wonder why that changes, whether that's intentional or, you know, I never saw it in the patch notes.
It's like Hypnotoad's eyes.
Yeah. It's just like, bro, I'm trying to spray here. Can I maybe get a precision dot? So a little weird in that regard, but Kerrigan makes it look good.
It's true, yeah.
That's not how scopes work, Lauders.
I gotta trust you. You know everything about guns. I don't. I thought you shot from the hip in real life.
Well, you can.
I only played Counter-Strike for 20 years, so that's all. That's what I learned.
And if you do, I just don't want to be anywhere near you.
Yeah, I just played Counter-Strike and watched Clint Eastwood movies, so I always thought you shot from the hip.
Chopper's going to try to gun down the connector with the Molotov on the top of it. Ooh, through the edge of the smoke, Frozen finds him. Nice return frag from Donk, who's just posted up on chair. Utility Going to get him off his position. One of the slower starts we've had from Donk is, again, we've been slowly watching as Donk is meant to meet his maker. Na'Vi couldn't stop him, even though they won a map against Spirit. Complexity weren't even in the server. And now it's FaZe to try their hands at it. Kerrigan, 8-2 off the start. Rain finds Donk through mid, and we've got Shiro and Magic's task to the 2 versus 4. So a lot of mid respect, I think, being given by FaZe. We see Spirit getting close to Connector, close to the catwalk, but then FaZe just clamp down on them once they get so close.
Yeah, it's all because of this new window smoke. It means that you know you want to fight because you can always break open the window smoke, but you can't just stay on static angles fighting actively unless you're actually inside of mid these days. So it actually makes for a more exciting mid. I like it more. CS2 Mirage has been really fun to watch, I think. So what does this mean at this point of the round, though? 25 seconds. And it might putter to a halt here for Team Spirit as we wait to see if FaZe will walk into their crosshairs. Rain about.
Ooh, a little pressure here. Keep them on their toes. 10 seconds left. Whoa, re-peeking. Molly will keep Rain back. It's going to keep him antsy. You know, Mirage is a very comfortable map for Team Spirit. Currently holding on to an above 90% win rate with this team. We saw Na'Vi take a Series 2 Mirage on map 3 as opposed to playing Overpass, a direct challenge. Clearly Na'Vi must have seen something that they wanted to try and counter. Spoiler, didn't work. Got absolutely smashed out by what's been a very consistent Team Spirit. So obviously this time it's the map pick, but FaZe Clan maybe having their finger on the pulse, cooling off this T side to start. Usually it's Donk ripping up turf top mid with Sontix with him, but for now it's a goose egg to Team Spirit's side. Brokey, nothing to shoot at as the Molly displaces him. We get bomb sat outside ramp. And 2 CTs press up close.
FaZe know what to expect. With Chopper's mid control, it's always the same protocols. It's mechanical. And it's also still hard to stop, so that's why you saw them give a little bit of respect to it. Now Donk is pressing his face against the glass right now, ready to come through with this split. You see a player on A ramp with the bomb as well, and here he comes out, decapitated.
Drops down, Connector damage through, Chopper still pressing, and he gets to stairs. Brokey doesn't know about it, but he waits for the Palace peek and misses his chance. Stairs gets held, no snapshot over from Rops. Can't manage the flick. Magic's great spot to screw him over on rotation, and that right there is the first for Team Spirit. Getting through 3 avenues of attack, and all of them instrumental. Frozen could still play the clutch.
Has been shoved out of the most important retakes.
There's the opening.
Oh, Zontix, that's the wide way around, but
there's a lot of time left on this.
There is tons of time, actually. He's got like all the utility he needs.
No kit, but there could be one on site. There's one here in jungle. We see it on the feet of his opponent. Unfortunately, that won't be retrieved. Bomb beyond the halfway point. There is one on the route to the bomb. Frozen, he sees one jumping down. Magic's on triple. Jungle peek, they've got him. He keeps them on their toes, but it's a close nonetheless here from Spirit.
That was worth walking up and seeing what was really good. But all right, for Team Spirit, they survive with 2. The attack looks good, and they try to be persistent about the same approach with the A split via mid. And as we mentioned before, FaZe are always going to let you get down a certain amount of distance before they fight you, or at least they have here in this map, before they participate. This round, it's a little lighter, but they still deny the entries at first. But the second, third layer on the attack are so good from Team Spirit, and they had pressure on 3 different choke points at once. So now Rops will say, listen, you were pressing your face up against the glass last time. I'm going to stand outside.
Yeah.
Kill you there first. That takes the nerve. That takes the pressure off.
Team Spirit, I think, is just a bit of a slower pace than what we've gotten out of their previous games in Kato. I think that pace is being muzzled slightly by FaZe. And the fact that from top to bottom, individuals showing well. There was always a question around the opposition Spirits faced on this path. It's the conviction in their win over Complexity that really made them look cut from a different type of cloth. Right now, we've got the crossfire within the A site. Rain feeling like he can go for a slightly deeper angle while the Palace remains smoked. Chopper is still in there. Shiro cautious about the spawn flank, but it's not in place. Mid players working off catwalk, so that'll free up Frozen to come over, even despite him being on an MP9. He's got an incendiary to support. Rain's gonna peek into Palace, but Chopper's ahead of it, waiting for a flash that never came. Turns the wrong way, Rops trades, nope, denied. It's pressed in close, Donk gets the headshot. Frozen can't do much, again with the SMG on the cross. The flash is good though, Brokey helps him out. As the second player gets to stairs, cleared out by Donk, multi-frag from the kid. And the op misses a shot, but Chopper catches him on the jump back. Brokey in and shut down by Shiro. There it is, impact from Donk, from ramp to cross, giving Spirit 2.
And shout out to Chopper for keeping the troops calm. During that whole situation, they took out Zontix inside a Palace. They said, let's sit static. It looks vanilla, and you see the map and you think, well, FaZe, they actually haven't pushed, but Spirit also know this. So you got to give them credit for being very confident, very patient, because when they came back to the A site, it was an even map across B site and middle in terms of CT control. It was a perfectly good thing to do, to wait and go again. Great entries, good organization, and
what's up with Rain walking into Palace with his back turned?
I can only imagine he was turning because he was trying to transpose into a push with a flash. So I'm not sure who it would have been, because I don't think Rops is about to flash from Sandwich.
It would have had to have been like Frozen from Jungle. He was the only closest rotate, but bit of a weak link on the defense. Makes the job that much easier for Spirit. We do get the opening kill from Kerrigan. Rops caught on the climb up. Donk in with another kill. Started this map negative, working his way back up, looking for the tide, 6-6. And a USP nearly his victim. Nade will hone in on Kerrigan, off the mark. That AK is in play on this bomb site. USP dink at a distance, AK in the pocket, quelled. Not an issue. Chopper gonna chew through what's left of this bomb site, and it is indeed Spirit to continue winning ways.
Yeah, not bad. Threw straight off that. Good calls here from Chopper, and I'm sure Chopper, I'm sure he's an IGL's IGL, and he gets respect from all the right people. But I think he wants to be on the world stage, right? He hasn't been doing it for this long, getting into this many majors, raising up this many talents to just be looked at as an underrated IGL, a good gatekeeper, a tier 2 sort of dominator. And with the team that he has, and with a signing like Shiro,
yes.
Like, I mean, that's what solidifies it. It's not even Donk, it's that Shiro joined Spirit. That's, I think, the first amazing sign here for Chopper, that he's got a lineup that's done.
Exactly that, right? It's like the first real move that tells me Spirit's not going to have players poached, but rather they made the big signing.
And they may poach in the future, right? They now have that gravity.
Real bargaining power with a roster that has this much promise. And proven results as Katowice goes on. Spodek guaranteed, semifinals. They're gunning for it. Despite FaZe's best efforts to kick this off well, Rain now pressured, stuck on triple. Nothing he can do about Donk, who is starting to return. 3 kills in the middle of the site. Everybody who faces him shredded, flesh from bone. Donk gobbles him up, and that is Spirit chewing through an A site like it's nothing.
That's nuts, man. He made the site feel so small. Like, he comes through all these pieces of utility flying all over the place. He has a perfect read on where everybody is. The inventory is obvious for Donk. The shots are even easier. Spray's perfect, and definitely one of his best skills on T-side is scaling fast as hell. Like, it's easy to say that. Oh, you can run across the site. Wow, that's so impressive. But when Donk does it, he doesn't die. So whatever timings and pathing routes that he takes and how confident he is about it, the way Donk does it is a bit better than other people at the moment.
You know, they were trying to throw him out top middle, and because of the lack of presence from FaZe at the start of this map, it's almost like Donk couldn't get his flesh.
I would say
come through with those kills, but now that he's entering A,
yeah, look at this. I would call this a gold split entry path, okay? So when you talk about like a speed run in a game, any other Super Mario 64 or something like that, you get a Glod. It's a gold split, okay? It's your best split ever.
Okay,
it's just a part of the game, just part of the game that you got perfect, ran through so fast, all right? That's what Donk does on site sometimes. He gets gold splits. He just gets there so quick. It's like still the way you were supposed to do it, but as fast as possible.
Oh, how that lead has disappeared. FaZe still ahead by 1. Bye ain't pretty. Donk powering up as this map goes on. Shiro posted towards mid. They actually go ahead with the 3B stack, even despite this pretty consistent A hit that's been coming out from Spirit. Round 10 of the map. They just put those pistols all together. Let them clump. Let the M4 in middle try to get something done. Shiro was watching where Kerrigan just was. They anticipate FaZe throwing something out, maybe because of a read on the buy. Reality is FaZe content to sit back. It all hinges on Kerrigan. If he can open up with 1 frag, maybe that Cat player comes and grabs a mid gun. But yet once more, the consistency of the A hits being set up by Spirit.
Spirit are doing way more than enough right now. It's going to be so hard to stop this at this point. They've cleared out underpass. They have top boxes. Oh my god, that was a chance actually for Kerrigan to at least get 1 kill. But now it's Big Rops, MP9, top of the balcony. What can you do?
Getting pinched. Time is limited here. They're going to find him in this corner, you'd assume. Ooh, gets a freebie. That's Donk dead. Something to work with. But all that remains is this scramble out of the pistol players. Kerrigan's M4 can't be retrieved. Rops' MP9 can't be picked up. So we're looking at the tie game. Team Spirit again, nice slow crawl, right? They let FaZe play their hand. Chopper ends up finding the kill bottom mid, which could have been Kerrigan's, could have been an easy weapon pickup for one of those B players. But at the end of the day, Rain gonna try to pull this one back. Brokey gonna come grab it as well. This could be 2 weapons with Kevlar saved. It could be a good chance to set up the tail end of this CT side. A strong start that fizzled out.
It was, yeah. Well, I mean, it took a bit of grit here from Team Spirit to find a way back in, and they really didn't treat this half like a crisis. They treated it like a puzzle, and I really appreciate that because they tried very similar attacks and tactics and strategies, but they sharpened up the approaches, and I think that's what won them. It was what won them so many rounds back. I mean, for example, they didn't give up on mid. They just did it better. If they treated it like a crisis, they would have tried everything else. It takes a certain level of confidence to tell your team, hey, we were close.
Finally, a full-fledged FaZe in this one. It's pressure from Donk. Ooh, Kerrigan survives the test on that secondary op, but so little health and a missed shot from Brokey. Now that's too much for Kerrigan to handle. He gets counterpicked by Shiro.
Oh, and the op can't get back in. That's going to be tough. You know Shiro's somewhere.
Rob's trying to come out from market. Kerrigan, well, he falls, but his counterpart and Chopper continues on in middle. B-site falling to Team Spirit as they do have bench under wraps. Bomb planted for the catwalk.
Oh, CT's known. They heard Frozen wrapping around.
And he's looking for Chopper. Believes and is correct about this float top middle. He's got to find Chopper before even having a chance to come and get Robs, but Chopper's just going to lean back. Will be found out. By the time he dies, it's all good because Robs has been cleared from market. And so Frozen, it's a dire strait that lies ahead. Op trade from Shiro, cracks open the B site, and Brokey missed his shot.
Another great call here from Chopper. You know, you're running into 2 ops holding the site, so that's a massive weakness of B rush. Now, you can give credit for the gamble of rushing B in this situation, but he had a good read on what FaZe maybe would have been worried about. Or in this case, not worried about, but they should have been. I think once they heard that second op shot as well, like you said, it missed, they were like, all right, if we take our time here, it's going to be very hard to stop us.
Yep, scale.
From getting in. Ooh, nice shot.
Get in there quick. Zontix lending a helping hand, holding off the rotate. Team Spirit taking the lead from a 5-0 start to a 6-round streak out of this T-side, justifying the Mirage pick.
And you can say, look at that, not all the rounds, it's just Don getting entries. He dies right there. He died a couple of other times too, but they still are getting in. There's still other players that can frag on this team, especially on T-side.
And you'd think versus opposition like FaZe, this is when we're going to have to see the rest of the pack. Chopper standing tall. Good impact top middle, just burning so much time off Frozen's play. Brokey, another missed opportunity, bottom middle. Can't bop him, can't stop him. They'll sit here and wait.
One long-term plan. This bet on Robs, he's pushed through slowly. This is very powerful. Even has time to clear out a ramp, if not go all the way around. But if he does the first option, then his team in CT is actually a little more freed up.
Smoke ahead of the push. They're still going to try to press it, and that's right into Kerrigan. Brokey holds off from Marketplace, not going to miss this time. Shiro off the reload, though, knows his timing's good. There is a second player up on ladder. That's Frozen to try to attack the tail end of this cap play. Magic's making sound, no one watching flank. Easy slide out for Frozen. Double kill, and they lay down Law. Nobody entering B this time, tied at 6.
Hits his headshot. Now Wonderful's turn, and Boros is their next victim. Flat from Falcons.
Flat from Boros, only 2 kills. And desperate from Madden. What's he meant to do in a 1-on-4 situation like that? There's hardly any damage being done from Falcons whatsoever. And that reroute from Na'Vi. So the one smoke that drops as the execute comes in, you're thinking, oh, they're going to have to pop through this with a flash. But no, we'll just go through cave. Plenty of ways to take this site, say Na'Vi, and now up to double digits. 3 players up to 13 frags. Wonderful, Alexi, and Bit. And this one, Falcons are opting to force by a scout for Sampaius. Pistol upgrades with smokes for the rest, but fast out mid, Emma and Wonderful to take the room. Nothing Sampaius can do through that smoke. Boros, the next to be tested over to Donut if they want to continue to pressure mid.
Na'Vi in no hurry. Snappy with the intention to delay if he spots anything on this jiggle.
I'm wondering if Emma's waiting for Jail to feel safe enough to come for the double peek. Right? You can see Jail over towards Pocket. But there's been no reaggress just yet, so Stoic with the smokes. Alexi really want this cave space. All right, well, Molly in. Snappy and Madden both playing the block.
Smoke exchanged. Good nade. Wow, JL. Eats that one. Passes off the AK to a healthier member. And they've delayed them successfully. Look how many smokes are currently up. 30 seconds. It's getting a bit sketchy for Na'Vi. They need someone to bail them out on the push. Flashes up. Alexi in. Using that Mag-10. More bullets connecting. Still no lethality. It's big from Snappy. And now the Deagle into Alexi. 15 seconds. Bit, you got the bomb. He's taking fights. Lost the bomb. And surely they've lost the round. It's only...
For once, it is not a massive beating being given out by Donk, but rather a full-fledged Spirit Squad performance. From top to bottom, barring Magics, we've got a good show on our hands here. It was that 5-0 start that made us believe FaZe were gonna be the humblers of Donk, because that's what we've been waiting for. But a nice resurgence out of Spirit on their T side within this map pick, and we are all tied up going into the second half. Map 1 of a very big best-of-3 semifinals in the Spodek on the line. Already, Donk, you know what you're gonna get. He's gonna gun for you top mid. Off the USP, 2 headshots just like that. He's got Zontix to support him. This is what you get every round on CT side. It's Donk and Zontix dominating mid.
Damn, he's sort of like a miniature sledgehammer, sort of. You know what I mean? Like, way more powerful than he looks. Kerrigan in a 1-on-5 situation with nowhere to play. Donk, baby, there he is. Another appearance, another cameo. Don't forget about him. It's a consistent feature of just have yet to. We've casted him so much already. Casted him an event last year, event here, and we're just wondering when's he going to play badly. When's he going to play badly? He can miss, he can die, but I've never seen him play badly.
Look at that. That's the Donk deflation. That's the reality check. And don't expect him to stop. He will be peeking you top mid, and anybody who's there to try and hold him back is going to get a face full of lead. And if you leave that space open, he will come sprinting at you wherever it is you show face. The beauty of Donk is he is always moving, always hunting, constantly on the prowl, the apex predator of Team Spirit. Glocks here looking for the bomb plant, all they can really hope for. Nice taps away from Zontix, Donk's right-hand man. Second best rifler on the team. Donk's here, Donk's dead. Glocks answer with 2. It's a USP for Chopper. Things are getting sketchy, but the MP9 is close. Oh. Chopper gets brokey. And so they're back in control, so it seems. Yeah, corralled on this bomb site. Chopper picking up the slack. A couple Glocks kills gets you scared for just the second, but Team Spirit, all is good.
Yeah, that was a close call. They try to raise the chaos there. That's what FaZe needed, is a round like that. But yeah, it's going to be Kerrigan's job right now to change the story at least a little bit, right? There are 2 camps at the moment. There's there's Donkers, and then there's anti-Donkers, essentially.
Okay, yep.
Disbelievers.
Yeah. They're like flat earthers.
Right.
They're wrong.
They have the math, but they're wrong.
Donk behind the smoke, chucks out the frag. Doesn't find anybody. Kerrigan, nicely done. Him and Brokey. There you go. If you can kill Zontix and Donk, you've got yourself an opening on the T side of Mirage. A key response, finding the 2 of them. They will give you fights. It's just a matter of surviving them. For now, first gun round out of FaZe looking fantastic. But the beauty of this Spirit squad from top to bottom is if Zontix and Donk are both dead, you still got Shiro to contend with. An op that can leave a mark and close a clutch. Finds Rain, and Chopper with magics right there. Your double man advantage is moot. Frozen, he's looking to join up with Kerrigan. They've at least got this squeeze going down on the A play. Player down beneath Palace found out. Last guy's Chopper, nowhere to be found. An excellent response from FaZe. You just lost what felt like too much, but the bomb still has to be picked up.
Chopper has to find his timing, though. They're just going to let him grab it?
Okay.
I actually don't know what the play is here for Chopper, because he's obviously coming in for a retake. He knows they're going to take the A site. Was hoping it was a bit more time, maybe. It all comes down to, does he find his first kill? No, the jump across is good.
I suppose leaving bomb makes FaZe thinks he could be playing in extremity, either CT spawn or flanking A. Instead, he's just on their heels quietly, but a missed chance, right? If he kills Frozen there, the clutch is on. Without it, his health, too much a difference.
Okay.
Nicely done from FaZe. You get your opening kills, that's a win. Donk and Zontix dead. It's responding to that flurry of kills back from Spirit, right? 3 frags in an instant, all across the map. Frozen and Kerrigan combine with a solution.
Yeah, extremely good mid-rounds. I mean, that's where you would expect FaZe should still be able to outdo Spirit. I mean, like Shiro's somebody that's like on their level in that regard, especially in the like mid to late round. But overall, like you Rops, Frozen, Brokey, like these guys are going to be able to work together in ways to make very complicated situations seem simple. And Spirit are experienced at this point, but if we're talking about advantages for FaZe, this is what they specialize in. First timeout called for them. Where's that? Sorry, first or second?
That means second.
Right, second.
They should really add some X's in there.
It was on the middle one. Then.
Yeah. I think. Actually, don't quote me.
They fill it in or they erase it.
Yeah, right. I don't know. I can only do multiple choice. All right, look at the state it leaves Spirit in. M4 for Chopper. Tidbits of utility here for Magix. FaZe with a chance to tie this game up again. Don't forget it, they had that 5-0 start. In round 15, it's a very important rebuttal from Frozen and Kerrigan. Chopper blocking smoke. He is the one-man show over towards this A play. So FaZe have indeed chosen the right bomb site with a full-blown execute. Not skipping any steps. Every piece of util in place, watching for this stairs player as well. Chopper realizes there's nothing he can do to stop this. May as well walk away with that M4A1S.
And now, folks, we got a real game. I mean, everybody knew when they woke up this morning this game was going to be good.
Yeah,
we knew it was going to be good. We were waiting for this game. Everyone was waiting for this game. Wanted to know what was going to happen. This is the story of the event so far. Comes down to this match. So this is a real perfect start. Very streaky with the start from FaZe, the comeback from Team Spirit.
I think just on, from an organization's point of view, or even just majority of the roster still, maybe not majority, just at least Chopper, right? One of my favorite games of the last couple of years, FaZe versus Spirit in Antwerp. That major semifinal was the deepest Chopper had ever made a run with young players around him. He gets cut shy just a couple of rounds, and we know what FaZe went on to do there.
Yeah. And
that may have been Spirit's day.
100%. And simultaneously now Wonderful is playing in a Na'Vi match. He was playing on stage in that Spirit FaZe matchup and was the best player on the server for Spirit at the time. So that story lives on. It's another one of sort of Chopper's workshopped players,
yes, sir,
if you will.
Yeah, but now he's got a Shiro.
Now he earned a Shiro for sure.
CT is floating around middle. We hear the op ring out. We get FaZe scuttling back over to that A ramp. It was an uncontested execution in the last round.
I love the double jungle play that we see from CTs these days. I think it's a lot of teams are doing it later on. This is just a good way to fight through the smokes, especially the CS2 jungle smoke. You used to want to spam through this, but now it's necessary. Also denies you jumping through.
Chopper opens up, Donk swings, finishes Brokey in the back line. Nice answer from Shiro.
Wow, decimated, man.
Not gonna let you in, no entry. Last round uncontested. This round inoperable. Nobody crosses the line of Tetris, and Team Spirit's A defense holds strong.
Got like 20 yards across. I thought for sure they're gonna at least get to stairs. That was, I didn't realize they were gonna be swinging on stairs versus the exec as it came in.
Oh, and of course, Donk goes deep, meets Frozen on the outside of the ramp and makes sure nothing can be retrieved. Spirit, 9-8 lead.
Yeah, that setup was fearsome. That setup was straight fire here for Team Spirit. So I want to just watch that again. Yeah, it's a deep smoke, so they just said, let's interrupt. But they're kind of ready for this exact hit. Hey, the Palace smoke comes out simultaneous to the attack on the ramp, and Shiro moves in to triple off CT after missing his first shot.
Ooh, in connector, Donk takes damage. His pace predicted. His presence undeniable. Bench lineup. Kerrigan gets 2 off of the catwalk. We get Donk burning down to 4, barely standing now. But again, it's Shiro late round. Shiro in the pocket, deep ticket. He waits. The rumblings of the A play again.
They don't have a molly for him.
So he can sit here, wait, and Donk will try to hold off on mid. One player top, Tetris jumping over to the stairs, missed his jump, and Donk peels rain off. Now it's Shiro to the clutch. Misses his chance on the player up in Palace. Bomb planted on the opposite side of triple. Great coverage from Frozen, and FaZe bounce right back.
Right, maybe it gets a little testy if they can't take out Donk, but they get that trade right away. Shiro misses his shot. Okay, it's all good. Wow, nice openings. Let's run it back to that first second of action with Kerrigan. That spray down on top of Cat was beautiful. I mean,
2 bodies, 1 burst.
How are you supposed to sustain through that? That's mid control 1. Of course, the A attack's going to come out right after. They just saw the double Cat setup. All the pressure down on mid. FaZe capitalize. 9-9. And pistols for Team Spirit.
We seize your feet. Can't hide from Frozen. Couple easy pickups against these unarmored pistols. T's scaling through mid. Window player smoked off. Very little to work with. And double digits seemingly secured. Oh yeah, can't hide from Frozen. Shiro gets there, bottom mid split in with Chopper and Zontix. Ooh, no sir, just off the mark. They're gonna fall into the hands of Rops. No save allowed, sir. This is FaZe taking it to the 10-9 lead.
Got a crush in the economy, so.
Huge performance out of Frozen.
Absolutely.
And when we first saw him come into FaZe, I mean, replacing Twists, we thought to ourselves, how long would it take to get his performance from his mouse-like carries into the FaZe clan?
Well, like, sometimes you look at the player cams, right? You see it from Kerrigan to Rops to Frozen, and you're like, this is literally mouse ports at one point. Like, these guys have natural chemistry. They've had chemistry. They know how the IGLing works. Kerrigan knows what kind of piece that he just got. It was a perfect fit. The transition that made the most sense after losing Twists, and they got the guy they were looking for. Grand final on the first tournament after picking him up, right? They didn't win it, however, and so there is some stuff to prove still with Frozen.
On the other side, we've got this Donk package rolling, just a highlight of his individual moments so far on this map, but his counterpart right now is 100% Frozen. Pistol rounds to stairs presence. He did all that with like 4 points of health. It's the time to kill on this kid that always just kind of leaves you,
I think, yeah,
stunned for a second.
In 2020, it was Yakinder who kind of showed everyone how to peak, like the best way to peak, to optimize in CSGO. Like Yakinder peaks were the best ones for sure. Now it's Donks. Like his wide swings are exactly perfect for CS2.
Here comes another. Again, he's going for top mid. I think he's eaten a couple of nades towards connector. Oh, so he comes at it through the window instead, and poor Rain on his own towards top mid, gets cut down. Donk at him again, but Frozen slipped out. Frozen almost getting past. Now Chopper can keep his head down knowing the support from Donk on stairs is here. He loses that support. Wow. 2 kills back out of FaZe.
Such a pristine approach here from FaZe on both those kills.
Flashbang goes out, but they don't follow through. Still a lot of space, right? This unknowingness for Spirit to deal with as they go double ticket.
3-on-3 is definitely like my favorite position to watch FaZe rounds in. Like what, almost any combination of the players on this team, and you're going to have something interesting happen. So let's see what the idea is. Got a re-smoke middle. We have a lurk from Kerrigan that they can use to get into connector, it looks like, and an A-split that'll eventually take place. They've got to identify Magix and kill him.
Kerrigan's being given room to work here. Catwalk player just missed him. Could have got a glimpse, but instead now he's in the jungle. He's trying. Magic's burning. Confirmation. Kerrigan's still scared about the potential split. He puts the smoke down top con. That's Zontix out of the play. That's no support delivered from the ticket. Magic still in sight. Zontix creeping up, but he has missed every potential timing. 10 to the clock. Robs to the clutch. He knows he's there. Magix goes deep on ramp, and we get that stairs peek from Zontix. Robbed of his chance to get kills far too many times. He slides out with an extra second to tie this game at 10.
Hey, that's a round for Magix where he's 4-11. He's not having a great game, but look at the move he just makes. I mean, he realizes exactly what he needs to do under maximum pressure from that split in through connector. And Chopper does a good job as well of forcing FaZe into reassessing that split in the 3v3. But Magic's delaying as long as possible under Balk, smoking and spraying as he runs out, knowing that Kerrigan is going to beak him from the side of stairs to catch him, but Kerrigan actually doesn't. They don't punish him after that molly comes out. That was the fatal error. Yeah. So now, 10-10 scoreline. Kerrigan has to suffer. He's only got the Tech 9 in hand.
He was so worried about that other rotate, right? But Zontix was on the other side of his smoke, not in jungle. He'll try to puff his chest out with utility on A. Donk preoccupied towards stairs. Didn't get the mid kill this time. Didn't hold him back. Shiro will with Donk by his side. 2 rifles rip him up. And Magix from down beneath Palace finally getting his. It's a clean sweep as Spirit looks to go up to 11. Desperation on the B site and a patient spot from Zontix. He can wait. He can hold. And at a moment's notice, he'll take a peek in between the 2 Ts. He has found this timing perfectly. Not a single thread to pull on here. Rops in a 1v5, shut down, and all of Spirit's stand.
Yeah, suddenly it's critical condition here for FaZe on map 1 as Team Spirit win. And we saw Kerrigan on that Tech 9. That means, well, it's a sign of poverty. We don't have much money for FaZe to defend against map point. Spirit win a very hard round into a very easy one. And to the victor goes the spoils. It might be a half investment at best. But there's basically not a single player on the team that can afford an AK, so. Team Spirit, map 1, very strong. And we might focus in and talk about individuals, but Spirit as a team, very, very impressive. The coordination is good. The calls were great on T side. That B site versus the 2 ops, the mid control into the comeback, that recovery. Every little bit was a pretty good idea and great execution behind it. So
now versus Pistols, it's nice to see again Chopper having a good individual level. It's nice seeing both in-game leaders bringing forth frags.
Yeah.
Everybody contributing to this fun match, this head-to-head that matters, but hold on. Yet again, we saw the 2 Glock kills previously in that B commit a few rounds ago from FaZe, and now 4v3.
They can't babysit the guns that easily, so the thing is the Ts aren't even going to try to get them. They're going to use the time that the CTs go and check these positions to look for their avenue of attack. So it's going to be a split into B as they walk through, but look at the CTs.
Yep, active play.
Magnetic to the middle of the map, looking for info, ready to figure out what's going on. Shiro, hard line.
Carving out the path. A missed shot here could be costly. He won't miss the opportunity. Frozen goes down. The bomb plant could be denied. He comes off in anticipation of the peak. Shiro slides behind the pillar, just working it. Oh, a lizard flick! Straight to the brain. And Rain, trying to find entry, will fall to just the vanilla pistol. He taps into that prehistoric part of your brain that just snaps over like it's nothing. And that'll post Spirit's 12th.
He had no business running in with just a P2K, right? But he actually does stop the plant. He doesn't die. He does get the next kill. This next shot is wicked. Get off my windshield.
I love that. Ice cold from Shiro. Lizard flick. Now we get guns back in. That was just Pistols testing Spirit for a second. They put their pieces in the right place, but game's on. Top mid swing, here we go. Zontix leaning back. You know, more often than not, it's a fight in mid, but they don't quite get it. Chopper, Donk, in with frags. Answers back out of Rops. Rain's tagged down to 6 HP. He's trying to get up through connector. Denied by Donk, who refuses to go down from this staircase. Omnipresent and finally dead.
That's 3 from Rops now, 2v2.
Minute 10. Plenty of time. CT's slow, silent approach. It's a double jungle push. It's Magix with a tidbit of damage on the wall bang.
They saved 2 smokes.
And they don't know about that second player. Rops is looking for the cross, catches Magix. Zontix right there in the same place, working his way up, and he's got the trade frag. Does he have the clutch? It's Brokey to lean back, waiting and give him that little bit of time. Now there's a smoke and a flash here for Zontix. He's also got the kit. And that bomb is right in Brokey's way. Who hits this headshot? Does he stick the 5 seconds? Brokey lines him up, but doesn't clear him off it. And it's Spirit to take first blood, first map, and a clean path to the semifinals in the Spodek lies ahead.
I was just watching that. James did a video on Donk, and the man just doesn't let go of W. Like, it feels like the game is different in that respect. He's always moving. He's counter-strafing. Doesn't look like he's counter-strafing, but I mean, I guess he must be. The bullets are going straight.
Yeah, he's special,
right?
He's very special. Yeah.
Like, have you taken a look at some demos, trying to see what he's doing so right?
Yeah, I tried to look at him because we play similar positions, and I think it's pretty hard to replicate what he's doing.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, he's just shooting very hard. Like, he's very on point. He's not doing anything. Like, there's no crazy positioning or rotations. He's just straight up. He's shooting better.
He doesn't even throw utility. Like, no, he doesn't do that. He just shoots. He just does the shoot.
He's very fast.
15 seconds and that's all.
Yeah, just gets all 4 nades out.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's doing all the time.
For real. Do you kind of see that as like if you were traveling back in time and you were that 17-year-old, that's the perfect, system to get you going at maximum capacity. Is just like, go kill, set him up for success.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was playing in a similar way.
That's what I'm wondering.
Probably, I don't think I was that good.
No,
no, I think he's very good and very impactful. And I mean, he's only like 17 now, so he's gonna learn a lot. So he should be even better in upcoming years.
Yeah.
16, I think.
He just turned 17.
He just turned 17.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep.
It's mad, isn't it?
Imagine being 17 again.
He looks like 13 though.
Yeah, for real.
When he's sitting there
he looks even younger.
I love that though. Yeah, I mean, you can just see how excited he is to be there. But I think that is we're getting to that stage now where you've got the new gen arriving and performing.
Down to the 1v2 for Zontix and down to Spirit to be closing out Mirage. Despite starting their own map pick on the back foot, Josh, they proved exactly why they brought Mirage into this best of 3 series.
Yeah, Mirage was definitely looking a little shaky at the start there, especially with Kerrigan racking up as many kills as he was getting. But when you pick a map like Mirage, when you're playing very confident basically all event, and they're swinging together. One thing that I did notice about how Team Spirit was playing today versus the other days is it did seem like they got a little bit of a slow start. I hate doing the Maui Snake cold start thing, but it really looked like it.
I just hate Maui Snake. Keep going, Josh.
It really looked like it was slow. And part of that was that they weren't getting clean conversions. They weren't getting a lot of opening picks. They actually lost Donk early on a lot of the first half as well. Kerrigan getting the best of him a few times there. And I think when you have a slower start like that and then going into the CT side, it didn't look like they were explosive together like we saw in previous matches where they would be triple swinging and fighting all at the same time. It looked like it was like one guy here, one guy there, and then another guy like on another angle. So it was getting a little sketchy there for them, but they pulled through, and this is their map pick, so that was very necessary for them.
Yanko, it's a long list of things that you hate, but one of the things not on that list is the T-side win rate for Spirit thus far at this event.
Absolutely. This is to showcase how dominant they have been so far in this tournament. And just so you know, the average for a tournament for a really good T-side team would probably be 58, 59, maybe 60%. So they've been out of this world. The reason for that is they've always started well. Win pistol and convert, or if they lose, they win the force by 4-0, 5-0, 5-1 starts, right? But what they actually got in this game was what I've been wanting to see. What happens if they start 0-3, 0-4, 0-5, right? And we had that. FaZe had a strong CT-sided start, and Spirit was still able to rack up a lot of rounds.
Yeah, and obviously Donk, a huge reason for that. I know that we've been, putting him under the microscope in terms of the amount of teams that he's played up against and the amount that have been in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, Josh, and of course FaZe is one of those big bad wolves. I love that he withstood the test on this first map.
Yeah, it's good that he withstood the test because this was kind of like the biggest challenge for these guys so far. Yes, they went against Na'Vi, but here FaZe is like one of those consistently good teams, and Na'Vi, we've only seen them playing like the same handful of teams until this week. So this is a really good start for Donk, and he ended the match with a lot of kills. He was like really getting into his groove, and it wasn't just that he ended up with kills, it's like he was getting good kills quick, just like converting them instantly. He wasn't wasting bullets.
So Yanko, tell me exactly how Spirit answered back to that slow start, which we haven't seen all too much from them.
All right, so it was 5-0 for FaZe, right? Spirit manages to grind out one round, so we come to the all-important reset round, right? Like if Spirit isn't able to win consecutive rounds, they're in trouble. What does FaZe FaZe do. Robs has a good spawn, sort of starts shoulder peeking, slowly clearing apps. He's going to find the kill on Zontix here. So I think they were setting up for an A execute. Now in a 4v5, Chopper goes into apps here. It's a little bit awkward, right, for Rain. He's trying to bait maybe for Robs, but then he turns his back towards apartment, dies. Robs gets checked, and that's just completely round turned on its head. They find the entry kills and they convert the round. I mean, you'll see in this sort of a setup, Robs is just hiding here. It's difficult, right? Because the third player in this situation is also frozen. He only has an MP9, so he can't really bait from jungle. There's not an op there, so these guys just get caught into a weird position, not really a setup, and they just get isolated and they die. So that gives Spirit an anti-eco as well. Move on to the next gun round. Does this look familiar to you guys? Right, same 5 guys towards the A bomb site after some early utility on mid. Zontix now not being checked, and here comes the full A execute from the side of Team Spirit, right? Keeping it simple, Donk, of course, leading the way towards the A bomb site with Magisk. They're going to find the entry kill on Rain, who's in the side. There's nothing he can do against this full-on execute. They're going to find a kill through the smoke, 3 quick entries, and the round is already going to be over. So Spirit still finds a way to recover despite that bad start.
And I think another thing to point out is, like, FaZe, I've said before, have a propensity to troll, but one of those people that don't really troll too often for them is Rain. And for Rain to kind of like start backing up into Palace in that fashion to give Spirit the inch to steal the mile to get back into this game, that's very uncharacteristic of him. It's more characteristic of, you know, someone else on the team. But that type of play is what plagues FaZe. And any match that they kind of have a shaky start, or if they end up losing, or it's a close match, it's always off the back of them doing some little small mistake where they slip up like that. And if FaZe want to be able to take their map pick going into their second map, they cannot make that similar type of mistake.
Let's talk about Nuke, obviously the map pick of FaZe, and you might be fooled to think this is going to be an easy affair for FaZe because you look at the history, beat them 13-4 back in Copenhagen. There's quite a big asterisk on that though, because Donk wasn't there bringing the pain, was he, Janko?
Yeah, Donk was there, but so the same for Magix, right? So they were down 2 players and a coach had to step in and an academy player, right? So I wouldn't really look too much into that game. Spirit obviously did the best they could under the circumstances, but we'll see what they have in store for us for Nuke. You know, they haven't played it yet in Katowice with this lineup, so it might be a sort of a trap card that FaZe has walked into.
It very might well be. It's going to be on to FaZe's plans, and we've seen that they can be really good on Nuke. They have a lot of depth to their playbook. We have Robs always lurking around the lobby, taking his timings out ramp, taking his timings outdoor, just seeing what he can get, and it's always off the back of the outside pressure. One thing that I haven't really seen too much of right now was we saw Rain on his CT side outside was doing really well, but I don't know how the lack of twists on the T side is going to impact things using Frozen instead. But it's always going to come down to, is Kerrigan going to do some funny things walking through a smoke and walking into the dunkster, or is he going to be a little bit more, strong with his plays and his mental and his decisions, and then they are able to convert the rounds? Because I don't think they can make any mistakes right now. Team Spirit has shown us that they're a team that will punish those mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, do you think there is going to be any issues with, Frozen slotting in here? Because we will be starting on the T side. What do you expect to kind of go down?
I don't think so to that extent, right? The Rain as well, before he started playing Yard in this iteration of FaZe, he was playing Door on CT side when Nico was on the team, since Nico was playing Yard, right? So I think also he's a veteran player and just a guy who will do whatever it takes for the team to be able to adjust. So yeah, I'm expecting FaZe to be fine.
Well, Spirit versus FaZe does go to map number 2. That's going to be FaZe's pick of Nuke. Of course, a spot at the semi-finals of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice on the line.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Oh, this is a major!
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
In a game of Guess the Price. Now, Harry, I know you know your skins, and Chad, I know you don't. So we put you together.
We've got this. I've got full faith in us.
All right, let's do it.
All right, give him no help. No help, Hugo.
No help, Hugo. That's a PP Bison.
Yeah. This one, actually, I think is pretty good.
Well done.
I'm going to go like $1.10.
I like that. That sounds really good, $1.10.
Yeah.
Is this one like the Aquamarine?
Aquamarine, yes. This one is a fairly pricier skin. I think you're going to look at about, it's minimal wear, I'm going to say $25.
$25.
That Scout.
I'm really liking what you're doing, Harry. It's got yellow on it.
Yeah, it does. I can't remember what Scout this is, which is really bad. I'm just going to say like $1.2. We go kind of mid for that.
Yeah, let's undershoot it.
And then this is a cheap old UMP. This is like 16. No, this is like 8 cents.
8 cents.
Yeah.
I was going to say that.
That's the P250 Supernova, Chad. We all know that.
Of course we do.
And so I would say that there is $2.40.
$2.40. Yeah. I was going to say $2.41, but $2.40 sounds pretty
They've done well here.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, it was feeling so good. Yeah, okay, so I didn't know the Scout. It meant that
Wait,
it was
it's $109.
So
That's
what
an
this
Anubis
means
collection,
is this will be a trade-up item, and that'll be one that is loved for that reason.
I think it's an Anubis collection, so I think it's
Well, it said
a
souvenir.
later skin. Oh, souvenir.
That's what I mean.
I missed the souvenir.
You were supposed to be reading.
Yeah, it's all good.
Souvenir
Chad.
and Stat Track do hold water here.
Great.
Okay, so 1937 to beat for us, Hughes.
I think we can beat that.
Okay.
Deep breath.
Here we go.
I hate it.
Start the game.
Preppy.
All right.
All right, what we got?
I go low immediately, but
I go sub 3. What are you saying?
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, let's go 250.
Yeah. P250. P90 chopper or something.
Field tested.
I own this. I'm going to go low. I'm going to go low
Take
again.
it.
$3.
Yep. Like that. What we
I
got
don't know
here?
the
Well-worn
AK.
Stat Track. I don't recognize the AK.
Well worn.
Don't
Let's not
recognise
undershoot. Let's not undershoot on a good skin. AK skins are classic.
Don't be helping.
Yeah.
go
Well-worn Stat Track.
Multiple dollars at least.
Would you go double digits or under?
Oh, good question.
Like 11?
Single digits.
Okay, 8.
Yeah.
To me, that's just
Deagle
a blur,
Stat
and
Track
I know
field
what it
tested.
is.
I think this is at least $15.
Okay, yeah, I don't mind that.
Field tested though.
Me in the middle with me, 13?
Yeah, $13. $13.
And the last
Factory
one.
new. I also don't know that AK. Factory new.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it's pretty ugly.
You don't know that AK
Sorry?
either?
$30?
30?
Or you want to go higher or lower?
I'd go lower.
Go lower. $25.
$25.
Lock that
Lock it in.
3
Final answer.
seconds.
Oh dear.
We win. We
Ladies
beat
and
them.
gentlemen.
That's all that matters.
So the AKs, I think that's the rat rod by the looks of things, and then the one on the right is the safety net. Two nice skins.
Can you name the Deagle as well? Because I feel like it's called Conspiracy, but I also don't know.
I think that is the conspiracy.
Well,
yeah, dead on.
And if you wanted to play as well, real easy. Well, like we said, white.market/ESL. Sign in through Steam, and you can play, get yourself some cash prizes, and 30 random participants also get a cheeky prize. So if you sign in, have a go, you might get yourself something nice.
I can still win by doing nothing.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yay!
Yay.
The Humbling of Donk, a saga that continues with still no real conclusion.
Yeah, it's like One Piece right now. We're trying to figure out when this
Episode after episode.
Yeah.
It just don't stop, now does it? Now we go to Nuke, of course. This is the map pick of FaZe Clan. Now, they pushed him, they pressed him, and Donk at times looked a little muted. At the start of that half, wasn't getting his success top middle, wasn't being given free kills. I'll say that FaZe did a good job of playing away from where he tends to start rounds in order to minimize the likelihood of going down 4v5 round after round.
I think they killed him, but then he got that 3K entry. Then he kept doing what he's still doing. Then they switched over to CT side and started swinging up mid.
Yeah, that's the thing.
They're using him perfectly.
That's the thing.
For his powers, you know.
He doesn't stop.
With his powers, very powerful guy. But they barely won their map pick. That's why this matchup is so good, because like FaZe could have picked that themselves. Now we go over to Nuke. This should also be an absolute banger. We're going to see if Team Spirit can lock down a CT side, because right now, big problem I think on these harder maps is the CT sides are getting exposed. It's very hard to get back on your feet if you don't do the money correctly, if you don't save enough times. And the attacks will come in hard.
Ooh, thought Magix was going to get swarmed while blind, but he regains vision just in time. Deletes Robs, goes deep to Squeaky, dodging the flank behind him, but then he goes back in for a little more. Maybe because the Heaven play's coming out, so he knows he has support. The 2 players left could have gone down.
What?
Wow.
He just, that was 2 bullets, I think, too. Oh my God. Bro just dropped and instantly killed the back Tetris and then back.
Oh, give me that replay. What is this?
Player right there.
First of all, nicely done from Magix, right?
Yeah.
Pressing in, stopping one half of the attack.
Blocked his back there.
They lose sight, no big deal. What are these 2 kills?
Literally.
Just beamed.
Bro, Donk is off them beans, man. Yeah, he doesn't even... Okay.
Kid's got laser beams. Freaking lasers. Donk leans back, Garage, M4 in hand. SMGs for everybody else. They're looking to make a little money. Zontix, bested by the P250.
Oh, see ya.
There were a couple rounds back on Mirage where FaZe found openings in rounds like this with 1 or 2 upgraded pistols. We saw the double Glock kill on Cat to B once.
But no one actually converted a pistoling round.
No, everything went par for the course. Any team that was supposed to win a round did it. Boiled down to a clutch or 2. But no glaringly obvious mistakes, which I think for a game with these 2 teams of this caliber, with the stakes as high as they are, perfect.
Perfect, yeah. Now that was Mirage. So we will see mistakes on Nuke or flaws exposed. However you want to look at it.
Can't stop them. That bomb crosses over to the backside, so there is money to be made here for FaZe. Single door. Denied. No plan. Broki's SMG picks up a kill, so again, from the Glock, half by, little sprinkling of a P250, we get 2 kills, no plant. Could have been better, could have been worse.
No plant, yeah. That's an extremely
Ain't that life.
Start here. Ain't that life indeed.
Ain't that life.
Ain't that. MF in life. Man. Okay, so now Donk's new sort of rival target here is Rain in terms of positions they're going to play. Rifling outside Nuke, that'll be very fun, I think, in terms of trying to draw some comparisons with him and some of the legendary players in that spot.
And I think we got a glimpse of it even back on Mirage CT side for Spirit when Donk was swinging top mid. A couple times Rain dies because he's just left up there alone. Even when he tries to play it passive, Donk's gonna come hunting. He's got an insatiable hunger for violence. But a round that cools off the minute 15 mark. Still enough smokes if they want to put the wall up. And don't forget, a few lesser weapons here for Spirit in round 3. Donk can sense them, but no contact off the spray, the little that he has fired. They walk through smoke, Kerrigan honing in on him.
Oh, that's a sneak.
Donk gets his gun back out, wins the duel, but gets traded. And with Donk down, you've got an opening.
Literally left him out there by himself. No one above from Heaven spotting.
30 seconds.
Rain takes seed. Yeah, that's true. There wasn't even that much time to... Oh my God, the pre-aim is beautiful.
That's what you need.
That's Nico level right there from Rain. Nicely done.
Yeah, can't follow up, but the trade train continues in. Man advantage established for FaZe. Chopper thinking about dropping fence, gets caught out and executed here from Robs. His late lurks will be good.
I've said this before, but it's not. One of the things is never a bad idea. Like the fact that you are shoulder spotting secret with a nade out is a perfectly fine thing to do, and you should continue to do that. Just because you died in this instance, it doesn't mean that it's a bad play. You can't be outcome oriented. But that's what makes Counter-Strike so sick, right? That's Shiro doing this thing that's most of the time very good, and there is always a small chance that you can get killed from a perfect pre-aim on the first swing from someone coming down secret, and he finds it. That was great moments, and the reason why it's so amazing is because it's not always going to happen. So a difference between the round won and lost maybe. as time was already getting down too low to take Secret very safely. Very nicely done there for Rain and for the team as a whole to go 1-for-1 versus outside, which was just Donk behind Unbreakable.
Felt like they had spent so much time meticulously approaching Donk, trying to set up that trade frag that maybe Clock would play against them, but Rain kicks it into gear. FaZe not stuck in the mud. And I think that's something that'll keep Spirit on their toes. It was Spirit with an auto-shotty 2 MP9s. It's a follow-up buy that doesn't look any better. Nearly no nades already. And we've got an A exec lined up, or at least the artillery barrage, anticipating someone top silo. Luckily, he's standing on HUD.
You know, it's the added effect, though, of also, well, in 3 rounds from now, maybe they don't play top silo because they think we're going to do that again.
Sure.
So there's a huge mental effect to those things.
Top's ready.
Nades.
Can't contain the second. Considering Magic's had such a muted Mirage, despite the map win, that's all that matters. He's got some early impact here on the A floor of Nuke, 3 rounds deep. Looking for something else to pull on here. We get the cross outer soon. Silently skating by the smoke, but he held it. Donk just sat back, awaiting your arrival, and he gets his revenge on Rain early on. Magic's again, this time in with the AK, having swapped out weapons towards Hut. He gets the fruits of his labor and juices FaZe for another kill. Brokey and Frozen in a 2 versus 4. Very much separated from each other, but at least Frozen can come up from heaven. That's a player exposed. Back sight! Frozen's got both of them. Now you've got to have to come up the vent or come out through lobby. Frozen has reopened the possibility of this round. A 2 versus 4, evened out. A bomb plant down. A 3rd kill found. And Shiro denied entry. They managed to get through.
How did they figure that out? That is ridiculous, man. Frozen, nicely done. First clip off as soon as he gets up to heaven. Doesn't play with his food at all. Literally. First target down, into the swing. Knows exactly how to make that sequence happen.
That was, I suppose, chasing Donk, right? Because Donk gets the kill through the hell windows.
Yeah.
And then disappears. And Frozen comes creeping, following in his footsteps, hunts him up to the A site, and the site just unravels.
Yeah.
Oof. This one could have been a close from Spirit. Instead, we got early success for FaZe.
Yeah. Magic's efforts are wasted for sure. He does such a good job, but and it looks like Donk is looking in his direction.
Yeah, I guess they just changed the setup. He goes from hell to Mustang, watches towards heaven, and is just relying on a headshot. But a headshot comes from Frozen that much quicker.
Yeah, yeah. Very nice shot. Very nice shot for sure. Okay, so Shiro's shaved off is something we can watch for as he goes towards ramp. That's pretty much all they've got right now, though. FaZe in control.
Rain on the prowl outside again.
I think
moving through trophy.
I think this is a perfect setup in anticipation of an op push to have Rops just anti-eco lobby, hold inside a Squeaky. See if he gets caught off with the push at all, but...
Whoa. Insta-dink.
Oh, man, he actually goes down.
That's Donk for you.
Only Donk. I swear, you could kill Rops inside a Squeaky with a
AK
USP by himself. Yeah, which is a USP.
Now Frozen's going to get pinched, and Shiro is waiting downstairs for his feast. Bomb's going to be able to work out single, but Donk grabbed that AK off of Rops' corpse. Kerrigan crosses over to the cover of boxes. Bomb planted in the smoke. Oh, there it is. Kerrigan, huh?
Yo!
3 headshots. Rips him up. He had a great game back on Mirage as well. Both IGLs have had impact in this series, and Kerrigan's going to save it. That was a 3v5. Or excuse me, still 4 up.
Yeah, that was a situation they had to save. Nicely done from Kerrigan. He was throwing spears from back there. Through the box into the head. This next one. Oh!
There you go.
It was just a tester tap.
Give Donk a taste of his own medicine.
Love to see that. Okay, so they survived the one where Shiro saved the op. They don't have to deal with it now. It's FaZe up 3-2. Come on, turn it up. This has been a good match so far. Donk's looking for some more. Donk and Rain again.
Magic's playing proactively on the A site, gets in through Squeaky, sees lobby completely clear.
Vent's compromised. They think there's actually there's no phase players downstairs, but Spirit are respecting it. So,
man,
they don't know what's taking place. Oh, he is there. Oh my God! The punish
turns it upside down. Magic's a recovery in lobby. I suppose they change places.
Are you serious? He's out.
How does he just go up and over? And doesn't get taken down on the fallback, and he wants third servings.
He's still going to come for you?
Of course he is.
Still going to come forward?
It's Donk.
He's never seen death. He doesn't know what it's like yet.
Because he just experienced birth.
Oh my God, he just hands it out. He just gives it out.
Look at him go.
He doesn't eat, he just dishes.
Kill after kill. And for a second, you know, he felt squeezed with Rops down in Vent. He was concerned about Secret. But the best defense? A strong offense. Just takes it to them at the bottom of the silo. 9-3. Ooh, nice answer back from Rops. Headshot's nice, but again, 20 seconds, 1v4, he's doomed.
That is crazy.
Doesn't have possession of the bomb as well, so we're watching a save unfold here. It was early days for Rops and Vents. Considering, I think what happened there was we saw Magix go through the smoke and clear out lobby.
Yeah.
What must have happened at the same time is Rops switched places with him and did manage to slip down Vent.
It actually looked like a great map in terms of positional control there for FaZe to start things out before anybody had seen anybody, but then as soon as that kill came out, it's pretty much whoever got the first kill would probably get the next one as well. They weren't sure about Magisk after this. Donk was still alive outside. They had to deal with him. Very distracted. The fact that he could slip away from this, and the fact you know he's still going to push afterwards.
Of course.
That's the part that makes you slam your desk, is that you're dying to someone that you know what they're going to do next. You know he's still coming.
I just love the effect it has on players that died at Donk. Like, you see Frozen just like smirk and shake his head. He's like, damn it. I let him get away. I know he's coming back.
It's like trying to hold on to a wet fish. You just can't.
Sat back and waiting.
Smoke. Okay. Well,
there we go. He is human.
Wait a second.
Did Kerrigan not see that guy's head?
I think he did. Oh.
Did Chopper not see Kerrigan?
Wait a second.
He's got two guys on his screen.
Kerrigan, see that? Kerrigan, what?
4-3?
I don't know.
Gotta be.
I mean, we get to...
Gotta be.
I got 2 eyes. You got 4.
That's 6 in total.
We're looking at every part of the screens. Kerrigan doesn't have that. He only has 4.
It was a little weird one. Ramifications, but at least the presence downstairs has gotten the CTs to head down under. And Magix with the auto shotty is working his way to heaven. Doesn't know that both are on site. Concerned about the approach. Gonna have to play it quiet. Rain's barely up. Brokey's capable, but he goes back into the lobby with Rain. They completely forego site control. Where's that bomb at? Front site, I think. Yeah, on the corner of Hut.
This is one of those situations where you swing out on the left, you dive on one side, and you plant the bomb, and then it's planted front site. They go down the same side.
Yeah, they smoke off Hut. They run in on Squeaky.
That's the way to do it.
Magix gives cover. Rain looking for the wall bang.
Literally no way.
Oh, Magic's not going to let that happen. Sit down. Magic's 10-5. A site, his right now.
Yeah, that's, dude, shout out to Magix. And again, more to this team than one player. They've got good setups, so that retake made perfect sense with the smoke.
Did the post plant make sense? That's my question.
The post plant made sense. An interesting question because they didn't see both players, and they had the 2 good post plant spots. Now, I don't know. The thing is, I would say it's very hard to counter what was coming, in my opinion. But yeah, if they were out of Squeaky a little earlier in front of Tetris, lurking around, maybe they would have been in a better position than to let that swing happen to them.
Kerrigan swinging with the scout. That's all FaZe are going to have to work with on this one. Team Spirit's defense starting to find its sea legs. That slippery fish sits back to CT spawn. Donk not allowing Kerrigan to scale. He's got the rest of FaZe on the hook. They try to close the gap. A few missed shots out of Donk here, but that's fine. It's versus pistols. Get it out of your system. Shiro comes through with an assistance. Magic's, you troll. Still playing with the auto shot. He posted up on Squeaky. No footing for FaZe thus far in round 8. Oh, you thought you had him, huh? Nope. USP in hand. He'll seal the deal. Magic's going to make a bit of cash. That's 5 up for Spirit with a 5-3 lead.
Yeah, half far from over. 3 rounds is definitely solid still for T-side to begin with. See if they can get anything extra. Quality of rounds has been definitely very high. Fun to watch. Think they're going to rename it the Spodonk after he wins? Or?
Maybe. That's if the Ents fans don't blow the roof off the place.
Yeah, true.
Back to the guns. Back to the drawing board. Back to Donk's playground.
Yeah, lots of a little extra layer here with Shiro.
Up close as well, right? Not supporting in the back. Oh, and that proximity pays off.
He waited the fading smoke because Donk exists on the outside to get the trade, so they might be aware of it.
And we got layers.
Maybe they're not actually.
Flashed around. Oh, not going to waste a moment. Sprays down Rain. We've got a player top silo and some kind of an answer being hunted towards ramp. Shadow for Zontix. He's on high alert. Oh. And he's just going to dispatch of that.
These setups are beautiful, man.
Easy. Another 5 up for Spirit.
There was one player upstairs that whole time. They went into the 2-man setup outside, into the 2-man setup at the ramp, and got melted down like a cheese string in the microwave. And now Team Spirit up 3 rounds, looking to close this game out. They're starting to get rolling. It's going to be another save here for FaZe Clan. And again, it's not dire straits by any means, but it's just the fact that when we see moments like this, you go, God damn, they've got even more to give. This isn't a matter of luck. They're in control of things.
Just the depth of the setups is nice to see. And being proactive about it as well, right? It's not responding to some success that FaZe has had. It's just keeping things so fresh. Little footwork in the shadow boxing that is Spirit's 6-3 lead. Pistols again. Half by for FaZe. And a T-side that has slipped through their fingertips. Donk outer. Rain crossing fast. No spray.
They have an early rotate downstairs. So that means ramp is open, but they've just replaced it.
Shiro gonna hit the first one. Ready for more. They have closed the gap. He decides to peel back. Zontix killing elsewhere. Tech9's in. Frozen slain.
Yeah, and their Zontix rotation was, perfect.
Oh my God.
There's Donk too.
Wanders, it's perfect. It's 2 rounds with 5 alive back-to-back. Into this one from Kerrigan. Nice no-scope to Chopper. Sees a 3rd potential victim.
Shotgun.
You know, Kerrigan got his first ace in a long time just a little while ago. What about a 1v5, huh? When's the last Kerrigan 1v5? You tell me that. Not today. Donk's gonna end him. Everybody settle down.
Yeah. Okay. Good rotates. They weren't too worried about that cross. They had that. They had the setup perfect, right? Like Shiro knows what to do, especially like they bring him into the team. That's someone they don't need to teach nuke rotations to. When they have a new offer, they've got someone to work on. These are things that are going to be a little harder to figure out, especially like CT side nuke versus a team like FaZe. Those rotations are going to be the absolute hardest. But Shiro perfectly positioned. Everyone gets their kill. No chance to even put the bomb on the ground.
It blows my mind that with $30,000 basically in their bank accounts and only 2 more rounds left to play in regulation, Magix is still buying auto shotties.
Let's go, baby. It's
a choice.
Yeah.
It's a lifestyle.
Yeah, it's like it's like surfing.
What the hell is going on? Oh, okay, no, he threw it away. All right, that makes much more sense.
Boring.
No, it's Boris.
True.
Having a hell of a game on that A floor. It's a 1-man party. Magix loves a disco. Wall of smokes to be set outer again. You have yet to really cross Donk's line. A couple times you get to secret, but it's usually without a player left.
And the fact that he can spam this spot, he's been like the same playing Unbreakable every round. They just haven't actually gotten this far anymore. So his up close, actually, sorry, he actually hasn't done that every round. When he does, been challenged a little bit.
Nice flash. They sensed the opening even last round, I think, versus Shiro, and this time...
This is nice.
Yeah, they do get downstairs. Chopper posts the AUG, but he's in the open. Wow, he brings Rain down with him. Zontic still towards control. Kerrigan, the only player not downstairs. And again, Magix has dominated the A floor. But if he gets caught running towards that vent, he's doomed. Zontic soon to be pinched. Almost reacts to Frozen. Magix kills Kerrigan. That's the only upper player peeled off. Rob's back to ramp, dies out to Donk, who's alive and thriving, and with eyes set downstairs, looking for a retake.
They have control. See if Team Spirit say you can keep it. They're waiting to go downstairs. There's still 2 other players that can work. Magix could be the clothespin to end this.
He's taking his time. He found his floater upstairs already. Brokey now smoked out of the single door. 1 player drops to Astralis plant. That's Donk running over. Missed shot, and if you miss Donk, he's not going to give you the same privilege. Instantly turns it upside down and posts Spirit's 8th.
Crazy, bro. When you see Rops lose a trade like that, like, I like look at the kill feed. I'm like, who was that? Donk. Like, I don't know. He's just in such good form at the moment. Yeah, just hit right to the head. Snap back like elastic band here. Crazy from Donk, bro. Just sequence after sequence. Frag movie every game.
He is so zoned in as well.
Yeah.
Laser focus for the young star of Team Spirit, the prodigy that takes them to a whole new level, and an organization that has given him the pieces to work. Oh, nice spray versus Kerrigan. Indicating presence outside. FaZe just hoping that they can cross over in the final round of their T-side on their map pick. It was 3 early round wins that made us think they had something to work with, but silenced by Magix on A, muzzled by Donk across the map, and desperate for this 3v5.
Yeah.
Inside a vent, they will catch Chopper, but they don't kill him. They molly off his approach. They already get the ramp rotation. Zontic's trying to get eyes on sight. 2 crossing over. And behind Silo, they shall plant uncontested. But it's getting out of that plant. 1 player stuck behind the boxes. 2nd confirmed towards control. Trade frags look good from Brokey and Rain. They're anchoring backside. They cut it down to the even. Frozen comes in with something. But here's Big Forest looking for impact, and it's not going to happen. Frozen gives them a lifeline. Frozen posts FaZe's 4th.
The underpass. It was Imez Deagle that's found him, and another one in the feed from Wonderful. I was about to start singing the praises of Boros and the game he's having, but now it's Magis that has to be the hero here on ramp side. That's a transfer! One hell of a double kill to equalize. That was the bomb as well. Just when it's starting to look like things were aligning for an RV third, Magis lets them know it's not a guarantee. Imma hitting a bang, a dig, Wonderful on the AWP, but then Magisk. Well, you see that experience demonstrated through that spray prowess. He's now activating for a deep Palace push. He's ahead of the play. Does he keep pushing? Yes, he does. So Sampaya so far forward. Would you expect the AWPer towards the shadow position?
Snappy's also pushing. Is he going to play first? Now the sound cue's heard.
Oh, Magisk. Woof.
They're not ready for this.
There's no way they're ready for this. Look at this from Snappy. 1 is great. 2 can win the round. Forced away. 14 HP, 30 seconds. This is so uncomfortable for Na'Vi.
Trying to chase him down. Sampaius is already heading towards B.
Yeah.
He's going to be set up with the AWP, ready to fight like a gladiator, the Spaniard.
There's no way in. There is no way into this. You have to somehow just bang him out with a deagle, but that's perfect from Sampaius. What are you supposed to do now? Wonderful. Trying to do the impossible. A 10-second 1 versus 2, and no scope for good measure. And Magisk and Sampaius are proving themselves right here, right now, in pursuit of playoffs.
Oh, they're having a good time. The chuckle, because that is robbery of a round. The way that one starts, the impact that Magisk could have, and then just getting thrown for a loop. Check this one out. The second is beautiful. You're dealing with a flank apps. Snappy's also in spawn. You think you have a gap. Sampaius says no. And the Spodek feeling ever closer now as they are getting fired up.
Oh, and quite the opposite for Na'Vi. That is a tease. That's a real tease. You felt like that round was right there for the taking. And individuals from Falcons just deny you at the door. Timeout to compose themselves. They wanted to leave with every round possible here in there.
For once, it felt like we were going to be singing the praise of another member of Spirit. Magic's locking down the A floor, gave FaZe something to think about, but it also gave runway to who else than Donk. 20 frags on that CT side, 20 and 6, 166 ADR.
Yeah.
Again, just omnipresent. No matter where you go, you're running into Donk.
And they use him perfectly. He was unbreakable. He was outside red. They had him with Shiro that set a couple setups. I mean, he was well supported and also making good decisions. What can you say? He's a consistent feature. All right. Set up inside. Ramp should be good.
Garrigan answers with 1. Rops has got his. That's the bomb to slide down ramp as well. 3v5, evened out. Kerrigan goes in, looking for a piece of the action.
Doesn't want to give this back. Trying to help out his friend who's down there.
Good trade from Frozen at least, but...
Uh-oh, two are both known here for the CT side, so they can chase him up this ladder or go downstairs.
Feels like it's going to have to be Zontic, seeing as Shiro got tagged and sits on 3 health. Frozen wastes no time, dropping into the A play and going for the lobby control. And it is within the silence that both teams creep.
Just thinking it could be a pretty good read to follow Frozen up through heaven, but this could actually be even more interesting. You can clear out all the heaven spots where Frozen might be going to.
Zontic's putting that bomb on Shiro's back like a mule, sending him in.
Yeah, they've earned it. That's the bomb down, and the CTs will now have to try to retake this. Frozen has a smoke to work with, and Props has a kit to find.
Okay. Now they could go back up heaven. Zontic's, man, he's looking for the movement. He saw that. He's on high alert. And Rob's so concerned that there could have been players on the rooftops that now locked in behind Unbreakable. Frozen thinks that maybe he's got a chance. With that smoke, he could block off main. And if he does that, it's an isolated fight on a player with 3 HP. But he puts smoke instead on top of bomb. He did grab the kit. They're scrambling. They're scared that he's going to lose this. And Frozen, he's going to get back on it. Getting knifed. Oh, he got him. He just slashes him back. But time is the difference maker. Knife v knife. Time decides, and Spirit go up 9.
Wow, it's Zontic's got that kill, and they just took too long to get into it. That was such a nice try from Frozen. Got to give him credit. He was putting in work last map. Definitely good effort right here, but despite the stack, got Team Spirit finding one answer.
That's Sliver.
One way out.
All Zontic's needs. You see Rops.
Yeah.
Concerned.
And he could just, yeah, he's running the whole way too, so it's a free clothesline. 5-round game that might only get worse.
Question is, do they overplay it? FaZe trying to force back, trying to answer early, trying to hang on for dear life, as nobody can seem to slow down Team Spirit. Back on Mirage, Spirit's map pick. We saw it come down to the wire. They walk away with the win. It's an impenetrable defense on Nuke that has posted this advantage. Magic's caught swapping, but Zontic's good cover. Desert Eagle, nothing. Frozen from the rafters with only the one, and they just slam that A site.
Look at that spacing, man. What are you supposed to do? Perfect between each other. Oh man, Rob's having a bad game. Not a lot of moments that he just can't get it. He can't win those 1v1s like he normally does. And you can see he's definitely a bit frustrated about it. Understandably so. Spirit will hit 10 cleanly. 4 players up. Beastly sight hit, and they've got good friends. You know, when they're coming out of Squeaky, one guy's got a smoke out, jumps away, no problem. Zontic's right behind you, swinging out like a Power Ranger, ready to trade. They have each other's backs.
Wait, Magix just jumps back into the cover. Rest of the team floods forward. There is just so little hesitation from Spirit, right? When they are adamant about something, they follow through.
Yeah.
No commitment issues. No trade problems.
And that's the experience with Chopper too. Everything is incredibly well drilled. All their execs, I mean, they change stuff up, but when they fit in a new piece to it, it's already known what their attacks are going to look like. They have a system, and it works.
Zontic's out from Squeaky, not respecting the smoke. Here's the 5-7s rattling within sight. We've also got a player above hut. All cleared. Magic's right back to where he thrives, covered by Shiro on the approach, and the pistols get them nothing, barring that 1 kill off of Heaven. Rops sent packing again.
They're just zipping this body bag up right now for FaZe. Steamrollers in full force here for Team Spirit. Rops alone. Spirit will hit 11.
You know, again, we kind of revisit the checklist for Team Spirit and Donk's world-class performance. The transition from online to LAN, the uptick from LANs to international tier 1 events, then not just beating Virtus Pro, but get rid of Na'Vi, making complexity look like chumps. This was meant to be the test.
Yeah.
The Spodex guaranteed, but to skip steps in that process in this fashion seems unfathomable. Vitality have been eliminated. FaZe look to take the place as potential favorites, and now Spirit exceeding all expectations. The only question left is in front of the crowd.
In front of the crowd. And the pressure is something that, even though Chopper has been an amazing IGL, some of his lowest moments have been because of the pressure. Whether it was RMRs, majors, and elimination points, but he's never had a team like this. So we certainly will see. But it continues to get interesting. But yes, lots of boxes have been checked. Watched it in this last month for Team Spirit. And for Shiro as well, you know, watching Cloud9 get eliminated from the tournament, took a risk going to a team like Spirit, could have stayed with an even bigger brand, could have probably taken any contract from anybody, but wanted to play on Team Spirit.
Making that move as well when they were calling for a new IGL, and it felt like Boomich was in the pipeline. But he moves away instead. Joining Chopper and his band of upcomers. World-class potential from Team Spirit. They're able to get down secret. That B site completely wide open for the taking.
There's no nades. There's no nades.
There's nothing. There's nothing to set them up for the retake. There's no man advantage. This is Team Spirit staring at what will be an empty B bomb site.
It's a bad start for, I mean, Rain's Black Big Garage, right? This is nice to catch a Heaven wrap, but it just now comes down to Rops. The rotations are going to be slow. They don't have vent control at all.
It's going to have to be something magical from Rops, or it's Team Spirit nearly guaranteeing that 12th.
Or Team Spirit go back upstairs, but they kill Rain.
And that's huge. That's the anchor. Frozen cleared off of hut. They go back to where the stack is indeed the harder of the two bomb sites, and it still falls like nothing.
Oh, like nothing, because they play perfectly with their protocols. Their spacing, again, is immaculate. Their entries are so confident. They can't be rocked.
Oh, and I love this. It's not just this prodigy in Donk. It is excellent calls from Chopper. It is layers of defense and strategy and setups. This is not a one-trick pony team. This is a roster that on paper has everything they need to hoist trophies.
Yeah, this is the Gambit youngsters of this year, essentially. This is the team that you have to watch.
Except with already a masterclass in-game leader who's taken his squads to 7 majors. A semifinals in Antwerp, quarters in Rio, and what feels like a better than ever roster with this young prodigy. 12 rounds for Team Spirit, making one of the best in the world look like chumps.
Yeah.
The rotation back into the A play, every single piece of it falling into place, and FaZe at this point simply have no answer.
That's tough. They actually didn't bite on the rotations too heavily. At the very end, they started walking. That's when Spirit came back to them upstairs. But they can't buy a trade right now. Well, I say that. Okay, at least Kerrigan starts out this round 5v4. They can't get that gun back, however. 2 MP9s, Afamus, low grenades once again here. Spirit buy to 0. Or FaZe buy to 0. This is insane. They're 12-4 on Nuke versus FaZe right now.
Can they close it with a man disadvantage? Rob's limited to the SMG. At least they know red is clear for now, but here's a little presence. Donk looking over towards the blue box. Utility comes in, flushes out Frozen. That's half of his health gone, so now 2 members of FaZe low at 50 seconds. And Magix, who's been on this team for quite some time, was once a Donk. Looks to clear out A again. A little bit of damage for him to deal with. It's a refresher on the main smoke. It's a Molotov top hut. A players know what's coming. Kerrigan can't manage a second. Famas, there on main. Donk through on Rain. Rops on the attack. Slides out from vents, but gets ended. 2v2. Frozen falls. And the Brokey auto shotty has to go big. Luckily for him, they're both turned. It's a weird one, but why not? Buckshot to the gut. And FaZe will keep on playing.
Okay. What the hell? Nice one, Brokey.
Take what you can get.
Yeah, that's good.
The game goes on. Oof. The blunderbuss bash.
That's great. Oh, good timing. Well, I jumped to the Call of Duty here, coming out of the vent, out upper. That's crazy.
Clutch. He sees that smirk.
It's a little AoE right there.
Hey man, if it works, it works.
Thump.
Donk.
Yeah, that's what it would make.
Even then you win one,
Team
single
Spirit
player.
don't find that very funny.
They use their 3rd timeout off of the back of it. Up 12-5 here on map 2.
I really want to see more of this game, so.
Yeah, honestly, keep it coming.
Donk almost has to stand up to do a fist bump sometimes. It's so cute.
Yesterday, he was leaning towards his monitor, and when they panned the camera over, his seat looked empty. The cameraman had to put the camera over the monitor. And there he is, in the zone. Unstoppable. 25-8 versus FaZe Clan.
Yeah, man. He said he was excited to play in the match. He proved it right now.
Because, I mean, these are first opportunities for him. Everybody can talk how hype he is, but he's got to prove it. And he can only prove it when he's given the chance. Today was a chance. And my God, has he grasped it with both hands. On the prowl yet again. Flash out from Brokey to set up Rain. He will catch contact top silo, but it is Chopper to offer another. And shout out Chopper. Even with his teammates playing as well as they have, he has managed to get his in the mix with the kills. An impactful IGL is a valuable IGL. Zontix lurking out through Squeaky, maybe. Could press his luck, could find Frozen downstairs. 3 players in a pack. Kills one, shaves health off Shiro. Fast move from Brokey, but a missed shot almost cost him. He'll have another chance. Dunk goes over. Kerrigan kills Zontix upstairs, so it's at least a rebuttal back from FaZe. Rops finds Shiro crossing over. Donk is on an op. Can he do it all?
Oh my god.
He locks in back silo with only 14 health. Rops doesn't press the issue downstairs, and Donk will plant that bomb.
Okay, bonus feature. Donk on the op. This is DLC we didn't expect to see in the 2v2 as they try to come in. Let's see what it looks like. It's very erratic for the moment, and it's working.
Just like that. Puts him down. Kerrigan trades back. Looking to keep FaZe in this one. Looking to hope for the Spodek semifinal. It's a 10-second stick with a bomb that opens it up. Chopper, battle of the IGLs. He'll end it. And with it, it is indeed Spirit to step forth. Already guaranteed in the Spodek, but now skipping steps.
It's crazy. He's done so much. Spirit have done so much. Chopper's got a lot to be proud of. But at this point, they have to believe that they can simply win this event. And that might create pressure, but it's pressure they deserve. They should be excited about the challenge and the opportunity of being able to make it to the grand finals, make history here for this organization at Katowice, because they are in the perfect position to do it.
Team Spirit no longer just a feeder team where talents get sniped. Chopper doesn't have to be concerned about his stars disappearing into the night. This is a roster that on paper has everything it needs. And at the very start of 2024, at IEM Katowice in the Spodek, a new potential trophy hoister steps forth. Donk can barely believe it, but an excellent performance versus FaZe. His first chance to take them down, and my God, has he ever.
And today, those stars shining so bright versus FaZe. A spot at the semis secured for Team Spirit. Of course, FaZe not out of contention. They'll just be making it straight through to the quarterfinals. Whereas Team Spirit, they get to hop, skip, and jump straight through to Saturday. And we've already got a winner to join us up here. Congratulations. That was incredibly convincing on FaZe's map pick of Nuke. Were you prepared for that one?
Yeah, of course I was prepared. Like, it wasn't the best game from me, but somehow it was just that ready that it was that easy game for us. It's like 13-5 or what. Like, yeah, we just better at the right now, like at this moment. So that's why it was that easy, I think.
Something that we talked about in the pregame was, you know, the difference in experience for your team compared to someone like FaZe. This is your first maps on a big event at LAN, right? When it comes to event like Katowice, Cologne, or the major, or that stature. You were talking about preparation. How much does it help, you know, what Chopper and Halley are doing in terms of you guys having good structure and makes it easier on you to play your game?
It's like everything almost, you know, because we have good players, yeah, but the preparation is, I think, the key, and that's what you need to win those opponents. So it's not about like players, someone killing someone, you know. It's about preparation. It's about experience from IGL, from coach. That's it. I think it's just more important than any player.
And must be pretty nice, you know, having Donk to your side as well. We get to see a lot from him in the server, of course, delivering every single series. Can you tell me a bit about the personality, the man that is outside of the server? What's he like just as a person?
Like, you can see he's screaming a lot, and there's some bad words, but he's a kind guy. I can't say that he's toxic or something. Not at all. Like, he's just kind guy. Like, he's a lot like a kid, I think, but not mentally when he plays, you know. But outside of the game, I think he's a lot like a kid, just kind and all of this stuff.
I mean, he has only just turned 17 years old, so technically, he kind of still is a kid. Janko was bringing up some really interesting points about your guys' T-side rating at the moment. It's been looking incredible. Why do you feel like you guys have been so strong on the T-side this event particularly?
I can't say why exactly T-side. I just think we, like, in our best form, it's not like we've been ready to play at our 100% because it's a new roster, but somehow we just like really good. I can't say exactly why we have like 75% on T side or something like that. Like I can't say exactly. I think it's a lot about preparation, a lot about experience from IGL and from Katowice as well.
When it comes to preparation, when you're picking a map like Mirage, and this is your first, like, I guess not your first test, but like your biggest test to date at this event, how important was it to have a strong T side, go into Mirage prepared for them, and did you kind of expect, like, how did FaZe play compared to the other teams? Were they a tougher opponent than you expected, or were they probably on par for what you thought you were going to get?
I think they're just better individually and more experienced, that's it. But when you prepare for a team like FaZe, you cannot see like any big difference from other like tier 1 teams. So it's almost the same. Of course, they have their own rounds, but mostly just like very similar to other tier 1 teams. I think it's all about the players, and that's it.
It took a while for you guys to get into the groove on the Mirage game. Could it have been attributed to, like, I don't know if it was like a cold start from you guys, or like I saw Donk getting bested by Kerrigan a few times, for example. Was that like attributed to the slower start, or is it that you guys just were going into the first match of the day?
I think it was maybe a little bit stressed, and that's we just couldn't kill our opponents literally. So I think we just was stressed a bit, and after we started losing rounds, we were like, okay, we can win, we can see that what they're doing and all of this stuff, and so I think that's why we started to taking rounds, and it was like 6-5 after or something like that.
I want to ask you about, obviously, you've been doing great yourself individually. I think you do a great job for your team, but it's been a sort of a fast rise, so to speak, you know, and now you were already through to the playoffs and the Spodek before this game. Now you're going straight to the semifinal. Tell me a little bit about how does that feel, and were you watching like some of the big Katowice games in the years prior, right? Like, how's that whole feeling being there now and just sort of watching up until recently?
Like, I don't know, it doesn't feel anything. Maybe because it feels surreal. That's why I don't feel anything. But yeah, I've watched a lot of how Navi was playing. I think Navi lost in 2020 or 2021 against someone in final. I think I watched that game. So yeah, maybe I haven't realized that like this is something, you know.
You're excited?
Yeah, I'm excited to play grand finals, to be honest. Not like the semifinals. I just want to play for the title, not for like.
You're not here just to show up.
Yeah.
Has Chopper given you any words of wisdom? Obviously, big land stage. You guys aren't so experienced on with the majority of the team, and he's been there. He's been at a major semifinal. Has he given you any words of wisdom coming into the arena?
Like before every game, we are talking about like we don't have any pressure on us because it's our first tournament in this roster, and we just have to understand on what level are we right now, and we just want to see what problems we have in our game, and we just before every game we are talking about that, and we just showing up and winning. Like, that's it.
Okay, you've got 3 days until your matchup. Obviously tomorrow we've got a little bit of media in there. Thursday is kind of an off day for everybody. Friday, that's quarterfinals going to be going down. So what's your plan over the next few days? You're going to come to the Spodek on Friday to kind of witness everything?
I don't know, to be honest. We will play a lot of pracs, so I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
Final question, the one that every player hates. We've got G2 versus Heroic, the final spot at the Spodek. Who do you think is going to take it, G2 or Heroic?
At this exact moment, I think Heroic is better.
Ooh, okay. I like that one. I think it's going to be a very exciting matchup, but I will let you get back to your teammates. I see them waiting there for you. Thank you so much for your time, and yeah, best of luck going into the Spodek. 100 points for whoever can guess our Air Force Aim High player of that match. 3, 2, 1.
Donk.
Excellent. Exactly what you would have predicted coming into this series because, yeah, Donk standing up once again. I mean, this is probably, I don't know, would you say Na'Vi was a bigger test than FaZe on paper? I would have said FaZe would have been the bigger test, right? But apparently not so.
Yeah, I think the problem is the type of game that they're playing in. Here, like we touched a little bit upon it in pre-game, you know, what version of FaZe are we going to get when there's not all too much on the line? I think definitely they were tested more in the Na'Vi series, right? And they had to sort of grind it out and even lost the map. That was the only map they lost since they arrived to Katowice. Play-in was clean. just that one Anubis game that was also 13-11, so a really close game. And yeah, I think it's just impressive. I really like what Zontic said, that they're not obviously, you know, they're not looking at it from, oh yeah, this guy is playing really well, or they're just playing as a team. And then, you know, guys are having good games and people are doing their jobs, right? And that's the impressive thing about Donk, is like, it was the exact same against the Mongols as it is against FaZe, as it is against Na'Vi, as it is against Complexity, right? Like, doesn't matter who the opposition is, he does his own thing and he's doing it really well at this tournament, and you can see it in the numbers as well.
Should we dive into some of the tasty moments from this particular map? Because we've got round 7 queued up. What are we looking at?
The first thing is, I actually want to take a look at round 4 first. It's when we're talking about Na'Vi versus FaZe, who is the bigger target or the bigger problem for Spirit, I would say, looking in hindsight, Na'Vi was the harder opponent. But FaZe should have been the harder opponent. But as you've said, FaZe is going straight into the quarters. They're already, you know, booked their slot in the Spodek Arena. So we go into a round 4, and it's a round where it's like, oh, is FaZe Clan back? You know, it's a 2 versus 4 after they lost a few opening duels. And then they end up winning a 2 versus 4 by just like mauling down the vents, and Frozen's able to come up Heaven Ladder. But then what happens a few rounds later is FaZe Clan does what FaZe Clan does best. We go into round 7, and then it's just like mistake after mistake after mistake, and it's like, what is actually going on here? So at the start of the clip, basically, we have FaZe Clan, they're trying to do an outside work. They're throwing a smoke. Brokey accidentally throws this smoke. It lands on top of here. It's supposed to actually go right down here in the, so it blocks the yard cross for Rain to get down there. It actually lands up instead all the way up here on the roof, does nothing for them. So what's going to happen is Dong's able to go and try to fight them, but then FaZe is like, oh, well, we're just going to peek you and we're going to win the duels. Rain was looking on point here. So it's like, okay, surely we get this round. Kerrigan walks out upper. He sees Chopper here. He's not looking at anything else. He's just tunnel vision on that. He does not see magic right here, right now. 4x3, whatever, like maybe just tunnel visioning. He's staring at this kill. He does not see magics at all. So when he plays this out, he's going to go turn the other way, he dies, but it's still 2 versus 2. This is winnable. Brokey comes out, he's not ready, and then it's 1 versus 2 all of a sudden. But it's like, how does this happen? You had like the 2-man advantage from the outside trades, you had the Kerrigan lurk into upper, and then it's just like thrown away right after that. And these were both swing rounds. So it's like one round swings into FaZe's favor, you're like, oh, they're back, and then the next time you see them, they just troll this away. And the money for Spirit was like on the ropes. So, you know, FaZe has to eco here, and then the round's just like thrown, the game's thrown.
Yeah, we were saying the Spirit, the story for them, this tournament is you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Every single little mistake, every single bit of space you give them, they're going to punish you for it. And that was the case here. We were joking around in the green room, like if Brokey was in a 1v2, they probably would have higher chances of success in the clutch. I don't know if they were ever in a 2vx, Brokey and Rain, right? Especially Rain, you know, being the first guy in, a lot of the times not alive in a lot of the clutches. But yeah, I think there were a couple of rounds like this that could have gone either way, where you see the Spirit players who are, you know, making that move. They're the ones getting that one kill that turns the round in their favor.
Yeah, of course, no alarm bells for FaZe just yet. They will be making it through to the quarterfinals. But we've also got another team that literally just qualified behind us. We heard the screams during the interview, so should we bring up what was going up on the B stream? Because we had Falcons versus Na'Vi going down. Falcons managing to take it 2-0. That's pretty hype that we see Zonic back in the Spodek. I love that.
I think it's crazy though, because you can see this was like a super down. This is Navi's pick, by the way, the second map. And unfortunately, even to different iterations of Navi, with this one little thing seems to persist is first map, Na'Vi was up big time. I think they had 9-3 first half as CT on Ancient, right, on Falcons' pick. They move on to the second half. They win Pistol even. Then they lose the second round. Goes terrible from there. They only win one more round and they lose 13-11. Falcons manages to come back with a 10-2 scoreline on the CT side, and it feels like just mentally after that, Na'Vi wasn't able to recover.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they haven't been looking like their former selves. I thought yesterday when they won their series, we're like, okay, is this like the resurgence where all these teams that have been doing poorly at this event so far that we expect to do well? We saw G2 doing it as well. They have a performance where like, okay, they're back, and then they go back into doing this, I guess, static defense stuff, and they look to just get fallen. They just fall apart against the teams that on paper, they should be beating.
So if my maths is correct, that means the winner of G2 Heroic plays FaZe?
Yes.
Oh my lord, if that's G2, damn, okay.
That's a banger.
I'm excited for that.
That's a banger. But I think, listen, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah,
With the way G2 has been playing in this tournament, you know, that game that we have coming up next is going to be, I think, super close. I think it's going to be really exciting because both teams already had to play earlier today. So probably a little bit more messy, more fireworks, and then on the other side of the bracket, we'll have the winner of Mouse versus Ents, and the loser of that will have to play Falcons in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting indeed. I got Steele's thoughts earlier on, you know, if you're a team in that situation of having to wait, you know, a whole best-of-3 series, quite a few hours in between your first and your last game, what would you be doing? How would you be kind of making sure the team are keeping fresh and coming in hot to that second game?
I think the helpful thing is they've played each other for both teams, right? So you did your prep coming into that, you know, you've played the game, you know what's going on, right? I think you go back to the hotel, you let the players chill, right? Maybe even take a nap, depending on what it goes like. You don't want to stress them too much with like information immediately, and like, because I think kind of, at least for G2 even more so, it doesn't really matter. It's more about your attitude coming into the game, right? Like being the aggressor, being proactive, like not overthinking situations and just playing. Right, I think that's when they're at their best. For Heroic, it's maybe a little bit of looking back on the game, like as they already did, and just sort of reiterating some points. I mean, that series was incredibly close. It could have easily been Heroic's series 2-0, right? It was on the third map, or G2 ran away with it. So yeah, it's mostly getting your players in the right mood mentally, rather than and making sure they're like rested and have good energy for the game, rather than you're now going to go through all the games that they played in the last 2 days, right, and find the little smokes and nades that you're going to use. No, it's not about that.
Yeah, can I ask who you guys are predicting? I know you've got a whole pre-match segment. I don't want any spoilers, but I want to know who you think's going through.
I think in the shuttle today, I was thinking like, oh, you know what? If this goes to a rematch, Heroic are probably going to take it. They've been on the upswing. They've been looking really good all tournament long, and they can only get better. Whereas G2, they were the team that's kind of like fallen a little bit, and like, are they going to do it or not? But the series that they just played, they looked pretty strong. It looks like they did micro adjustments to make it more team-oriented instead of just individuals, even though some individuals shined. I might have to go and give it to G2 like 2-1.
Why are you asking?
Spin that track again.
Yeah. DJ. No, I think it's just about, we saw something similar at Blast, where G2 is like up and they beat 10IP, right? They lose to Na'Vi 2 times. And then in the Liquid game, they get it done, right? They get the job done. And that was Hunter's best series up until that point, you know? So I'm hoping for something similar here, right? Like G2, it's not going to be pretty, but somehow they're going to make it back into that arena.
Somehow, some way, one of these two teams must make it work. We're talking about the grand final of last year, now with a totally different story. G2 versus Heroic, now with basically entirely different faces on the Heroic side of things, but one spot at the Spodek remains. It's going to be going down after this break.
Colt's gonna jump across. Oh my God!
And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Let's look at Rick Snowby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it! His first grand final. Let's get it on!
Reacts faster, twists! Oh, baby! What is that?
The iceberg of success. Above the surface, the sharp, blinding tip. What everyone pictures when they hear your name. The headlines, the accolades, the trophies, the confetti flooding your face. But lying below the surface, plunged into the darkness. Years upon years of trials, tribulations, failure, rejection, heartbreak slapping you round the face. Adversity is one thing when those around you support your dream.
But what about when no one ever believes you'd even come up for air? Let alone stand amongst the greatest of all time.
A change of lens, a new perspective. Because for one man, unadulterated aggression was paramount.
In 2015, Apex was basically a wild animal. Untamable, very aggressive, very emotional as well. He would rather destroy the wall than pick the lock. That's how he loved to play the game.
Meanwhile, regional politics reaching boiling points.
French players were given way too much power for way too long. It was a big hindrance for the scene. Better lineups arguably could have been put together as people put the victory above everything else, and no politics or no issues left and right.
And then, deserted. Watching your fellow countrymen leave you drifting in a vast, open sea. Despite the red and white bricks you pave, the foundation continually crumbles under your feet.
For Snappy, I feel it was more the Danish scene leaving him behind than necessarily him not wanting it. Coming to think of it, he's never been the big guy, he's never been the Gleam, never been the Kerrigan. They were all viewed above Snappy. He always had to go by with the third, fourth best Danish team. Never really got the credit that he deserved.
A playstyle that so many loves to hate.
Classic Jane time.
You could just look at how he plays Counter-Strike and decide that you don't like it. But as soon as you pay a little bit of attention, you start to see that it is way more complicated than it looks like.
You are dead from inside when you play against them, but you have a feeling that VP is also dead from inside.
Take the gamble. Only you know the true cards in your hands. Time to show the world you're not bluffing.
Becoming the brain of your team when your previous style was running around doing all sorts of crazy stuff is not a career path I never would have imagined Apex taking.
But I didn't think he would have it in himself to change as a person. Paris comes as a reward for an incredible amount of work, and you could see it on his face how much it meant to win here in front of his crowd.
Unlock the young guns around you.
He will never let you down, no matter what. You have more confidence to make the plays, and that's why I was performing like this.
Oh, guys! Have you ever seen anything like it?
I know it for a fact. He wants it more than anyone. And now he's moved to Falcons, and he has unfinished business.
Prove that your approach is gospel.
It was almost impossible to see Jane winning that major in Rio. I think outsiders seized an opportunity that nobody ever saw coming.
Redeemed heroes know better than anyone else that complacency kills. Not every fairy tale has to have a happy ending.
The clock is ticking for Alexi B. I think he is severely underrated still. He's had his opportunities. He obviously had ends where he did guards work. I think that's one of the most remarkable in-game leader performances I've ever seen. You cannot fail another project, because then you look back and you say, OG wasn't that great for the vast majority of the time. G2 never really worked out, and now Na'Vi couldn't get fixed either.
Even those who have forever etched their name into our hall of heroes, not letting a changing of the guard put an end to their story.
Players who have been achieving big things in the past, having this winner's mentality, they are just missing some success, and something else than winning is not for them.
So, how do you want to be remembered?
I think Nafany has been one of the most polarizing and criticized figure And the question is now, can he redeem himself? When I think about Glaive and his situation now, I'm torn between an incredible respect and a thought of, is he crazy?
Why would he care about that? Why would he care about what the community thinks or doesn't think of him? He could have stopped with CSGO. He would have gone down as one of the greatest in-game leaders, if not the greatest in-game leader of all time. If he wants to play Counter-Strike, if he wants to give it another go, then go for it.
Because no one ever truly beats this game. So, why let it beat you?
The mental side of Counter-Strike is such an enigma to me. I was just talking to the boys over at Na'Vi, and we ended up talking about like the impact it has on game, but also like how that's linked to emotional intelligence, like your ability. I'm looking at you here, Hoogsy, because it can't be easy, dude. And you obviously have been IGLing some of these boys before as well. So when it comes to like, I guess it comes to the IGL, maybe coach, where you've got to be like, at some point, we said we were going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't. Why? Or you were supposed to do this. You didn't. Why? Or like, you know, at some point you've got to point the finger, and I can imagine that's not easy. And you have to nurture that message to the person you're talking to.
Yeah.
Is that a skill you've been developing? Is that something you've been kind of?
I've developed it a little bit, but I've never had a problem with like going straight up to a guy and telling him if I have a problem with him. Like, if somebody is doing something wrong that we already discussed, then he will know.
Yeah.
Like, that's just how it should be, I think. And I think that people should also respect the work that we all put in on the team. And if we say that we are going to do something and we don't do it, then you're not really respecting the time and effort we put in. So I think that it's a pretty common understanding on the team. And there shouldn't really be too many problems.
Okay, it's fair. But you'd categorize that differently to say just a mistake. Like, you know, there'll be a round or two where someone just goes, that's on me, my bad, you know, and you have to be able to move on from that.
That's normal, I guess.
Sorry?
That's normal, I guess.
Yeah.
I think also accept your mistake.
Yeah, I think also delivery is really important in the way you say it to someone. If like you know that this person is easily aggravated or, you know, is like prone to lose this shit in a way, you know. And I think it's also really important to know like where it's coming from. You know, it's not coming from a place like, yeah, I want to tell you did this mistake because I want to shit on you. No, like I want to tell you did this mistake because I don't want you to make it again. I want us to be a better team. I want you to be a better player, you know. So if like the person you're talking to understands where you're coming from and why you're telling him this, is way less likely to receive it in a negative way, but actually accept the criticism.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the same goal. Like, I guess if you kind of, it's always under that guise of like, we're all aiming for the same thing here. I'm telling you this because it's going to help us get there. But God, this game can really play on your emotions. I say that, Hunter, I don't think I've seen you rage. Do you rage?
Oh. You haven't seen him in CS2.
I don't know, dude. You always look quite calm. I guess I'm wrong. I mean, are you familiar with the fury that Counter-Strike brings?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to control my emotions when I play official games. You don't see me in practices, so yeah. You can come one day if you want to watch us.
Or face it.
And see, or face it, yeah. So yeah, when CS2 came out, I even sit all the way on the right corner because I became toxic a bit and I don't want to even fuck up Rasmus, my RGL, you know. So
right, put me on the end, lads. I'll just like shout at the wall.
Alone. Yeah, so I'm not raging on the stage. I'm trying to control my emotions because that's how it should be, and I don't want to spread negative energy to my teammates. And yeah,
I was very proud of you when you got wallbanged by Bit on Mirage, and you just said like, he just wallbanged me. 2 minutes. I expected you to smash the fucking
2-3 months, like, you know, I'm dying like from everything. Jump shots, Glocks killing me when they're eco, like with 2 bullets in the head.
Yeah, of course.
Killing me through the wall. So yeah, that's just how it is for now, and hopefully this event it will be better.
1 round left. 7 straight for FaZe.
Guys, listen to me. Smokes B fake and Expo A, okay? We're gonna play Pro A.
Kerrigan over at the B bomb site says, we've stopped you here. You have to go back towards A. Rops is in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to try and take matters into his own hands. He drops in. Oh, talk about an Estonian. Oh, talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite. Rops is on a romp.
What a stunning performance from FaZe. G2, they better find a way to reset, and it's going to be the hardest reset of their careers.
Guys, it's the best of 5, you only lose one map.
Imagine how it's gonna look on the fucking match page. These guys won the first map 1915, and then all the other maps are like 16-5, 16-6, 16-7.
Come on guys, okay, let's fucking fight. Forget about the first map, let's go.
Well, there's no more time now to talk things over, and I can't imagine the talk that G2 would have had between maps. How do you overcome this? How do you recover?
All the issues are fixed, except for the one of G2 dropping an 8-round lead on Inferno. They've got to forget about that. Map 1 is done, it's over.
We've got the exact same scoreline we did on Inferno, but this time it's FaZe well in the lead. Can G2 pull off the same comeback?
Forget about this T-side. We want to win this fucking trophy in front of us. We need to change mindset. Trust me, we just need to take our chances and build together, okay?
G2, they're doing it. They're coming back 4 rounds straight.
Oh, let's freaking go. Let's go. Let's go, please. Yeah, Rico made confirmation. Oh, that's a confirmation.
Okay, this Justin and Russell spoke top middle window, okay? And then you walk on the ground, we fake BE, and you try to boost window.
Oh, it's getting dicey.
Alexi B starting off. They have the opening kill in this round as well.
He knows flash, he knows fake. Wasting on dinner.
This taken out by Bonacy.
Hopping, jungle, hopping, jungle.
Up short, up short.
Better
now.
Shadow or some shit.
KS undetected.
Uh-oh. Should be able to change the fortune of the rounds. That might. Eco, the swing for information, he's got it. He can't hit the shot, but at least he's got intel. Oh, he misses another one. That's not great. That's not great either. And look at JKS. Remember, they forgot this position. They forgot that he was here. Jax is looking for it. When does JKS peak? Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Triple kill for JKS.
Oh my goodness, talk about a stand that has stood up in these situations. Nico's lost. He's Nightmare is back.
Fucking go, man! I fucking shot! Trust me. Okay. This is the time.
How did he go jungle?
Hey, Rosh. Hey, Rosh. Then HP ended. Jackie, I flash Tetris now!
One more, Tetris flash P. Lâche Tetris. On HP, guys. Abs.
I smoke.
I dive. Nice! Allez.
Oh, this is disaster written all over it. Kerrigan cannot connect the shots. 10 seconds to get this ball planted. More utility being spent. Nico's gonna swing wide. He's gonna spam it down. That's the round done. JKS is gonna bug out and go home.
Nice! Let's go, boys.
Hey, smoke.
Jungle.
Demolish short.
Now the split A.
One more. The splitting, gotcha. Nice, apple second.
I'll get behind. Tetris and left. Let's go, boys! Arena! Woo! Yeah, listen to me. Destroy them now, and they're gonna have full tilts, okay? Destroy their fucking comeback right now, boys. We win this fucking. This fucking our overcome, boys. Good fucking composure, okay? Play fucking good.
Just keep going. They're pressure. They're gonna start playing slow. Okay, this is their fucking shit game.
I know what's gonna happen now. They're gonna do round from the start with smokes, with fakes and shit like that. Let's have good communication.
We haven't got B one single round, so I really want to like fake it and then you explode B and go up short with all.
I think they put off at B last round because they thought we were gonna go B.
Keep doing the same then.
Let's fucking do this shit.
Oh, fucking cocks, man.
This is
Take the peak start.
First one, not the team.
They're not doing any special.
G2, they've completed the comeback, but now they have to overcome everything that they failed at previously in the previous map. They have to actually win this game.
Two. Ace it.
They're up one, Jackie.
Be faster, yeah? He settled again.
Massive problem for them getting inside of the A site before Hunter back through the smoke, but Kerrigan over the top will deny him getting any momentum in the rounds. Monacy, AK this time, starts it off by taking out Brokey. Incendiary to the firebox, lights it aflame to try and clear off one further angle by use of utility rather than weapon, and he'll head toward the site, knowing Kerrigan was out toward A main. Has he retreated? Has he gone all the way down Tetris?
Tetris.
He has the information for the last player, but Kerrigan has the shot instead. Monacy back over toward B, this time up on top of the van. He'll hold with the AWP.
Now, but remember, he's made this peak safely a number of times, not this one. Alexi B, all the pressure's on you. Where are you going to go?
At the outpush, they are out fully.
See, they give us some stupid facts.
Close kitchen, Roger. Close kitchen.
Guys, please, have short. I'm behind market, okay?
Monacy gets just baited, lured into that peak because he was able to grab the angle so many times previously without spotting anyone. He never had to encounter Brokey. 2 more chances for FaZe. They had 5 in regulation. Hunter's delivered so much for G2 in this game. He's been, at times, the one shining beacon of hope. Oh, and he's got it again. The rest of G2 is going to start to stream up, but great defensive utility to hold him off a little bit longer. Nico's switched over to the Krieg, another change in weaponry. Can't find anything with that. Again, Monacy is going to have to deliver something.
Alexi B on 28. He's got Robs.
They have no idea where Kerrigan's going to come from, where that rotation is. They know they have to find JKS inside of this bomb site. 15 seconds of the clock. The play has to be now. There's the smoke. Monacy. Oh, he takes him out. He's got another. 10 seconds. Bomb being planted, but look at the plant catwalk. Kerrigan has 1 chance. 1 chance only. Oh, the bomb's down.
Just barely got the plant. Kerrigan nearly shut that down despite it being inside of the smoke. And now he has to clutch this back, and Alexi B has the information. Kerrigan on the AWP will switch to the pistol. Do they know he's wounded? Do they know he's weak? Does Kerrigan know a pistol will do it? He's going to spot him, but Alexi B slides out and gets the headshot, and we're not done yet.
Alright, it's okay.
I'm lucky I don't kill him all time.
For sure. Let's go for 4, Yana. I will help Jackie. Jackie, run cat and kill. You go 2 slope. Ilya can be alone apps or something, okay? I got catwalk. Yeah, you run catwalk and kill this fucking one.
And 2 leader. 1 firebox. I'm leader, guys. And the stairless. Nice. Firebox.
Short.
Nice.
One more cone.
Firebox.
One more cone and maybe window. Jacko.
Lägg det, Tony.
I try to go weak. Can we go weak?
Yeah, jag lever.
I will smoke for you to plant and I will stay back.
Smoke is going to plume, and it's actually going to give a little bit of cover over to FaZe to be able to cross over. Oh, Kerrigan, Alexi can't connect the shots. Both of them trying. Finally, Kerrigan gets it. It's just down to Hunter.
One is 1 HP, okay?
That's
nice
HP.
Nice, Socha! It's okay. That's so good.
This is clear. Take a bit.
Yeah. Nice.
Everybody go B, okay? Somebody do opening flash for me and do gambit B, guys, okay?
I fucked the smoke. They smoke me though. They missed it. Oh, behind the box is one. Guys, I think he's alone. They missed me though, smoke. Watch out B then. Smoke for short.
Smoke short. There's one short. I support B.
2 B. One more. High vehicles. Watch a short. Here.
I'm running to smoke. This car. Garen, where?
Unknown.
Jax is
behind them, though. This is definitely going to be G2 stealing this one away. They should get their first map point right now because there's no chance. Surely they look that way in the right time.
You just double pick one from the... Ready? Robert, done. Ready? Edward.
They still don't know where Jax is. Twist so low, and he's left in a one-on-one. 5 HP against an M4A1S. Jax needs to consider every single angle.
No! Let's go, baby! We take cost. Okay, focus. Let's take the last.
Another chance for FaZe to take a 2-0 lead in this series. G2 looking to force a third overtime. They're going to work their way in from Tetris. Jax in a different position. They think he's underneath in shadow, but he doesn't know there's two. He's looking for the response above, and that's how Rops will strike back. Rops now inside of the A bomb site, but G2 still has no idea. Monacy's being cautious with the off, but Nico's not. Nico recovers, and Hunter's now in a solid position.
Just never peek the deep angle. Just hold from right side balcony down like this. The whole round we can play for him. Need to be careful that we don't die to like a full-on rush. I mean, Vitality slope rush or B rush. I will try to start Edward so I hear them before they come, okay?
I win these rounds really easy by making like little tiny mistakes each round. It's always super close.
Dude, I still think Consplit's like the best. Jax guy is the fucking worst A player I've ever seen.
It's been closer to time.
Yeah, the worst A player.
We are doing 3 smokes on A plus some models of shadow. The good fake, okay?
Yeah.
So the corner guy has to move.
Hunter at 43 kills. Nico with the op is going to find Brokey. Slides in towards Palace. It's a double op setup for the defense.
You can still do it.
Han's weak right now.
You can still move some shadow, right?
Yeah, I can.
Wrong top cut now. Push ramp that. He stepped. Tetris.
Nico's going to try and step up to the plate next. He's going to step in front of the Molotov as well. Ooh, it ticks him. I don't know if Rob's heard that.
I think he's inside ramp, guys.
He burned, Finn.
That's the guy.
They need to find these kills concisely. Shadow shows missed shot of the AWP, and he nearly gets a second crack at it.
That's a shot.
One last cost.
Twist is gonna grab the bomb. He does. Oh, he doesn't. No. Started. He was just outside.
Nice. Let's go.
More than go, guys. I'm rushing inside.
Where? Dead. Kitchen.
12 kitchen.
Go there. I plant short. Hold it.
Flash long, someone.
Under kitchen.
In the side.
Dead.
Kitchen 1 HP.
I'm in bench. I'm going kitchen 1.
What? 1 HP.
1 HP last.
Nice! Sick checkpoint.
Guys, so good.
It's okay.
Still win this. Damage. Tetris.
Go, Jackie.
I can smoke one. Stairs on HP. I smoked off one. I flashed ticket Alexi. Let's see.
Smoke again. Close.
Play safe.
Play safe.
We need to get this bomb planted. The reinforcements are arriving. Monacy. Oh, you have no idea what's coming.
Oh, perhaps I'll kill him.
One the ninja. I have him. He can't get out ninja.
I'm already stairs.
I'm pushing up now. I'm defusing.
Tetris.
I'm defusing. Stop planning for him.
Nice fucking round, guys. Good shit.
Next faster take CT. Brocky. We killed JKS. Brocky with op in connector. Let's go. Just get faster take CT next. Allez.
Leave.
Guys, they will push A. There's so many.
Yeah,
Okay, just go all A slope.
Yeah.
Maybe sneaking on taps is best.
Rops is investigating Palace. He had that phenomenal flank in the previous round.
They get full mid.
Let's go back to mid.
Let's go back to B.
He's gonna peek it. No, he doesn't. He doesn't like to do so. He would have spotted all 3 players.
Take my right.
Sneak short all the way.
I peek short deeper.
Gonna walk up short soon. I'll walk up short. One more shot. 2 guys short. Both short. Safe call.
Nico needs to get the bomb. 25 seconds. He can play this out. He can bait it. AK-47 knows he's likely in a one-on-one situation. Chance that Rops is all the way back over toward this site. Unlikely, but Brokey repositions and Nico can't find him. Guess what, Jason? Guess what, Jason?
You got another.
Oh, baby. 4 overtimes required on this. Just map 2. 5 in the series already.
Absolutely incredible.
I'll take.
Over there.
I'll take.
Weapon for
I'll take.
One apps. They don't know what's there. What's the CD? What's the CD? CD again.
No, vision.
Nice one apps, Nico. Holding ups. Keep holding ups. They don't know about me.
Fucking good.
I'm doing the same. I made this one. Where's the second step though? He smoked already. Listen, that man smoked up one. Oh, I was waiting for you. Sorry, I thought you had it. Okay.
Hunter and Monacy in position, in the correct position. It's them against the world.
Not fast enough this time for Monacy, but Hunter flashes in his favor. He got 3! Oh my, as he sneaks back out, he is absolutely hunting all the prey today. And it rocks. The only one left gets shut out by Monacy in the end.
The deep angle would be fantastic if he can pick one off. But they're going to be in hot pursuit. Kerrigan, here comes the swing. Oh, the jiggle peek. The jiggle peek.
All these guys. I'm flashing. 2 more apps. 2 more apps.
You guys say, one shadow, one deep overall.
Look at LXCB. Already up the P apartments right now. He's closing the map in so effectively.
I can flash you out there if you want to take it.
Monacy got away. They were ready for the position. Now he goes aggressive again as Rops downed immediately at the arch.
Push me, he's stuck.
I can come back and kill him. One T base, he saw me.
They go short at B, yeah.
Wait fast.
Flashing out soon. Flashing out B now.
Hey, flash, boom. Flashing about.
I'm gonna long soon.
So good.
Yeah, I did.
I'm landing.
In this one. Okay.
Right side.
Car.
Yep, swap. Yes, and Monty. Goes right. Yeah.
Follow me. Then, let's speak. Out.
Oh, no! I got him, man! What the fuck, bro?
What is this game now?
Talk, guys, talk!
I don't know.
Guys, it's okay, guys. It's fucking okay.
Big landing.
CT.
Landing now. Landing.
The app's the last, I think. I'm not sure.
Maybe out.
Nice nade touchdown. Puts him on 47. Not willing to go much beyond this position. Has to get off as he's flashed away. And LXCB crosses in. Rookie's got him immediately down below. Molotov on the spawn as well. That should pretty much do it. Monacy's going to try and get up and take him down. And he's ready for it. Great headshot.
Focus, please.
Go free guys up. No smokes. Rubber smoke for me. Smoke top mid now. Go apps.
Oh, you're in there.
That's fine. I'm gonna do one left for stairs, guys, and one above apps, okay? You go on first boom. Guys ready? Flashing now.
I think they're close ramp.
Second boom. Let's go. Steady. I'm on the jungle.
Show that.
Come up. He's jungle.
One second, jungle.
Never mind, he's there.
What a well-crafted round in the 5th overtime.
They do sweep the T side 30-27.
Outmid. He's behind boxes. Follow me.
I can flash. Flashing over window.
Back maybe.
On B.
Did I get him?
No, low top mid, man.
Gonna go short.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
He jumped hard.
No, he's close maybe.
Pushing now, we need to run.
Let's go, guys. Short.
Almost default. Watch out, he doesn't want to smoke.
JKS. Could the stand-in win map 2 for them? Sneaking in behind. Monacy, he's back in the corner. He's spotted out. And this is absolutely doable now.
No fucking way, Justin! Yeah.
emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summers. I never thought I'd lose my homie, lover, friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. Oh, I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summers. I never thought I'd lose my homie, lover, friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. Oh, I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end. If I heard that you 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 way I live that you You've got some things going through mine. Why can't this be all the time? You at the top of your class, you changed the drip to a splash. The way that you left, I just hope that it lasts. I just hope that it lasts.
Heroic has one last chance to go to the Spodek, but they have to beat G2 to do it. So, Nerds, I want to ask you about how you're feeling and generally how you think development is going, because I feel like playing here is better than 3 boot camps combined in terms of what you can pick up as a team. So how happy are you with the level right now before this important match?
I'm really happy. I have mixed feelings, but I would say the process we did the last month is incredible. I think we have a really good chance to win G2. We should win, in my opinion, we should win 2-0 the last time we played against each other. And yeah, I hope it will be good.
Yeah, of course you did already play and it was super close. So is that giving you the comfort that you watched the demos? Is that why you say that now, that you should actually beat them 2-0?
No, we didn't watch the demo actually, but the thing is, like, when you are on the server and you know that you lost to ourselves because it's not even about individual, it's like the mindset that we had in this game. I feel like if we have the best mindset, we will win.
I know that you've been very, very vocal. You always are, looking at the opponent and screaming things, etc. And they have a lot of pressure because they won last year. And now they have, a risk of being out right now. So that's in their head. So are you going to do kind of like the Nerds special and try to get them even more out of their comfort zone?
I would say if they will start to shout, I will start back. I like to, it's not like, trash talk is part of the game, and I feel like some people taking it as personal. But if you like the other team taking personal, and I make my team happy, for me, like, I don't care. I will do it no matter what. And I think like they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and we have the advantage right now.
And final question, you of course named the Rookie of the Year for 2023. How big is the desire and the want to show that even with this new team that you find yourself in, you still have what it takes to make it into the Spodek?
I don't consider it like something big. Of course, like it's a good achievement, but for me, like, it's to be like the best team in the world. It's first priority.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Last matchup of the group stage here on the A stream. I want to welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters. That's right. We've got a long journey behind us, and well, we've got a little ways to go in front of us. We're trying to get some teams into the Spodek. In fact, in the last spot in the Spodek. And joining me today will be that of Steel and YNK. Gentlemen, we do sit right here at the very last match of the group stage.
Yeah, the resident G2 delusional fanboy.
That's you.
Reporting for duty.
And what could you say for yourself or Heroic, bud?
I think they've been playing really well, and I think they look like they're in good spirits, but I'm not a fanboy at all, and we're actually standing here, not sitting, so...
Wow, okay.
He just destroyed you in like 2 sentences.
GG, I guess. Pack it up, guys. It was a good run. No, yeah, we are looking at Heroic and G2. One team that, we kind of expected to be in this situation, and another one we didn't. And then also not at the same time. I know that doesn't make sense.
I think something also the Nerds mentioned in the interview, talking about pressure and how the pressure is on the side of G2, and that's all fine and good. But I think a team like G2, by now, you've dealt with all different kinds of pressure. That can't be an excuse anymore, like you're tripping that you're not going to make into the playoffs, and you won last year and you were in the final the year before that. Like, when you are a contender team, pressure just comes naturally, right? Like, you're going to be in those tough situations, and actually one of the things that makes a championship team is being able to sort of harness that and use it properly, not let it suffocate you.
Yeah, I think there's also different types of pressures. So while they might be saying pressure from the point of a community standpoint, or from us giving people, a tough time, it's one thing for G2 to be like, oh, I don't care about what they say, I don't care about what anybody says. But when it comes to the internal, like when it comes from the team, when it comes from the inside, like I'm not performing well enough, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, our team's not doing enough, whatever, and we have problems inside, they can create an internal pressure that's not the same types of pressure.
People just start stressing in game with the comms, right? Everyone, all of a sudden, everyone's like shouting and talking over each other and just creating this chaotic atmosphere.
Making it that chaos, right?
Yeah.
Kind of overcomplicating a situation. In
Manufacturing
seriousness,
pressure.
Let's talk a little about the last time we saw these two teams play against each other, Yanko.
The last time, well, we saw a team in Heroic and we saw a one-man army in Monesi on the other side of things. I mean, it was just unreal. It's the highest, the best performance we had in CS2 so far over the course of a best of 3, as you can see here on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it was a one-man show, like you said. But Heroic is doing a really good job of kind of like everybody being good. I know here in this one match, it doesn't look like it, but over the course of the entire event, Heroic, it's not like really a one-man show. Some people are better on T side, some people are better on CT side, but everyone steps up in different ways. Sometimes it's in the clutches, sometimes it's in the opening kills. But for G2, until we saw them recently in this earlier game today, we didn't really get to see that. We only got to see the Monesi show.
Yeah, which was also a record-breaking thing, right, Yanko? We're talking about most frags over the course of a best of 3 in CS2.
Yeah, it was. I mean, he's averaging 30 kills per map in an MR12 best of 3 series, albeit with a couple of overtimes in there, but there were so many impactful kills as well. And I mean, in a weird way, it's actually a good thing that that wasn't the case today in their game, right? That it was more people chiming in, right? We saw some good rounds finally from Nico, even more so, even more importantly from Hunter, right? It seems like everyone's doing their job, and it's been rocky so far for this G2 roster, right? Like ever since Nexa joined World Finals, then Blast Groups, but they were sort of getting it done. I mean, they booked a spot at the Spring Finals, and now they just need to beat Heroic to get into the spot.
Speaking of which, you did say the word we were looking for, Hunter. Let's hear what he's got to say before we jump into the server.
G2 can still make it into the Spodek, but they have to win versus Heroic. And in 2022, in fact, Hunter, you were in a similar position where you did have to play the 2 best of 3s. You made it, and in the end, you made it to the final. So is that memory helping a little bit right now?
I mean, of course it is helping, and especially because we started with 0-1. This time we won the first game, but we went 1-1. So yeah, I think we played decent today, but we need to be better even now against Heroic if we want to secure playoffs.
The fact that it's a rematch and it was very, very close, do you prefer those kinds of situations or not?
I'm not thinking too much about that, honestly. I'm just thinking about my team, my teammates, and what we can do together. We are not thinking too much about the opponents. We try to prepare as best as we can, and that's all.
It's always about the team, but forgive me for saying it, but it feels like you're not necessarily the Hunter yet that we've grown to see. I mean, your face is up on the picture as the MVP of last year, so what's going on with you?
I mean, it's a different game. I'm still trying to get used to it. I'm working a lot as well with my teammates. They are trying to help me. I'm struggling for now, but I hope that I will start playing better very soon.
I hope we'll see you in the Spodek. Thank you.
Thank you.
Acknowledging that there was a bit of a struggle, right? I mean, that's a pretty honest way to face that.
I see when he says that, like, yes, he is honest about it, but it shows me a lack of confidence. Like, when you're not even confident in yourself and you know that there's an issue and you know you're working on it, but you can't even be like, yeah, I'm playing like crap and, I need to work on it. But it doesn't sound like there's a way out of it at the end of it.
So let's go into this, because if you weren't able to pay attention, perhaps you're at work and you couldn't watch the screen. You're kind of trying to hide watching the stream from your boss or whatever. We got Vertigo, G2, CT start. We look at what is Nuke, Heroic CT start. Then we solve it all in Ancient if we have to.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion, right? When you play the same team in the same tournament for the second time, usually the winners want to change the maps, right? Because it sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but, even though Nerds said that they didn't go over the game against G2, which is a little bit strange, but, the loser usually put more emphasis on the loss and look into it a little bit deeper, right? And find ways to fix the mistakes, and the winner just kind of move on to the next game and start preparing for that. So we see a different pick also coming in from Heroic. First of all, Vertigo instead of Overpass, they beat Vitality on that map. I'm sure that gives you a nice little boost of confidence, and G2 switches it up, going for Nuke, which is where they did have a confident win against Heroic, but also did really well today against Monty. I feel like that maybe, emboldened them a little bit, and probably they figured if they do that, Ancient is going to be the decider, and they feel also really comfortable on that map. So I like this switch up from actually both teams in a way.
So how's G2 going to lose this?
probably going to lose. They're probably going to lose like 3 out of 4 pistols, and the one that they win, they're going to lose the second round.
Nice. Now, you go ahead and bookmark that at home. Just in case it happens, we want to be able to reflect back and then kind of mash the two together. What do you think on your side? If I look at Heroic, you know, how can they be stopped?
How can they be stopped? I think their T side is the only thing that's really bad for them at the moment. It seems like there's only one person that's opening up the rounds for them, and the rest of them are having really shaky rounds. It's their CT side that you're going to really need to see them come together. We see Nikuduz is able to do pretty much anything with the AWP or the rifle. He's the hybrid that they need. Nertz is also really good on the CT side for converting rounds, but it's just like if they want to have any chance at this, they need to have a strong T side because they can rely on their CT side going into the second half of, you know, a map like Vertigo, for example.
And in going to a second map might even just be the end of the series, which would have who winning again, Yanko?
Yeah, of course, G2O.
G2O, yeah, okay, not bad. You fill in the G2 wave on this one? Because it's time to go to casters.
You know, I was originally saying G2. I just don't know. When I look at them here, they don't look confident.
Yeah, we'll buy into that. We'll buy into that for now. We'll also get into the game itself. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Always, you know, those opinions and those thoughts and all those things you just transfer out there to us. We appreciate that. But in the time it is now, it is time to go live. I do have Lau and Scrawn Diggity Dog sitting right by, ready to tell us a story.
Yeah, boss man, I'll give you that diggity dog. Stunna, you're right. Wishy-washy this, opinions that, analysts stop talk, Counter-Strike start, G2 Heroic, we got a spot in the Spodek on the line. Oh, how they have fallen, Mohan. This was the grand finals of Kato 2023, and now we're talking about an elimination/qualification game in the group stage. It is a one-player change for the G2 camp, but they removed the king of Katowice.
King of Katowice, the anchor that they have honestly missed a bit. They've been banning Mirage, which is wild to see for G2, a map that
nonsense
was great for them. But the other story on the other side is Heroic, who have had to rebuild completely. Not the same roster at all. They've removed so many planks from this ship. It is definitely a new one. The biggest of which being Katie, and Kixan has been an amazing replacement, especially for how quickly he's been able to turn this into a working team.
Yeah, but it's been a beautiful maiden voyage so far. Big LAN for Heroic, I think already having exceeded everybody's expectations, and a victory today versus the returning champions. Wow, what a quick turnaround for a fully revamped roster. We do get that flank from Hooksy, who wasted no time going top middle. Little body block from Nico, but it's a full-blown exec coming through from Heroic. They want this A site under wraps. They want it quick. And Nico sending shots through smoke doesn't quite find his mark. m0NESY is not the same boat. He finds Shush's face. Hooksy's managed to get his flank into the corner. Oh, nice one from Hooksy. USP looking good, preoccupying 2 Ts, and that'll open the door for the rest of the G2 camp to start pushing on site. They go beyond it, into Crane, over towards Sandbags. Nikadaz looking to lock this off. We've got 2 stuck in front of him. Tesses, Nikadaz right back. Heroic, flexing with the pistols.
Yeah, not bad. That's crushing. That's crushing right there. And love to see Nertz in this new lineup really take to the stage, and he has been, well, the group stage, not in front of the crowd just yet, but yelling like he's already in front of the crowd. It's been very fun to hear the banter, especially when he's playing against Vitality, calling them newbies and bots and stuff like that. I mean, he was basically just mirroring Apex, but then won, so it was like even funnier. But he has been a good energy on this team. And that's how it is at Kato with the Hall of Heroes. The smack talk back and forth. It's a consistent feature, a great thing to watch.
It's been nice to see Heroic find Vertigo as their home for quite some time. You know, again, well, I say quite some time, like this isn't a brand new team. That victory over Apex and Vitality definitely boosts the confidence. It's been awesome to see Shush's performance, and I think Tesses too, because me personally, you know, in that short period where Tesses was the in-game leader, he fell off immensely. I was worried that was him without Cadian, but put it in Kixan's hands and Tesses good to go. Quickly skating into the B site. We get Shush headhunting. No frags barring the first. There we go. Vision found. Little Dink comes back at him. 5-7 connects from Hunter, who has also showed us a necessary improvement because his CS2 stats have been abysmal. Nice flank, wrapping it around. Shush trades back, 2v1 versus m0NESY. He's out from green, and Tesses all this time has been creeping up behind him.
Oh, well, he just has to delay now. nothing to peek for him. Honestly, he's worried about running it back to the other side of the map, I think. I don't know if he's worried about necessarily.
Yeah, he can feel it. He's got an inkling. He's got a second. On for the ace. m0NESY, this would be amazing. This would be his answer back. In all that chaos, in all that carnage. Looking for his second kill. m0NESY back in, jumping over, doesn't see the guy. Knows exactly where he's at. He's got himself the chance. Oh, but it just gets away. Just gets away.
That's incredible game sense, man. I thought, well, of course, Shush could have left to the other side of the map, but in that time where he had nothing to look for, he was just worried enough to find that fourth frag. And obviously, it comes down to a 1v1 with enough HP, but Shush is a guy who has been so consistently good lately and posting his highest ratings basically ever. And honestly, I was watching a lot of his Heroics games when they first formed the lineup to see if they would make it through the RMR. Watching Shush demos, he has been playing on another level. Like, he was already unleashed. And I know on Heroic, it feels like you could be unleashed in the first place, playing under Katie, and he's not the kind of guy to hold you back. But I think he's jumping at the challenge of having to prove it again with the new team in a way that we want to see. You know, he's a guy with a very reserved personality. And so it's all about his actions, not his interviews. So it's good to see that fire from Shush right now.
Of all the pieces of the Cadian's Heroic, I was worried that he would be the one that kind of gets left behind. You know, may have been the siphon of the situation. Okay. Flying Cooksy. Yeah, just offsets crosshair. No issue for TSS. All is good there. Because sometimes it's, you know, it is the quieter ones that just get left behind. They're not making a name for themselves. They're not leaving big impressions despite their contributions in the server.
They don't network hard enough to keep the opportunities open, yeah.
You know, but I think Shush and TSS were both faced with a reality as kind of Heroic dissolved around them. You know, you get two of your teammates leaving for the biggest Danish organization in Astralis, the Stars signing. You get Cadian, who leaves for a completely different project as, again, kind of the leader of a pack. And you think to yourself, as a smaller esports organization and the two guys that kind of just get left in the dust, what's next for us? They look around and they've got to just, you know, they've got to plug the holes in the ship before it sinks.
They've got to trust that their org makes good signings happen, you know, and I think they spent money on Kicksan. Again, I heard it was like 600,000 or something, a lot of money. And they just needed to get somebody, but that was definitely worth it. Whatever they spent on him, it makes perfect sense. And we can see it's just the most important part of every team is having that. If you can get an IGL that can potentially be S tier one day, that's essentially what you're looking for. And very few people can be a prospect. You know, Shuhei and Kicksan are the only two I can think of in recent memory. Here's the first kill. Nico goes down. So 4 to start out. And Heroic already have such a big edge, they can chill.
Oh, nice headshots from Hooksy. Very quick time to kill on that one. That'll cool things off for Heroic. Back to the 4v4. Moving the smoke over. Yeah, poor Shush has got to give up his position. Getting zoned by the utility, and Nexa's coming swinging at this. They knew that they had burned him into the corner. If he was there, it had to be that spot, but Shush still fights back. Missed Molly, not ideal. Would have loved to have continued to disrupt that B site, as it does preoccupy 2 of the remaining 3 G2 players. The third being m0NESY deep on A. But even with the Buns Molly, it's still, they move over.
They have full map control, right? Like, they have top corner ramp control on A. They already cleared out the bottom of B. They punish another push, so it's just about G2. They're moving blindly to see if they can catch some luck.
Nice flash. Hunter's going to be able to manage the first one. m0NESY in the pocket. We've seen such great things from his op. Averaging 30 kills. Ooh. Crosses over. Careful. You got to be cautious giving him chances, but nope, none of those shots land. Reload needed. We've got 2 of the T's leaning back on ramp. But Nikodas is indeed stranded. Nikodas been playing very well with rifles, not just the op lately. So it's nice to see him have that depth. G2 aren't going to take the chance. They want to hang on to the weapons they have, conceding a 4th straight to the T side.
Yeah. Nikadaz is somebody who I think in the long term, he just needs to, he's too inconsistent, right? Like he's so good on the high end, but like his floor is just crazy. Some games he just disappears, so he needs to like pick it up because he really can have big moments, super good on clutches, really hard op shots he can hit. You know, very aware opper, just needs to pick it up on the lower end of things, and well, then Heroic have such a solid composition. Like, I don't really know. There's not too much I would improve about Shush, and so far for Kicksan, I would say keep going in the same direction. For Tesses, I'd be like, man, there's some games I remember you choking, getting a little nervous. That's something I would say for him. For Nikadaz, I'd be like, it's your skill floor for the hard shots being missed or whatever the case may be. And for Nerds, again, keep going in the same direction. He also had a couple games maybe where he choked last year, but Rookie of the Year 2023, massive output, doing great right here in Kato. So for the most part, man, like after what happened in this winter season with the amount of like insane, like with Falcons appearing and then so many teams sort of suffering because of it,
yeah,
and then all these roster moves happening, there were teams that could have completely fallen through. We got Ents playing for a semi-final spot right now.
Damn right we do.
A Heroic are literally here playing for the Spodek as well. Two teams that could have easily not made it, and they would have had every excuse in the world. So credit to them, they've done an amazing job.
Shout out not to. Always thriving. Always stressed.
Yeah.
But always winning.
Yeah. I was very happy for him, man.
He's a good man. Deserves great things. Heroic 4-0. A ramp. It's got Tesses on it. So much pressure from the util, though. He's not sure if there's about to be a swing behind all this. We saw the rumblings of Heroic kind of pressing into B last round where Shush got attacked, survived it, and then they all just left. They definitely sensed an opening coming through. Kicksan lining up the right side generator smoke, while Shush goes for the boost. Now, nobody in sight. Nobody back quad, just Nexa on generator. And between the two defenders here, very little util. Molly at a smoke.
I don't like playing retake. The setup they're playing retake, they only have one smoke to work with, so.
There goes the Molly that's meant to hold them back, but Shush tries to route through it, takes a bit of damage. It's a smoke grenade to bounce off Shush's forehead, but at least the CT doesn't die with it in hand. T's do manage to get onto bomb site. If anybody extends to the scaffold, Nexa's meant to drop him. Hooksy pries over smoke, and it gets traded immediately out from Nerds. And Nerds has been a monster as of late. Can lock this in as Shush just continues to play press. Nexa, nice headshot, comes through with a double. Nerds is looking for the multi-frag now, needs it. We get this big pack of CTs moving past the gen.
No more smoke.
And they're so layered that they could line up. Nikadaz looks to draw them out. He takes a headshot. It's still going to fall on Nerds. He's been found out and dealt with, and this retake is excellent.
Yeah, they just easy, hard-bodied right there as they walked in and kill every single person without losing a trade. So, like, all right, that's good. A good sign for G2 that they start out fragging here in the round with just really good spacing and timings. Had to be the kill. Denied every shot. Slowly made their way in. Clean ones from Nexa.
You know, Nexa finds himself in a particularly difficult spot because, again, Katowice was JKS's best event. Back-to-back.
Yeah, G2's two biggest achievements last year were Kato and Cologne. So,
big shoes to fill. Wow, gets away. Hunter had a marked improvement in the first best of 3 today. Remember, both these teams already at BO3 deep. And we needed something from Hunter. The last time these teams locked horns, earlier this week, it was all Monacy. That was 2 maps in overtime before the blowout decider. Lots to prepare for in recent game tape. Taz has been busy.
The Rampery aggro, they know it's coming. It's just coming all the time right now. So,
wow,
they still win. Nice one, Nico.
Saw the advantage, Nico. He's got 2 already, then that short peek comes in perfectly. Him and Hunter combine wonderfully. Shush is the only man to survive the attack. Into the 1v4, low HP on the fallback. Nico will escape to the bomb site. He's got support behind him. Quick little chase from Shush. Being poked at. He sees all 3.
Yeah, all 3 right now, but
he's got the bomb and all the info. Nico cutting off his exit, but timing works out. Where are you going to go?
Now Shush knows he can't simply go plant.
He'll float around just in case they do decide to chase him for his gun, and this is going to be G2 with a second.
Yeah, a nice double right there from Nico. I thought he got a kill the other round, no? I guess not. First 2 of the rounds, or first 2 of the map here for Nico, and they were very clean. They needed that. Yeah, right now, the meta, it's like getting a little ugly on Vertigo in terms of it's going back to like 2020 Vertigo and CSGO before people really figured out ramp control, and that was ramp re-aggressions all the time. People have been oscillating between either going for deep ramp control or doing the re-aggros and nothing in between. I think Vertigo actually did get to kind of an okay place in CSGO, and then it switched over, and now we're sort of like regressing a bit. This is obviously just a high volatility push to make, this like long headshot angle. Of course, when you're aim sharp like that, it looks really, really solid. But we are going to see the T's waiting for it at the top of ramp, and the CT's going for it in one way or the other. But it's well executed here from G2 with the complementary short push on top of Nico coming in with his crouch slide. And G2 will grab a second round. Full buys here for both teams. Looking very healthy.
Looking at that B side again. Pressure for Hunter, but he does lock in behind pillar. Last time he had 2 teammates top ramp to distract for him. While those smokes are up, sends a few bullets down and ends up losing 70 health for his efforts.
Stares at his own blood on the wall. But can be happy he lived.
True. Kicksand slides up. Almost catching one top sight. Little chip damage here done to a couple. Monacy looking for his.
Oh my God, what?
Little mini flick.
I did not even see that flick, man. Oh.
But no coverage. Smoke grenades leaves Hunter on the other side of that wall. Nico chews through Nertz on his approach. Man advantage for G2, 50 seconds. Bomb gets picked back up, but soon these smokes will fade, and the T's don't have anything to replenish them. TSS looking to get something with this cheesy angle. Shush locked in along the wall, but it would require some kind of forward movement here from G2, and that's not something they have to throw at them. Oh, they're thinking about it, but again, it's super deep. TSS, at least good for the one. A spot that sometimes goes down empty-handed, makes the best of it. But still, man advantage. And Odyssey peeks right into the angle Shush held.
No.
He's here to close it. The Opper is online.
Oh, man, that's the flash, baby. Monacy, the flash. That was such a, that first shot with the scope, he was scoped in. I didn't see it move at all, but that was clearly a flick because it was a wall bang and it was to the head. And it was lightning quick, baby. Like, that's on slow-mo.
TSS very much locked into that position. There's never any fighting out of there. You know, I feel like that's a spot. If you get one, that's the best case scenario. Ooh, damn. Shush with the deagle up into B. Dives down.
Oh, it was very safe of him. He actually had an inkling there might be someone else there.
Meanwhile, Monacy picks up Nertz. Yikes, Tech9 almost finding Hunter. His job has not been easy on this ramp, but hell, he's alive and that's what matters. Deagle peek out at Kixon, gets nothing. That's going to indicate another T at the base of B. So if anyone's catching somebody off guard, it may be Nikadaz.
I wonder if this is going to be a game where the reports of Hunter's decline have been exaggerated. We'll see, because he has a chance to at least save them to get into Spodek. Yes, he has been struggling for sure. But this is the key game, ultimately, at this point.
I mean, so was Sampaio. Oh,
wow, what?
Good trade back from Hunter. Nikadaw's got that dig in him. You know, Hunter can struggle as long as G2 still make it, because Sampaio was in the bottom 10 rated players ahead of that matchup yesterday
and
versus Complexity, and now he's online, and look at them go. Running through Navi in that second map. Shush got a bomb plant and the opening kill of this round, so he's got something to be proud of, but what more is in store for us? Shush hitting the deagle shots.
Oh, man.
A little too much to ask. Drive-by wide swing out from elevator.
Yeah, he's scary right now, man.
He wants it.
Yeah, and I got that opening kill. Knew there might have been a second guy, fell off, came back later in the round, maybe came close to pulling off a magical clutch, but for G2 overall, they just survive a tough anti-eco here. There's some great shots being hit, but they still won their important fights. It's our first time casting G2 at Kato, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, we haven't caught them, so yeah, but yeah, definitely seen some of the box scores, definitely seen Hunter's issues.
I think so.
Seen Monacy's highlights.
The week's been a blur, my friend.
Yeah.
Next to drop it down base of B. That's early control from the B setup. All right. Careful, careful. Monacy's hunting.
This is the guy to watch.
Continue to push himself against the ramp.
He's just the guy to watch these days.
I mean, we saw Donk earlier on taking on FaZe and just putting forward this world-class performance. So for sure, a player like Monacy's looking to leave his mark. You know, you can't let all the hype fall in the hands of one man.
Yeah. No, it's got to be a 50-50 split, right? Monacy, like...
Feels like what it's all building up to.
Yes, for sure.
Zai was not going to stop him.
Was very curious. Yeah, we'll get a chance to see that.
FaZe couldn't do it. Maybe Glaive will have to. They walk away. All that utility, and they just leave the B play. TSS has been waiting around for somebody to press against him, but counter-terrorists happy to lean on a solo A hold in Nico. That's somebody else whose improvements were notable this morning and demanded. Molotov to displace him. He throws his firebomb right back. We've got the Opper by him.
They can't even plant.
It's going to be a desperate crossover. Molotov as well for the bomb plant.
He's in a smoke.
It gets and he gets there. But he comes running through. The chase from Kixan. It's on. Nico trades back. TSS 1v3 queued up. Bomb no longer covered. Tap's going to elicit the peak. TSS comes in, and down he goes. The hands of Nico, who makes sure that A does not fall, despite Kixan's best efforts to get weird with it.
You know what's sick about that? It's like Kixan, he could have been a man right there that was just grateful he survived one more day. But instead, what he was thinking was, okay, I'm hearing you lose all your ammo. I'm about to kill you in a second. Okay, not only am I going to put this bomb down, I'm coming through the smoke. And the guy behind the smoke's thinking, I'll just have to reload and my teammate's going to help me out. Kixan, runs to the smoke.
Like a shackled beast. Yeah, finally, he breaks through off the bomb plant. Goes berserk.
Yeah, he's a good player. And that's the other cool thing, is not just a good IGL, he's a good player. Killer instinct.
In-game leaders lately have all been playing well. Kerrigan had a good series. Chopper had a good series. Kixan's having a good series. Glaive is a beast.
Best of the bunch.
The hell is going on? Hooksy, how you doing? He's okay. he's he's okay. Honestly, a missed shot on the approach to the B hit. Should have been pretty damn adamant about getting into this positioning.
He's good at it too. He doesn't die.
There's Hooksy. We knock, he answers. TSS is going to find zero resistance here. It's Nico and Hunter pressed along the yellow wall.
Let's see if this angle works out. Oh
damn
my
right, it does.
God, that clear
both sides.
Was beautiful. That clear was so good.
Shush has managed to get up to the B site. A has fallen. Quick attack right back from Hooksy, his second frag of the round. Monacy right back in. You thought you had A, but it's been taken back. Nexa, he's going to be stuck on green. Prying against the smoke is Shush. Calling for Kicksand to bring that bomb up and just try to get it in. If they can give themselves a post plant that can stave off the retake, maybe. Double smoke. Monacy not missing. 11 and 4.
Oh, Monacy!
12.
What does the monster see? Another flash of brilliance, man. Swear to God, every time he scopes in.
You never see coaches yelling at the other team. Is this Taz meta?
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense considering who the man was on Virtus Pro. He was the original antagonizer of the Tier 1 scene. Oh, man, you weren't even watching back then, man. Prime Taz in Katowice when he won in 2014. He had a quote. He literally said, I have to decide before I enter the match how much energy I want to use playing the game and how much I want to use yelling at my opponents.
Dude, bring it back.
Yeah.
Trash talking coach meta. Something we didn't know we needed. Yeah, we've had all these like stoic nice guys. Give me the barbarians. Met by resistance. CT's throwing themselves down the stairs. Nertz had a chance there. Hunter able to get back into spawn. And it feels like while Hunter has had these struggles as of late, he is just basically juggling, trying to hang on, trying to survive. It's one thing not to play well, it's another thing to be a liability.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as he's alive, even if he almost gets clipped by Nertz here, he maintains control of middle, and G2 hold 5v5.
Oh, Heroic have the right nades. They have time. They have this space here to pull this X-Egg off. They can pull Monacy back. They got the flashes.
Oh! He is the flash. But he gets deleted by Nertz. Nico has wrapped around Tarp. Ramp player not looking. Nico's going to respond. We've got one locked into the sandbags, and that's the trade frag back for Heroic to get man advantage in the post. Two players to lean back on short. Hooksy and Nexa with a decision to make. Money is not the best here for the G2 camp. That op, tantalizing. Yes, sir, it is to be saved. Heroic will post a 5th on this T side going into the last round of the half.
That's such a good call, man. They have a way to do the low, like a low lift A exec, basically. Low telegraph as well, just wall smokes, explode up the ramp. Very safe, based on what we saw. The setup was good, 45 seconds, timing was good. Yeah, I really like the way Kicksand calls this game, honestly. It's always very pragmatic, the call. Just enough, never too much. And all the fraggers on his team feel very comfortable as well. Close game, man. No telling who's going to win this one in the end.
Yeah, it's 4 pieces around Kicksand that have all stepped up at times. Just seeing character from Nertz too, trash talking as he dispatched a Vitality. It's the beauty of the setup here in the Hall of Heroes. That fog glass goes down. You see your victims, you let them know. Smoke almost dissipated there for Monacy to get an angle, but as he peels back, he reacts into Tesses.
This is his like signature position on that corner of the ramp, but falling back now, and actually Nikodas very fast tempo.
Right, that could have caught him.
They're not respecting the potential for the op. This is a good play.
We saw Monacy just crossing back in the open. He is thinking about coming back into A. Nico's working with 16 health. Molly on his feet.
Do that.
Ooh, 7 health shaved off Nico. He's barely standing. Frag grenade will drop him. Monacy looking for the planter. Misses the flick. It was a chance to pull it back, but they gave this opening to Heroic. Kicksand calling to just slip into that one little window, the window of opportunity to try and force this tie. A T side that looks to break even. And they will wait for those smokes to fade.
The way they found this timing is nuts.
A 4-0 start for Heroic, answered wonderfully back by G2. Nerds looking for the headshots. Here we go, boys. It's a brawl to end the half, and it's Nerds down. Hunter gets a double, tries to charge in. Took too long. Bomb's gonna pop. Nothing they can do about that.
The sun went down, I made my home. I rested my head on the stone. I see the stairway in front of me. Who is this being in my dream?
I was tripping, uneducated, buzzing, riding the wave, spaced out. I left the room, came back again, it's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat, they saw the sounds, witness the crease. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight, and after 40 days, and they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend, look up again. No time to pretend until we're dead. We fly when we can, get down with the plan. Adrenaline.
There's a million shining stars. I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us. But it's divine. There's a million shining stars. I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. There's a million shining stars, but it's divine. Not higher, not higher. They keep on selling us dreams, dreams. This is the energy all around us. All around us, all around us,
And so a top-heavy performance from G2's Monacy, 6-0 in opening kills. Only 3 opening kills actually for Heroic, yet they post 6 rounds in that first half. It started strong, 4-0 off the pistol. They had to work for it, but they did squeeze a couple more to the scoreboard before switching over to the defense. It's their map pick at a map that they have won over Vitality on this unexpected run, 1 step away from the Spodek.
1 step away. The last day of qualifications here.
All you have to do is step over the returning champs, and Shush doesn't seem to have a problem with that. Off the flashbang, they're gonna try creasing in. Shush gets 3. Already with it, USP stopping them in their tracks. Hooksy's looking for some kind of a response. It's him and Nico against the entirety of Heroic. 4 remain. Insta-gush. That works well. 2 insta-gush like that. Oh, what the hell is happening? Nico with a double kill. They have set up Hooksy in a super winnable situation, but the wide swing out of Nertz's Berettas puts Heroic in the lead.
Every single one of them got headshotted. That's nuts, man. They were handing him out. But good swings from Heroic. The fact that Heroic can just be like even keeping up with these teams, not only looking like just as good as them, as if they have been together for an entire year or something, is so outrageous. Wow, man. You can really see how Kixan has played in a major semifinal.
Kixan got that killer instinct in his eyes.
He does. He has it.
Heroic step forward 7-6. Nertz takes a dink to the face. Doesn't even flinch. Shush is always on this angle, man. He's always on it, but there's not much you can do.
Yeah.
You come around, you dink him, he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, you can get, like, if it's rifles, you get sprayed down through that wall after you get that shot off, or you get insta-traded. It's definitely, yeah, I don't know.
He's always
just
up there.
He's just so good at this side of the map that, like, I almost don't question anything he does.
Yep. No, if you want to learn how to play B-side Vertigo, T or CT side, just be watching Shush demos.
For sure, yeah.
Especially because he does it alone so frequently. It's not like you really need a teammate to learn with you.
Just another lonely anchor.
Ooh, nice shot from Monacy. That'll sit him down. Gonna boost Nexa up. If they can get a bomb plant, won't be half bad. Ooh, they did it wrong. Wrong. It'll cost them. Nexa down to 2 HP. Bomb plant impossible. He just wants something. And they'll give him something. Something to think about. They'll sit him down as well. 8-6. Heroic converting.
CT side, good start.
Really? They're playing like they belong here.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's good. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Like, that's exactly right.
And who are we to say they don't? You look, top to bottom, the accolades of this team across 2023, right? Together, coming together this fast is what really catches us off guard. But I mean, all the playoff runs of Tesses and Shush. Nikadaz a year prior with the Copenhagen Flames. Nertz and Ensign 23 looked great. Kixan, major semifinal. You can't deny that.
Yeah.
Elusive trophies for most of the camp.
No, I mean, like, compared to G2, it's like, it shouldn't be, obviously. Shouldn't be close, but, like, what we've got is just a great game, because...
Monacy, flustered, Fomus wide swing. Heroic love coming down for this A ramp control. Something that's really coming back into the play is just slamming your way down that ramp. And, well, we see it kick off with the 5v3, but Nexa and Hooksy have got themselves an answer. You lose Monacy and Nico on one hand, but you get Hooksy and Nexa to respond.
Oh my.
The two of them taking this mid half of the map by storm. And now things get stringy. CT's pulled apart. Bomb in eyes of Hooksy, sits upon it. But he doesn't know how far those ramp players could have pushed. You'll retrieve it. Oh, we're going to get weird. There are T's between CTs, between T's.
It is timing city now.
And there's time of the essence, 20 seconds on the clock.
And the site is picked, it's correct. And Nikadaz can hear him, but this is a free bait.
There we go. All right, timings all work out for G2.
Wow, amazing. That
3v5.
Hooksy and Nexa literally fragged their way out of that. Like, they had, it was kind of like a pre-fire map. They went through, they threw their nades down. They said, we're pathing in through spawn. Every single place they checked where there was a CT standing, they got knocked down, headshot, instantly. Out-fragged.
Out-fragged by who?
Nexa and Hooksy.
Can you believe it? Big round for them to offer something. You know, Monacy and Nico go down, look over and hope, please. Please. And sure enough, they pull it off.
Yeah.
Clean kills in middle, not to mention the double up by Nexa. Ends up getting 3 in the round with the flank on CT, but these ones in middle, that reaction there, that's the big one. Killing Shush, you know, you're basically clearing out the B site with that.
Yeah, this is crazy. Well, that's some good stuff.
Cheeky 3v5.
Yeah, you know, Taz wants to be in the Spodek too. Oh man, as a coach, his first time. What a treat that would be after coming in for just a Blast World final at the end of last year for G2. Sort of, into Kato.
Honestly finds Nikodas to start. Nexa looking for a different angle. They hear that movement.
Whoa, that round really crushed the economy. Eh?
It did. Set him up perfectly. And not to mention, they open up with 2 kills. So the economy's crushed and the player's getting bodied. Shush perched again. Whole pack coming at him. Always good for 1.
He's always up there.
Nearly nails the second. He'll put the smoke down. He's being pinched, but he still delivers. Nertz is able to slide out off of that moment because of the distraction served by Shush. Nexa, a closer. Opened up middle last round, shuts it down this time. 8 each.
Not all heroes wear capes. That's a nice one, Nexa. And Shush, wow, he does something real magical right there. At like finds basically the impossible second kill, and still, after a trade beyond him, they still don't win.
Wow, we didn't see that. This is how the round starts.
Yeah, that was on the other side of the map. That's his middle presence that worked out so well, but now Heroic are just dead broke. This is crazy. These 2 rounds that G2 won could dictate the outcome of this map. Here's one to try to build up a little bit of money, make things really rough for Heroic.
It's the bottom of that G2 scoreboard that has come to resurgence in these last couple rounds, leaving a mark on the Heroic camp just when it felt like this game was tight. G2 served up a golden opportunity to pull ahead, and Hooksy beyond the yellow tarps. Now he can have all of short for free, but there are 5 players waiting on the other side of this. And G2 are being slowly pulled forward. It's just USPs. It shouldn't be a problem. Rifles start to collapse in on the ramp. They know exactly where the last 2 are. It's all good. G2, nice and slow. Guarantee that 9-8 lead.
Let's fucking go. Good call. Good fucking call.
Good call, says Taz. Happy and supportive. Must be tough being the coach for once being out of control of the situation for the most part. Trust your soldiers to go forward. And this full buy win, well, if G2 get it, could be 4 straight with 10 and another eco on the other side of it. Pot of gold right there for this attacking team on the comeback. Heroic, on the other hand, maybe desperately now need to stop this from happening. No more X Factor rounds if they want to survive Vertigo.
That's an unannounced pack of players sat on B.
Oh, playing full retake for the moment on.
And Shush uncharacteristically leaning back, and that space is where Hunter comes through with the opening.
Uh-oh, but they know no one's quad. Yeah, free excuse to scale, in my opinion. They're gonna run in.
They will. They'll take that chance with both hands. Grenade opens the smoke. They won't see Nertz. Molotov to disrupt him. It's Nico to make the difference here. Man advantage in the hands of G2, gunning for the double digits. If he peeks left, Tesses ready for him. But Nico's looking stoic, and Heroic looking broke.
Ooh.
Save is on their minds. They concede it. They find that space on the B site with Shush and Nertz leaning a little too far back. It's timing with a whole pack of players. If there's 1 or 2 there, maybe they don't scale, but everybody in position, Mo, damn, they just run it down.
I don't know why why Shush took that fight the way he did. If there was no nades, when he had Nertz right behind him, they could have double swung on the stairs at the same time. But maybe there was a flash, it just didn't work. I'm not sure. But either way, unfortunately for Shush, who has had such a great game, that kill means G2 gets 10 rounds, and now they're in an amazing spot. But small silver linings that Heroic saved 3 players, so it's not a full win just yet here for G2. There will not be a save now for Heroic. They'll have something to fight with.
Hunter popping up. You know, that duel could have gone both ways. It's not the cleanest shots from Hunter, but there's just no answer out of Shush. And Nertz just gets beamed by Nico. We needed a better version of Nico to play alongside Monesi here in Katowice. Both the Kovac offering improvements as today's gone on. Heroic facing a stressful situation now. This pause is going to come to a close, trailing by 2 and still limited financially. Grenades are not fantastic. It is a 5-7 for Shush to try and continue to hold this B site as adamantly as he has. And we've got lots of numbers early on heading towards the ramp. There's no requirement for G2 to respect this round from Heroic. Carpet bombing the sandbags. There's nothing there to be found. It's a defense that sits in sight, but it's a defense that's barely here. TeSS alone, hoping to cause problems with utility. It will stave things off, but does he get support? Does it come fast enough?
They're at the same juncture in the round as Heroic could find themselves in. Top of the ramp with control, waiting to exec. And the CTs don't have enough.
They're starting to move, starting to press at the B site, looking for some kind of contact. And when the consistency of G2's presence over there, this is their opportunity to move things over. They're scrambling for the A-hold. They want to get ahead of any exec, but it's Monesi nearly 3 peeks in. Nikados splattered again. TeSS response just to 1. Nico as well. It's a single frag, and it's a defense that just gets outnated. Luckily they press. Kicks in on the edge of the smoke, losing health, losing his life, but his teammates fight on. Hunter again. 17 frags on the trot.
It's another one for the streak. G2 with 11. Wow, Hunter with that 1v2. That feels like it's just a mid-round moment. There's going to be more players to trade, but no, there isn't. That is such a ridiculous way for all the material to be thinned down. All these fights, no bomb plant. Just engagements all the way to the end.
Love that, man. Both teams figuring out what's going on at the same moment. Both teams throwing 10 bodies into that A site. Both teams locking horns, hitting headshots, and it's a spray down from Hunter at a critical point in his G2 tenure to give his org 11. But Heroic still have cash, which means Heroic still have hope. Hell, this buy looking even better than the last. Poor Nikados as well, completely outclassed so far in this map. Gets smashed wide open by Monesi. Smokes around, but a gap here for the young op to keep scouring sight. In between the smokes, he hunts. They're gonna open that. Oh, he hits him. TeSS lucky to be alive.
Oof, that's big damage.
All the while, back towards mid again. This combination of Hooksy and Nexa has hit so hard.
Oh my God, yeah, that's true. What a combo they've been. The two IGLs.
Taking it into their own hands, and right now that is going to frazzle this B defense. They are so concerned about getting split that Shush goes aggressive, and he'll find Hunter, who is working on his own, posted on the stairs, dead to rights. 4v4 right back. And with a deep smoke, Shush will continue on, clearing this out, but unbeknownst to him, not 1, 2 more T's on the other side of this wall. Bomb included. Shush is in a huge position here, and if there's been one player on the B site that you can bank on, it has to be Shush. Sitting inside his own smoke. He gets it over Nico, but he will not escape. Monesi was ready for the trade frag. Nexa's been still cooking towards mid, but working with only 9 health. And Nertz wants to throw himself at A. This is an all-in A defense from Heroic at 20 seconds. And Nexa, he slid so far up.
He got the one in the back first.
How does he do it again and again? The impact in middle is immense. Can Nikados do anything? They're coming at him, but a missed shot spells disaster. 12 for G2.
Every round harder than the last, and they're still finding a way out consistently. one from closing now and making it look halfway like a stomp. This was such a close game from beginning to end. Even these last few rounds, Heroic could have won each and every single one of them.
Nexa is just leaving his name on the middle of this map.
Let's fucking go. What the fuck?
My thoughts exactly, Taz. Hooksy right back into the action. They've got blood in the water. They got Heroic against the ropes. Heroic changing up their map pick and maybe paying the cost. Monacy, though, caught out by Tesses over the fire. Heroic with a 4v3 and a chance to continue this press top mid. Nertz looks to be the killer of round 21. Missed jump from Nico.
Oh my god.
They really got to work on that boost.
Yeah, no CT op to work with here for the CT side, but Nertz on a flank, he's pushed through, split through, right through the defense. Catches a good timing too. Oh, not only does he see one, but he sees where he's going.
Yeah, this is a wrap. He's going to see all three players with Tesses on the other end. It's a crunch. It's a close.
Okay.
Heroic, 3 more.
Finally, a waft of luck here for Heroic. Things go right for once, and a good couple of pickoffs both on A and B at the same time. And Shush does put up another good one. There was a point at which it felt like Heroic were going to close. But because they're playing so close all the way through to the end, and G2 has this 3-round lead, it feels like Heroic, they could lose at any second now.
Oh, but they've opened up again.
Yep.
2 rounds where Monacy is not going to have any chance to leave Impact. Nertz is flying off the handle right now. 20 kills on the map. Looking for more down the ramp. Shots a little off. Hooksy takes some damage, tries to chase, and that's going to be his end. Tesses lays down the law, followed by the fire. Nico on response, clears Nertz.
Oh my god.
Spots sandbags. That's 2 more players known, and one of them locked in. And you've got Nico getting closer. Flashes to get him out, but Nico don't give no damn. Looking for more as well here. Headhunting, tapping towards the player's sight. He's got them locked in while Shush does his thing. Hunter gets the trade.
And
it's the Kovac. The Kovac on both sides of the maps, operating independently, planting bomb without support. It goes down, and the gun is empty.
Oh my god, Hunter stays alive.
4 health, underhand flash. Tesses presses in. Frag grenade beneath them. Hunter over top. CT creeping down beneath. And Hunter holds with Nico right here with him. Tetris Pete, that's it. That's the close. It's the Kovac side by side.
Hey Future Pros! There aren't many, but there are some smokes that act differently to the versions in CSGO. The gap smoke is an example of this. If thrown the CSGO way, it would cover off most of short, allowing a CT out behind it. To throw the CS2 version, head into the corner of the girder. Aim to the crane and place your crosshair in this tiny gap. Then jump through the smoke. While not fully flush with short, you will still be able to see past it. This is a lineup you need to update in your portfolio. So remember it and throw it.
In a world where in which people want to sleep on G2, G2 didn't come here in a slumber today. In fact, we get to see some glimpses of where they probably have elevated their own game plan, and which forth has set them for success in this first map of the series. I want to go ahead and welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice of the year of 2024. We are on the last day of the group stage. Winner of this is, well, they're going to advance now, aren't they, boys?
They sure are, and G2's been looking really good. Obviously, Yanko predicted it correctly that they were going to lose their pistols, and they started the first half down 0-4, I believe, and then they even lost the second half pistol, but they were able, just through the gun rounds and the merits of their, strong late rounds, the clutches, the 1 versus 2s, the 2 versus 2s, that's where we really saw them come alive.
Yeah, and, probably just get started right into this. Like, right away, I know that there was some conversation, some discussion to be had about what we saw last time with these two teams playing on Vertigo.
Yeah, I think well, they didn't play Vertigo last time.
Yeah, once upon a time.
You had me there for a second. But I think here is
trick question.
What still want to point out firsthand is like a little bit about m0NESY, right?
Yeah.
And his game sense, and even, when he was round down in the 1v2, how did things work out? Josh,
yeah, so
over to you in the studio.
Let's see it, Josh. Let's see the toys
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, so, I just want to point out something. It's not like the biggest thing. It's not the most craziest thing. If you're a pro player, you should be expected to figure this out. But what I wanted to point out here was when m0NESY gets down into this 1 versus 2 situation, he's kind of like searching around. Wait, what's going on? Why aren't these guys up yet? Nothing's happening. Hey, this is exactly when it clicks in his head. This guy's hiding, and he's waiting for something else to happen. He's waiting for a flank, perhaps. So m0NESY just instantly ignores whoever's towards the B stairs, and he turns around and he laser focuses on Tess's here in the back. So what this is basically pointing out is m0NESY isn't just a flashy player that hits like nice shots and stuff like that. He is pretty good decision making. The jump spot out of the window to spot over here the last player. Unfortunately, he couldn't connect any of the MAC-10 bullets, and maybe perhaps you could argue, hey, why don't you just whip out the Deag? Maybe someone didn't know that his teammate didn't call, hey, he's low, 1 deagle shot, body shot, just go for it. But, that's just like a testament to that it's just not a pretty face type of thing, so to speak.
Yeah, so to speak, just to give it a little bit.
Figure of speech, by the way.
Yeah, we saw a little bit more of that in this tournament from m0NESY, even in the first series against Heroic, right? But I think today, and that's a good sign for G2, it was a team effort, right? We had all the guys contributing, people doing their job, and if we move forward in that first half, right, as you said, Josh, they were down 4-0, they win a round. You all guys know what's coming. Is the reset round, right? We always point those rounds out because they're the crucial ones. So in this one here, in particular, this is where G2, it's a 5-5. So if you pay attention a little bit to the time at the top, so it's in the mid round, right? You can see here the Heroic players, they've taken A ramp. So what does G2 do? You have 4 guys here re-aggressing towards that A bomb site, right? They want to retake A ramp control. And this is where Nico gets a kill. They keep going, right? He has teammates. He knows he can go for it. Like, they are the aggressors. They're being proactive. They're making the plays. And I feel that's when you get peak G2, right? Just going for it. You can even lose around. It can end up being a 2v2. It doesn't need to go this well, but this is when they're at their best, not when they're super static and just waiting for the other team to come to them.
Yeah, you definitely want to play into the strengths of your teammates. And obviously getting into those like late 2v2s is also really good, depending on the players that you have alive. If you have Nico alive, if you have m0NESY alive, you're probably going to win those rounds. But I do agree. I do like the aggressiveness from them. And I think it's something that we maybe not have seen from Heroic on Heroic CT side, if we can just jump forwards a little bit. Because Heroic, you're not really expecting them to get a lot of rounds on their T side here. Their T sides haven't looked strong. Maybe you expect a little bit more rounds to go with after winning pistol and starting with a 4-0 lead on the first half. But going into the second half, it's like you're going to pick up the pistol, but then you're going to lose this string of rounds based off the back of what? And it's just like constantly clutches from G2, multi-kills, 1 versus 2s, like the lineups for Hunter, for example. just really good gameplay from G2 there, just to keep their, you know,
to keep it rolling, right?
Composure, confidence, yeah.
It starts in the first gun round, as you said. Second pistol goes to Heroic as well. They clean up in the anti-eco. First gun round starts. They have 5v3, you know, very quickly on. It's a very nice move from Heroic to take deep ramp control, right? And now in the 3v5, I mean, this is as soon as the kill happens. Nexa and Hooksy, they react towards middle, and this is where they hit some blinding shots, right? And you don't even know if it was necessary for Tessis to challenge there. You can see, like, they're giving them 1v1s. This is sometimes that players, you know, a player feels he's in a very good off angle, a good position, but you're, like, not thinking the big picture. They're the ones who need to make a play. You killed, you have deep A ramp control. You don't need to give them fights. Some great maneuvering here from Nexa in addition to a couple of good shots, and that leaves Kixley in a 1v3, and he has to save. And I think that was super important for G2, right, to get that momentum back early on in the second half.
Yeah, so let's do this. We got G2 up a map. And that's pretty much where we find ourselves right now in the crossroads of this series. Going into map 2, we also have to talk a little about Nuke. Heroic CT side at start. I want to ask Yanko, we were looking for answers as to how to get Nico back to activation. You know, like maybe not Vactivation, but, you know, activation instead.
Yeah, I think a little bit is just him in his own head, not overthinking it, right? I think it's clear that he's not enjoying the game as much, right? That he feels there's a little bit lacking, but it is what it is now. You have to do your best with what you have. The good sign is on Nuke, he has been doing well, and the rest of the team. I just think you should still be cautious about Heroic. They are a good Nuke team, and they've just closed out, you know, Gamer Legion or Nuke on their CT side with a really strong CT side, and they're not out of this game just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like crying about the game at this point is like you're using $100 bills to wipe the tears off your eyes. Get
so
over
eloquent. That was well painted.
But I do fear for Heroic here going, like, they're going to start CT side of Nuke, no doubt. Because
yeah, you're right.
You know, G2's picking the map. So G2 has been looking really good on their T sides, though. They've been looking really good with their explosiveness. They've been looking really good when they take map control and then just wait and let the round simmer. Because similar to how we saw the other team that they played against earlier today, they were, you know, walking into the traps. And I feel like Heroic could do the same thing. We saw that here on Vertigo, where in the middle of the round, we just have people walking around, creating huge gaps, and we saw the likes of, oh my god, we saw Hooksy taking the gaps, we saw Nexa taking the gaps. We're just watching all these players just move around the map, and Heroic is just caught off guard, leaving so many gaps.
You're never going to expect this, Trace, but you know what's key in that whole thing, especially the T side? The pistol round.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Even today,
yeah.
the game against Monty, right? The two-wave A hit that they have, that's, you know, you up 3-0, right? Going for those sorts of plays, being able to have that buffer. And I think even if we go back to the series against Heroic, I think they also won the T pistol in that one. So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, they're going to start on the T side. That will be a great boost for G2. But hey, they've shown us on Vertigo that it doesn't seem necessary for them to win those pistols to be able to win the game.
So, Josh, based off what you've seen today from G2, is it better? Is it worse? Do they win here?
I mean, they're looking way better. I would say, like, if you're going to give anything to Heroic, it's that they've looked pretty heroic in how they've...
Nice, man.
You like that? How they've been doing so far in the tournament to stay in the tournament, basically, the entire time. But I would say G2's looking really strong right now.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to sit back, relax, and catch the rest of this matchup, which is exactly what we're going to do. So we hope that you join us when we come back. We'll be right back after this for the final match over here on the A stream of the group stage.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated, never low, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys want it tall, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
closing in. This room is smaller. Another desperate eye. Another face off. The clock is ticking down. Embrace the chaos. This isn't over. It's only begun. Feels like a cold war in a burning sun. They never see me coming. A weapon of mass destruction. And I won't give up until there's nothing. Hey, why would you think I'm bluffing? A weapon of mass destruction. A rocket machine better start your running.
To hit A, but what we're actually doing is hitting B.
A huge tower stands against a mountain. A bridge extends to the north entrance. Alpha Squad look on from a distance.
Well.
We so back, baby.
Yo, focus up, boys. We're gonna be super exposed on that bridge.
Good job we have you, King.
Wait. Do we really have to do this, like, nice Saivu thing? What? You don't know? It's fake. He's a fucking idiot.
Whoa. He bought me a beer at an after party once. Super nice guy.
The classic.
He invited me to a pug once with his French mates. They were shouting loads of encouragement.
You think you're besties now because you have him on Steam?
This guy. Bro, I say hi to Maniac like twice. He looks fucking obsessed.
So cringe you have fans at the desk. But yeah, Zaiva's a fucking idiot.
Guys, please, let's pick up from where you're crossing the bridge to cause a diversion.
It's awful quiet, no? Yeah, too quiet.
An orb booms from the Furia Tower. Bullets go wide as the group begin to run. Bullets hitting everywhere. But the men themselves.
Whoa, Jesus, that hopper. Washed?
Smokes, boys.
The squad deploys smokes across the bridge. Zaiwu and Magisk take a moment to breathe. Nico remains on guard.
Out of nowhere, a figure jumps through the smoke. Art unloads the full magazine without hitting anyone until Nico one-taps him.
He will never learn. I think we have the attention. Beta squad, move in.
Good luck with the funding, guys. This will save esports.
The Spodek beckons. One last place between these two teams to step forward from the Hall of Heroes into Katowice's greatest gladiatorial chamber, Launders. Only one of them, only one, will make it forward. And I have a feeling Taz would love to run it back. For old time's sake, G2, of course, a map ahead. As once that game got competitive, things were looking tight. All of a sudden, G2 untouchable.
I know, yeah. Yeah, Taz's greatest moment, I'm going to assume, was winning right here in front of the home crowd. It was glorious for everyone, to be honest. So, let's see what they can do. G2 got some heat, got some momentum.
Got a T side of Nuke that lies ahead. This is, of course, their map pick in the series. We've got a nice collection of utility here for the upper hit. They're going to smoke off main, Molotov top hut, flashbangs come through, emphasis on Squeaky, and it's all to go downstairs where Kixan lies in wait. He gets 2 headshots on Monacy and Hunter. Nexa, who got really good mid-lurks going in that last map, has managed to get back 2v2, but...
Where are they going, I wonder?
Oh, how are you going to get that bomb? It's sitting in vent.
Oh, yeah, that's tough. Covered under so many bodies, not even blinking anymore. Well, I mean, this would be the most natural way to do it. It's actually quite hard to protect for the CT side because the bifurcated vents means that you can approach. There's no real way to hide that easily. Control steps as the first place to approach is a good idea, but I'm going to say it's still hard.
Kixan trying, nicely done. Oh, can't manage a 4th kill on the round.
I mean, he can take it up the vents.
Dude, Nexa.
Wait,
can't believe
there's
this.
no one else here, right? So
4 kills deep, on for the ace, takes it up the vent, trying to get ahead of TSS. They were calling for Nexa's head as he replaced the King of Kato. And to get this is a step too far. Execution style from heaven.
Wow.
It's a pistol, the way of Heroic.
Yeah, TSS cut to the chase, and Nexa thought he hung around, but as soon as he made presence on control steps, he got the hell out of there. That's a nice 1v1 for TSS to win. And this, at least one shot from Kixan that was really clean, helped out a lot. Definitely could have gone either way in the end. But Heroic take it, and they need it.
It ain't easy holding vents up close like that when players are tumbling down on you.
For sure.
So, respect earned, Kixan. See if he can keep it coming. Some movement outer. Hooksy takes to the helm of the charge. We've got AKs mixed in with the pistols. Ooh. Still alive. Fast main fight. Nert's gonna barrel stuff it. More where that first one came from. They're all gunning for him. But Nikadon's doing a good job of leaning back, draws them forward, takes one down. It is still, however, outside in the hands of G2.
Yeah, nice defense so far. Up on trades and damage.
No contest from Hell. High potential to push heaven. CTs know it, so they flood into the lobby instead, making sound all the while. Heard from beneath.
Yeah, they might meet up in the ramp room here in a second.
Nico v TSS, and the Danes got them both.
Oh, goddamn, TSS.
Nicely done. His level's been impressive.
Yeah.
And everybody from Heroic gonna need to contribute to the upset map too. Hooksy, Tech 9 to the forehead. Doesn't have the bomb though. That was dropped in the ramp approach. Running all the way, he's been found out. And Heroic looking to convert this with 3 players alive. Damn, they respect him. Throwing flashes still.
Fair enough.
Trying as hard as they have to. 10 on the clock, down he goes. The 2-0 for Heroic start.
Yep. All handled by TSS. There's a good read on where he was going, and when they came back to ramp, exactly what to expect. So, well, nice. It starts with outside, right? Just damage on the cross. They tried to bait out enough ammo and attention that someone would make a mistake in mini and then run through at the same time. But they didn't make that mistake. Instead, they got their kill. Worth a shot. I think that round was a little closer than it looked, honestly. So, nice try. We are here on the undisputed best map in the pool. I haven't heard a dispute.
Anubis.
Just heard noises.
Anubis would like a talk.
That's the undisputed second best map in the pool.
Okay. Desperate times call for desperate measures. They throw the run boost out. First guy gets run boost, second player is just allowed to walk the whole way. Luxie's like, what's so hard about that? So you got the bomb in secret. It's giving you false confidence that you're going to plant it down on B, but you can take all the real estate you want. Kixan's down there outside of the vent. Ikado's finally pulling a player off of the cross. It's actually a pack of 3 players down here. There's a small chance that they could just blast Kixan and then go for the money making. But he's quick with it. Nico has managed to get out into main, so we'll have 2 separate fights. 2 players down on B for both the T's and CTs. Vent to A. Yeah, you think you're real smart. Little trickster attempt into the A play. Not going to happen. It was never going to happen. 5 players strong for Heroic. 3-0 the start.
Well, they put in the work.
Yeah, we can give them points for that.
Yeah, at least they put in effort.
If you don't have a plan.
Do you see Neo on the wall there? He looks younger today.
He's got a handlebar mustache right now. What's up with that?
Yeah. Just because he's steering the phase bike.
Nerds wasting no time downstairs. Going to move that through control. Nikadaz, we've seen him lean back. We've seen him allow cross. But now he has a set of helping hands towards Secret to get it going. Molotov, and then Nerds is going to take a peek. He's got 2 players ahead of him. Nico with grenades out. All comes down to the timing of this poke. Jumping at him. Oh yeah, just like that. Easy does it for Nerds. Good repositioning here. Tesses. He'll take Monacy out with the headshot. Looked like his hands were busy. Still able to lay it down. 2 players scrambling towards the B site. We get the vent rotation towards single. So Heroic with pieces in place. Double doors problematic. Bomb plant is a fake. And Heroic don't bite straight away. They swing the doors wide. Safe plant could be had, but he doesn't put it in. Nexa eats the flashbang, and now the entire team is here, knocking on the B site. So Hunter closes the door, hoping they'll still let him to get away. But it's all a ruse. They are so ready to swing on this site. Every door's
everything's haunted, man. They're everywhere.
And down they go, as it was always going to happen. Sorry, boys. Between a rock and a hard place, Heroic had that B site under wraps.
It's like Ghostbusters in that episode. Like, looking for something. But that's exactly why the B site is not control in and of itself. In order to plant, you got to have one side or the other at the minimum ramp. But even then, getting the bomb down is not safe. So G2, another timeout called. So need to get into this half, and I don't know. This could be one just about the money as well as talking about next round, because they aren't going to have a full buy.
It's the top-down view of our returning Katowice Grand Champions. 1 year ago was the first time we've ever seen Nico shed a tear on a stage. Said he's had a lot of great moments in his career, but this one felt that extra special.
Yeah. May have been other tears, not happy ones though.
Fast pop, out through school. Oh, not today. Not this time. They will still get the bomb down vent at the very least. Hooksy just gunning it for that B site. Please let me plant. Please let me plant. Smoke goes up. Heel crossover. Punch it in the digits. He's got that little bit of bang for his buck. Anything from here on out's just icing on the cake. Nico fights out or dies out to Shush, who slaughtered them on Squeaky. Completely mowed down the first 2. Damn, Shush on for the ace. Just versus pistols. But an ace is an ace. And as of late, Shush deserves it.
Okay.
All 5 down at the hands of the Dane for the 5-0 start to Heroic.
That's cool. Well fitting. I mean, yeah, he's just been doing, he's just been having so much output, man. Glad he got an ace. Even if it is just anti-eco. The bomb went down, but for G2, the only thing they're going to be excited about at this point is a round win. They're going to put all their dollars together. They got that off from Monacy. He's yet to frag as well. But it's not like it's just been a stomp so far. It's been good rounds for Heroic, but still options left.
Last match, the Nuke head-to-head goes 13-5 to the favor of G2. Excuse me, 6. So clearly Heroic, having given a chance to learn from their previous mistakes, Posting rounds early, but losing one in this. Exposed on the cross. Caught with your pants down. Nico iced out. Hunter, he's got that trade frag right back. And of course, a second player shooting from hell, so he knows about Nikados, who actually peeks into 2 Ts because they go up low. Hooksy.
Oh.
That's 3 players from G2's positions confirmed. Even with Heroic fighting off the 2v4, at least they understand what's going on.
Yeah, and Kicksan's in a leveraged position. He can get spotted, and obviously that would suck, but there's a chance that he catches one on the cross. Maybe Maltese, maybe just walks into this, gets hit instead. Now they know that it was vented him as well, and he goes down. So busting right out into upper are the T side. TSS is going to find the coolest way to save. There are no really cool ways to save, to be honest.
By jumping off of Vertigo right before the bomb explodes.
Ooh, okay, fair enough. That's true, that's true.
But that's about it. Peek from Monacy. Oh, costs him.
It's pretty cool if you get all the kills, actually, while you save.
Fair. Yep, yep.
That's another maybe. And he does get an upgrade to an AK with 2 frags. It's not too shabby, especially considering G2 just, they went around with a majority alive and they keep the op, but for them, just about what kind of T side they can make happen. Nexus peaks and everything have been so good between here and Vertigo. It's pretty awesome watching him like work together with Hooksy, like in the mid round, to frag out. Like I just think of them both as IGLs, so you see them side by side, it just, you feel like they're thinking like on the same page as callers, as well as, okay, we're both playing well right now, like let's frag out together, like old man style, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like the 2 of them together can combine for openings. We saw it on Vertigo, clear as day. Clear as a Monacy. First kill on the board. That's good, right? Because we go back to Vertigo, we're talking about Hunter's uptick, we're talking about Hooksy and Nexa. Well, Monacy and Hunter were sitting at 0 kills up until last round. Hunter gets 2. Monacy his first here in round 7. Nerds found out.
My God.
Nico, not going to play your game. Not going to let that guard down. Not going to let this moment slip. A real chance for a second round, and with majority alive, perhaps. Still plenty of time for things to go wrong, but it's going to take something spectacular from TSS and more than just a save.
I would like to see that Nico approach again, just because like the way that the smoke bloomed, it looked like he could see over it, obviously, but I wanted to see exactly how much gap he was working with. And did he like kind of walk forward into stopping? Or swing out sideways into that smoke? Either way, 2v5 now for Heroic. And G2, I think, are also thinking about, what do we do with all this time? I mean, should we just go ahead and hit a site?
Here we go. Molly to cancel Monacy. He's got to make sound on the fallback. 25 seconds coming at it. Oh, TSS had he got another. Had Hooksy not been on point. And we got real problems for G2. There could still be problems for G2. Kicksan sitting up in heaven. Hooksy running wide, dies. Molly's gonna keep him off. Nade, oh man.
That was close, man.
Imagine.
They would have had to pick that bomb up with 8 seconds.
Nico hunts behind to hell and will give G2 2.
Very nice try.
Whew. It's a 3K out of Nico, but that grenade could have been a golden moment for Kicksan to try and clutch.
No kidding. I wonder if they could have grabbed it. Probably would have.
Well, if he gets that nade kill, he swings sight while Nico is still in ramp room.
No, it's mollied.
Oh yeah, still mollied.
He has to hope they just can't get it back, but
run through the molly.
Through the molly.
Fire's not always lethal. Just if you
you just need the flame restarted pants.
Wanna try that again?
Flamin' tard.
Flamin' Cheeto pants.
Flambe pants, please. I have a fire to run through.
The more time we give over to Monacy, the sooner he is going to turn around this cold start to map 2. I'm telling you, the kid is an inevitability. He'll be given an angle as Squeaky's blown open. And the Nico approach was sharp. Catching out Nertz along the silo like that. Nertz back to Secret. We've already seen him post a 2K from this spot. The first time he played it was a key turning point for Heroic, but he also had a teammate closer. This time his next level of support is Tesses all the way back on Hell. I feel like Main is compromised with this current setup. And Hunter just perched on top of it. You never know. If Molotovs start raining through the skylights and Hunter gets a displaced Hut player, there's a chance he unravels A. Well, that's a thing.
Yeah, they just missed it slightly, so they don't get the waterfall, actually.
Nikadaw's forfeiting the ramp control at the moment he sees anyone.
Yeah, I don't think that smoke works properly. It's just crazy. Usually blocking actually doesn't do much, but right there, they just needed a little extra. CTs could potentially see through Mini. They just don't know what they can see is the only thing.
Honestly, scouring the A floor.
This
We've got players in the rafters.
Killing time off the clock right now.
Down to 20. Luckily for them, the CT molly on Squeaky doesn't land, so that's at least one avenue of attack because there's no fire. Hut player holds. Hooksy gets his. A third piece in place as Tesses locks it down, but Hooksy trades out. Nico catching the vent player, and because of a missed molly on the Squeaky door, Hooksy gets given a chance.
Ooh, that's tough, man, because they have their own missed smoke outside. The time is bleeding down 5v5, and they have the extra rotation upstairs. They know it's an upstairs hit at that point in time. Don't miss your nades. Don't miss your nades. You don't want to have to come down to that, but of course, Heroic, they're the ones who are probably should be. They should be held to making more mistakes. They're actually making so few sometimes. It's pretty outrageous. So finally, a gap. G2 exploit it. Get 3 rounds in a row. And make even this half scary. That looked like it was pretty much unstoppable for Heroic.
Devils in the details here with so much on the line. 8th round slips away to G2. The CT economy is under question. Nico does manage to get out through main at the same time. Another bursted molly here as well in the sky. So a collection of missed utility that round.
God's plan.
What's Saw laughing about?
Maybe someone tickled him.
He's not usually the more outspoken type. Doesn't really wear his emotions too obviously.
Yeah, we Finns don't do that.
Okay. The mysterious type. Taz, meanwhile, getting real rowdy back on Vertigo. And I can absolutely understand why. So much pressure on him specifically as a coach for this team. A team that people hold to high regard. High highs, low lows. His first coaching gig. And it's with Nico and Monacy in front of him. So let's see if these unarmored majority pistols can manage to hold back much. Fast slam into the A play. Shush! It's a double deagle. Nertz has found a 5-7 frag. They wanted to fight. They gotta fight. But Monacy makes the difference. And with that, the A site's open. Dangerous game.
That was nuts, man.
What are you thinking?
That was high octane, baby. I love that.
Whew.
I mean, that was fine. The shots were just insane, right? Those deagle kills, Nikada's. Also, this op, I mean, okay, it's possible. He's here early. He's clocked in.
Monacy's coming back. He gives away his position. But there's the peek out from Nexa to seal the deal. So a hot shot from Monacy through Hut back sight to kill Tesses. We don't get to see what Nertz did with his 5-7, but the deagle out of Shush, god damn.
Clean one.
Clean 2. One peek as the utility comes out from Hut.
Now they tore through that lead now, 1 round.
Closing the gap fast. Nikadaw's back into the action. We've seen m0NESY posted on that angle as door gets blown open, so Nikadaw's trying to be his counterpart. Smoked out. Single lobby hold in Nexa. Adamant about getting eyes deep, though. Opens the smoke temporarily. Wall of smokes outer. And we've seen at times Nertz up close on Silo, down in secret. This time he's deep on Garage, and it's going to be the Nikadaw's op to move over instead. But by the time he gets to secret, we've got 2 pairs of feet inside it. The Kovac on the prowl.
See if it's a crouch peek or if he runs by. Nice, jeez. Oh, Rain. What I was saying about Rain? I said that was a Nico pick.
Yep.
There's Nico to do it.
Great example. We've got one in the corner here towards ramp. This is not going to be easy. But m0NESY actually plucks Tesses off the ramp as his front runner and Hooksy goes down. And all the while, Nico, he's been able to slide in. He hears this movement towards Hell. And as he comes up from ramp, blindsides Shush.
Wow, it's fast, man. So fast.
Reopens the ramp room down to the B site. Will all of them go? Kixan thinking about the possibility of pressing against it, but I mean, tough one-man job. And he's still worried about a vent lurk, so he is just scared and hiding in the corner and watching slowly but surely that strong start from Heroic slip away.
It's gone now, completely. 5 straight. Yeah, these two are a good matchup. Stylistically. Kicks in. What's he doing right now? Okay, cleaning up a couple. I could take m0NESY's op back. And then there becomes 2 rounds left in the half, though. Heroic just starting a little bit nervous because they've had an unreal run so far, but now they need Nuke. You know, everything was... Oh, what an upset. Oh, great series. Like, oh, they're actually really good. Oh, there's a chance they could beat G2 for sure, and that is true. But after it's over, if they don't make it to the Spodak, they won't be one of the teams that are remembered here at the tournament. They need to do it to validate this run, because they have shown awesome progress.
Insane how quickly our expectations, you know, raise their stocks. As if now it's like, they didn't even make playoffs.
Yeah.
And people wrote them off for the play-in.
Yeah.
Into the action goes Nertz, but it's the ramp push from the Pistols that gets just smashed. Shush hot on the heels as he flies around the corners of lobby. He had Kixan on Squeaky with him. All of outer here belonging to G2. Hooksy gonna play it cool. Walking across as Hunter climbs up, but he makes sound. Shush is on high alert. Thing is, if Shush peeks out and fights the player up top, there's also more outside, but that's not Shush's problem.
Oh.
He makes 1 sound on the ladder rung.
He still hit the ground. I don't know. I think he just got a calm.
Okay. Can they pull off this 2v4? Kixan and Shush trying to combine efforts.
Yeah, he left to go lower.
Shush goes all the way downstairs. Look at this.
Wow, it's perfect.
He's doing everything at the moment. He has 3 kills deep. He is the only reason this one's competitive.
Thing is that's 1 lower guaranteed, but oh, Kixan made footstep.
m0NESY saw the barrel of the gun.
Definitely got heard and saw.
If Kixan doesn't come back out of that hut, though, all is good. He just locks into lobby. Molly will deny him his chance to come back.
Yeah, he saw that bomb up there, but that's all he can do is watch.
Hooksy's gonna sit on top. Kixan, he's got to choose, but with the vent closed, he's gonna go the long road, back around on secret. This is gonna leave m0NESY back sight, op in hand, ready to go. Flashbangs in abundance for G2. No retake util for Heroic nor Kit. It's gonna have to be fast, and it's gotta start now. Kixan starts to make sound. m0NESY, he's gonna have somebody up in his face. Flash is popping behind it. Kixan cleans his clock, and Shush looking for the close. 3 kills deep on the round. Hooksy, it's a 1v1. He knows he can close, but Shush creeps back.
Oh my God.
No kit, folks.
No kit, right.
And with no kit, it's all in vain, but still a hell of a round from Shush.
It is, yeah, man. A very nice try, but it's 6 straight here for G2, and an even nicer round in some ways from Hooksy. Having that bomb up in heaven, securing the site, getting the info via proxy. His other teammates working on the map, you know, use this well, so it's good capitalization.
We're sat here now, 11 rounds deep on Nuke. It's the same thing as Vertigo. Strong start after a pistol round from Heroic. Yanka was saying it on the desk pre-match as well, right? Like, how does this go wrong for G2? Well, watch them lose 4 pistols.
Right.
But start of each map, it does slip away. But then they get this long streak of success that reminds us who's boss.
Yeah, and again, no luck involved. They worked hard every round.
Now, Hunter has still left room for improvement throughout this half, but you know what? So is Monacy. I think Nexa actually deserves some flowers so far in this series. The mid-impact he had on Vertigo was one thing. His 11 kills here on this T side of Nuke has kept G2 in the game.
Nico, too, he hasn't been at his best. Honestly.
Kicksan sitting on the other side. Nico does get downstairs. There is nobody here for Heroic. No one even thinking about going downstairs. Problem is, how does the bomb get to him? It can't really. It's sat inside lobby with everybody else. So maybe Nico can go towards ramp and unravel it that way. We saw a very similar round, and still nobody has even considered it. Tess just glanced down a second too soon. But if I'm not mistaken, there's another one in ramp.
Yep.
Nerds, he's got a whole pack coming at him. It's going to have to be a masterclass. Clean first, trades good. There's the cover.
With the sidearm?
Just swaps out to the D. Kicksan slips into the bomb site. 12 seconds. Hunter reopens A. Slips out with the side peek. Smoke ahead of him. Nico clears it. There's another for G2. A 7th on the T side.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days that are searing. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal.
Man, a little cold start had us scared, but then Modesty be whipping out that D like it's the Wild West. Bam! 10 health, and that's sidearm.
Crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, look at the laugh that comes with it, because he knows. Screw cocking that off for a second shot. Just whip out the D, hit him with the hand cannon, and we see them work their way down to that B site. Honestly, got pretty sketchy that last round.
They got 7 rounds straight, eh?
Yes, they did.
Oh, man. That's crazy.
Now, can G2 just win a pistol? Can they make this easy on themselves? It'll be next on ramp to try his damnedest. Nice little tap back from Modesty.
Oh, everyone gushed instantly, though, man.
See, down to 6 HP. Heroic storming the lower bomb site. Hunter's got Berettas in place. Ooh, good cover from Kicksan. Door swung open. Nico closes it. Whole pack of
okay.
It's Bloodlust, baby. Oh, wow. Hooksy, 2 frags.
Yeah, NT.
But let's settle down.
That's crazy. I love that round.
Everybody chill.
What the hell's happening right now?
Heroic go berserk mode, just forcing every single gunfight. And they'll get there. 6th round.
It was like Black Friday right there.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're a Walmart employee.
Or there was a TV in control room.
Is that a $12 blender? And they go storming up. Yeah, for a second, huh, Hooksy? You believe, brother. Force buy comes out from G2 to try and get the game tied. Pistols just aren't G2's thing. Hard mode. Nice try. There's only 6 rounds that Heroic were able to post on their CT side of Nuke. Last time, they got locked out at the T half, Mohan. Not a single T round win for Heroic, so the pistol makes a difference. But they know what's coming. Guns soon enough. Heroic a little nervous.
I wonder if they're actually scared.
Very scared.
Even though G2 have nobody down here.
Doesn't matter. Any corner could be occupied.
All right.
Any bomb site could be stacked.
All right, they're safe.
That's what they want you to think. But no, nobody there to stop them. So very well played by Heroic, just skirting by any potential threat. But so much left of the G2 camp. They can run back this scout setup next round.
Yeah, that's always nice. And there is an element of G2 not having much idea what Heroic's T side is going to look like, what they want to do, especially in you know, watching a game where they didn't get any rounds. Isn't that useful in terms of learning what they're going to do next?
Yeah.
Especially for a team that's just new.
Heroic definitely earned takeaways from that loss. G2 just looking to replicate it again, because this one matters more. All tied at 7 thanks to the pistol again. Well, we got a few more additions here to the collection saved by G2. We got a couple extra smokes. Actually, smokes across the board, so we'll see if they can keep Heroic back. Hit him in the later half of the round. My eyes fall on Shush in this T side because he has had such a fantastic event. And is the highest performing player for Heroic here on Nuke. Feels like it's a whole new Shush, better than ever. Despite the trials that is this revamped Heroic. Deagle spam finds nothing. Tesses, the safety of secret.
And maybe they are going to split via ramp to lower again this time. This time they at least have Hunter in place. 5-7 in the right hands. You know what I mean?
One headshot, all you need.
Yeah, be scared when you're that close.
You also don't have to over-chase it.
They're readying the upper play, or sorry, the player's upper, I should say. Because it's about to be decision-making time. Tess is coming back upstairs. Ooh, G2 gonna get what they want. G2 might be getting what they want. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, ramp will be contested first. It's Nico and Nexa, Eagle and 5-7.
3 CTs here too, man. This is getting a little scary everywhere, actually.
They're pushing them back, and that's where the 2 other CTs lie in wait. Oh, but Nerds reads you like a book. Sat down, Hooksy in the pocket, Scout in the back sight, 5-7 gets away from him. Monacy looking for tags. Nexa's got a Galil. He's trying to hold the cross, and Monacy's been set up. Monacy looking for all of it. They corralled them back to the bomb site and rob away the round.
Ooh, they let it go too long. That's a worrying sign for Heroic. The longer the round went on, the more information G2 had, and the closer they got to each choke point that Heroic were thinking about taking.
You could feel it. Just those extra smokes to slow things down at the start of the round.
Yeah, this is the least comfortable that I've seen Heroic look where...
Oh, Monacy.
Yeah, that's the scout shots.
Disgusting.
Beautiful. But of course, they're going to hit shots to give him a little bit of space.
Taz lapping it up. And this is where the pain really starts to kick in, right? We said it. 0T round wins for Heroic days ago. Pistol gave him an advantage, and it gets taken back fast. This is a quick push. Nexa tested, destroyed by Nikadaz. And a very quick ramp down to the B site. Monacy's gonna be ahead of it. Tap it away, will get there. Still sitting on 62 health, but it's a squeeze on both ends. Tries to deal with Kicksan. Hooksy's up next. Dishing out damage, but it's man advantage here for Heroic. Hunter makes sound on the approach. Tesses hears it, calls it, and Kicksan kills him.
Oh, Tesses right here behind.
That quick slam into the ramp is Heroic's way to equalize.
Okay, yeah, okay, well, this is a spot where we've seen Nexa, been, I don't know, he's not been great in terms of the CT on the ramp. This one's just like, it can happen sometimes. You can get unlucky for sure. They can get up close or in front of the smoke. But the last couple of times we watched him play on Nuke, I'd say getting his one was like, it happened, but getting away was usually the best that he could do. I think it was a nice change of pace for Heroic, who were waffling around a little bit these last couple of rounds, trying to figure out what they wanted to do next. So nice opening for Nikadaz.
Simple as that. Just puts the barrel to his head. Nice for Tesses as well, coming down secret like he did. Because Hunter crosses the double doors and didn't realize death was waiting for him.
Yeah.
From jubilation to a quick reality check. This will not be as easy as a CT side as what they had. Taz still sitting on one more timeout after this. Game tied. Saw Taz in between matches in the player lounge, sat on a beanbag chair, working real hard in front of a laptop. Prepping who knows what.
TPS reports.
You know, the jury is still out on him as a coach. As time goes on, we'll learn more.
And Hunter's got to start talking too. Had a good first map, but sort of back to his struggles.
Yeah, he's not out of those murky waters. He's trying, but bogged down. This could be a huge moment for Nico towards Secret. An entire pack coming at him. And Monacy serves up distraction. Monacy flushes them into Nico's waiting hands. Nexa on the ramp again to be tested. Monacy's here though. He is everywhere.
Yeah, both parts. That's what you need to be a CT opper.
From outside to ramp room to the 4v2. Nikadaz 40 health, trying to get into the A play. Hooksy could walk right into this. They both exchange glances. CT's ready, but it's Kicksan in the corner, and he's got one with a nade out. It's an easy first frag. Does he dive the vent? He needs the bomb. Takes a shot up to Monacy, gets stuck on the door frame. He's got a lobby lurker coming at him, and spam to chip him at 55. A difficult clutch ahead of Kixan, and he can feel the squeeze getting closer. It's a deep angle now towards main. The squeaky player gets into position, and G2 will waste no time getting back to winning ways.
No, it's not bad for the comeback right there. Just about everywhere, and that's, yeah, Monacy's stamp, essentially. It takes G2 one round ahead. On these new smokes, Monacy's a perfect player, like on paper, to take advantage of that. Half-second wide flick, revealing whoever's behind the smoke. And a last timeout called for Heroic.
Significant turnaround from Monacy entering this map. There was a time where him and Hunter both had 0 kills. There was a time where when Hunter had 2, Monacy had a 1. Hunter has 4, Monacy has 12. The op has come online in this CT half. And we know that Monacy is a difference maker.
Yeah.
Force the hand of the outer pack right into Nico, set them up to succeed and get that one-round lead.
That's an investment here, and full investment here for Heroic. This is with a Tech 9.
It ain't pretty.
They are quite long grenades. This is, they're looking for a scrappy round, right? Because Nertz doesn't go into Galil nades or anything. He's straight to the AK. So they're trying to maximize firepower, probably maximize simplicity, and probably maximize speed on a round like this.
Nico joining the ramp hold. We'll see if Nexa goes down or whether he brings anybody with him. Setting up for this pressure. It's Nico in the corner. Nexa, quick reposition as the flashes come out. Nico buys time. Executes Nertz. Nexa holds his. And a 5v3 looks good for G2 on the brink of the double digits.
They can't go back at him. They know there's 2 ramp at the very least, but that's it. They're stuck with lobby control. They didn't even make a move outside. They didn't have enough utility to do it.
One down secret.
Yeah, they threw smokes at least.
TSS down on B. What can he finagle?
I mean, he doesn't have...
All the doors are closed.
Yeah, the doors are closed.
Windows in place.
I don't think CTs are too worried about it. They control the rotation.
Particularly in a 5v3.
They need to try to sneak the vent if possible. Hunter could stop this. 25 seconds. Actually, they're not watching it. So Hunter, if he's going to stay tucked like this, then they could join up.
It's their one open option, and they'll take it. A golden ticket, perhaps. Scrambling down to the B site. Can TSS lock in the ramp players? They've got an angle on the cross. Nico, he gets Kixan, but bomb gets dropped back sight. TSS, he'll try to get the kill. If he can hang on to the gun, that's one thing. At least dies before time, but if that's your silver lining, it is bleak.
They're in a tough spot. He hits his head on something trying to cross into the site.
And then has it taken off. Nico just letting Nertz get all the way out. This was Nico over the shoulder, had a slightly deeper angle than the one we were watching.
Quite nice to have that call to double up on the ramp. So they have been trying to approach Nexa a lot, different points in the round. So that was an investment too, man. That was an investment for Heroic. So now they're going to have nothing to work with.
They knew what it came with. And they're just using this one to talk. You can see Nertz, Nika Dawes. The sad reality of the situation is Heroic, you've exceeded everybody's expectations. You've ran it into a decider best of 3 against the team that you pushed to the limit just days ago. But when push comes to shove, the returning champions return in better form. Because you're no longer just dealing with a world-class Monacy, but talent from top to bottom. They will use this entire round to talk for as long as they can.
Yeah. Because, yeah, it still isn't over, but it's so hard now. It is so hard. And it's so great to exceed expectations for yourselves and the sake of your team. But we've seen so many teams, you know, be very impressive, but not get the results ever. And it's never too early. No, you want to take that run as soon as you can get it. So
I think what others have to remember, right, is
just because you have energy like that this tournament doesn't mean you're going to get better next one. It just means you're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, not wasting much time either. And just because they exceed our expectations doesn't mean they exceed their own. Self-doubt helps no competitor. Hooksy locks in the lobby. Ooh, and you'll hear them running back to the ramp.
Tessa's kind of gotta die. All due respect.
And they will. Down to the B site, they have fallen. Nico takes to the top of the board, 21 frags.
Yeah, cleaned up. So
they will need him as G2 move on. If G2 move on, 2 rounds from the Spodek.
Prime position.
2 rounds away from trying to defend their crown in front of the Katowice crowd. m0NESY set them up. Cued them for an easier run. The struggle of the Kovac brethren. Nexa under a microscope as the replacement for the King of Kato. People didn't like that move. And now they'll be given a golden chance. It's guns again. It's a jump over top, but a player here on Unbreakable. Oh, Tessas had a chance. He managed to get over top of the main with all his health. Some kind of a response. It is not too late. Heroic have Shush down to 30 HP, and Nico still continuing to press against them, not wanting for them to be able to rejoin one another. We've got one in secret, one towards Squeaky, and another stuck behind red.
It's just become an aim map outside. That's favoring the CT side for sure.
Hooksy gives Nertz a chance to get out of that corner and leave. Last T with full HP and a smoke to boot. But he's not going to be given all this space for free. The pressure's coming in from ramp. At least Nertz has taken a position, and Squeaky, he's locked into the duel. He'll fight and he'll lose. And so it falls on the shoulders of Kixan and Shush to keep G2 off that coveted 12th. Everything they could have bought invested into this one. Rounds of loss bonus stacking in their favor, but rounds won time again by G2. m0NESY missed quick scope. It's an open door to the A site. It's 20 seconds, but they're split up and the bomb is down on B. If Kixan can serve up a distraction, then there is still a chance for Heroic to get this 2v4. Nico gets the kill back.
They'll be confused, honestly.
They hear it, and already inside of the vent.
A Shush clutch.
He tries to get off site, and he's done so successfully. Could very well catch them off guard. They've got no clue where Shush has got off to. Oh
my
nade.
God. Yeah, okay. I guess
Just
they do.
dunked on top. They read him like a book, and G2 lock in 12.
One perfect bounce. Don't even have to see him. And if they didn't kill him right there, they would have had to fully clear that. And there's a chance for Shush, but there isn't now. And that's G2 with 12 series points. Spodek point. After quite an arduous journey, the returning champs looking for a chance to defend their title. On Heroic, unfortunately, quite a shallow T side on Nuke is one glaring thing that, of course, they need to work on, which is an amazing thing to say about the team because they have done so much on a lot of other maps that, you know, you've got so much to be impressed by, but in terms of this game, I can't see they have the confidence to come back 4 rounds. And they gave up such a big lead in the first half, G2. It feels like they have an overwhelming, imposing presence at the moment. Heroic will have to perform a miracle.
It's a T side that's had openings too far and few between. Follow-up smoke on Squeaky. Hunter gonna press against Vent. Oh, nicely done by Nertz. Blinded smoke still lines that one up. But it is very much Nico to take it right back.
Yeah, same way as well.
Revenge for his brother. Nexa pressing outside. Nico's still running a risk here, but he's got m0NESY to help out. He's got Hooksy up in the rafters. It's a chance for Heroic against the A site. They're testing it, but they're getting slain. Stopped on the Squeaky door. Stopped one step shy of the Spodek. The returning grand champions step forth as one of the final teams to lock this in.
That's a happy moment, and for Taz to come back to the Spodek, since being a player, winning here so long ago. It's got to be a special moment for him. I know there's so much credit to give to the team as he's sort of just joining them now on this journey, but he can soak it up, give them some positive energy himself, and I'm sure have the crowd on their side.
No doubt indeed. It has been a fantastic week for Polish Counter-Strike across multiple generations, legends and newcomers alike. The Katowice crowd awaits yet another, and all the while, the returning champs, thanks to m0NESY, to kick off with the individual level that he did. This has been a week of about young stardom. He was here last year and he left his mark, and he will have a chance to defend that crown, but he's going to have to run it all the way if they are to do this again, to do this without the King of Kato, to do it with Nexa in his place. That is the challenge that awaits G2. 2023 was one of trials and tribulations, of highs and lows, and yet G2 continue on through challenge after challenge. And in Kato to start the year, they're here again.
Yes, they are. Nexa, you made it to the Spodek. Congratulations after what was a grueling 2 days, I can only imagine, from your side.
Yeah, it definitely feels really good to make it. You know, we wanted to go straight from the semis, but, you know, quarterfinals will do fine.
We'll do fine, indeed. Your coach is probably really happy. You see him there behind you. Talk to me a little bit about the final moments, realizing that after all that fight, you were going to make it.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of leads in this tournament, in Blast as well, and we threw some away. So it was really important that once we were, you know, one step away from winning, that we remained calm, we kept our composure, and we actually managed to close out all the games.
Did you feel a switch at some point throughout this campaign? Because I feel like I only started to see kind of like the real G2 by the tail end of these games.
Yeah, after losing 2 ends, we definitely identified some things that we have to keep throughout every game, and I think having this type of energy and like fighting spirit really helps us a lot. And yeah, that was, I think that kept us throughout both maps, like in the game all the time. Even when we were down on Nuke like 5-0, we knew that we're just a better team and we have all the tools to win, and we just kept going.
Are you planning to win a bit more pistols in this Spodek?
I hope so. I mean, I tried on Nuke, but I don't know. Maybe we need to drop more dualies to Hooksy, and maybe we win, huh?
Maybe. A question about you as well, because a lot of criticism, a lot of question marks, a lot of all that, you know what I'm talking about. But for you personally, I know it's always a team game, but you contributed so much to this feat of making it for G2 to the Spodek. So how does it feel for you personally?
It feels really good. I'm happy that I could actually contribute on the server, you know. A lot of memes and stuff about like me bringing the vibes, but at the end of the day, I still have to frag on the server, and I'm happy that I managed to deliver when the team needed me.
You absolutely did. Final words for the G2 faithful, who you gave a couple of more heart attacks.
Yeah, thank you guys always for supporting us, and thank you for having our back and my back as well, and I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Nexa. G2 is heading to the Spodek once again.
Yeah, G2 looked to reclaim this title, now given that opportunity, you know, because it wasn't guaranteed when they woke up this morning. They've had a long-ass day, because I'm sure that this has been a pretty trying time for this G2 squad.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty, but they got it done, you know, and they got better with each game as a team. That first series, obviously, it was all about m0NESY, and then the end series didn't go really that well, but today we saw glimpses of the old G2, right? And they managed to do it. I actually was full on, Trace. I said they're going to lose all 4 pistols, but G2-0.
No, they definitely lost some pistols. Josh, how important is it to win a pistol in this game?
Apparently not that important, because Heroic went all 4. And if you watch the start of the rounds, it was like Heroic went 0-4, or like 4-0 or 5-0. They had that lead, and then it's just like G2 gun rounds all the way to the end. The first game on Vertigo, it was like, okay, and then there's Heroic 2 more rounds at the end there, and then they start pistol round, they start with the conversion, and then it's G2 the rest of the way out. And the same thing happened on Nuke. It's just like they lose the pistol, and then they just start getting rounds, and the only rounds that Heroic really were able to run away with was like the conversion and then the first gun round. And I'm surprised Heroic wasn't trying to go and abuse certain players. Like on Vertigo, I feel like they should have gone B a little bit more. Okay. They had statistically the weakest players there, Nexa and Huxi, and then also on Nuke, they could have, I mean, they did go Nuke a good bit, but they also went upper a lot. They went in outside and they got shut down by the statistically better players.
So when pistols aren't, you know, kind of being a burden on teams, what are we looking at in gun rounds, Janko, round 10?
Yeah, I think for this one, I picked out a round which kind of shows you G2 when everything's working, right? So here, pay attention a little bit. Nico and Hunter, they get them into secret. The rest of the team is in lobby. They're going to be moving towards ramp to try to do that secret B split, right? So here you see Nico from his POV against Nico, though, slowly clearing everything. Now the pre-fire, you see how he lines it up. Boom, no chance for Nico. The rest of the team now speeds up ramp because they're thinking, okay, the ramp guy might go down to hold B. There's 2 players on ramp, so this is actually looking good for Heroic. m0NESY does get the kill on Tessus. So now in the 4v3, another good thing from G2 is that they freeze, they stop for a little bit. Nico uses all the commotion to jump through the window actually and go towards ramp. Now with Hunter behind them, now they're going to go for that ramp split again. Shush a little bit unawares of how close actually those B players are, and this kill really sort of seals the deal for G2 in a 4v2. They just finished the round cleanly, and it's so simple, but when players are on point individually, it does work really well.
And I think that's the main contrast between G2 that we saw today and G2 that we saw on the first day, is that we had individual moments from all the players here. And obviously some players excel at certain things over other players, like m0NESY with the scout in that round 3. They saved the guns, they force spawn round 2, they did a 4-man save, they keep those guns to the next round, and then boom, he just puts everyone down. And then you'll have Huxi on the T side, for example, just going balls out with the MAC-10 and opening the rounds up and letting, you know, the Nikos get the lurks and get the clutches and crouch round and open up back holes lower, for example.
You got to be careful to go full Alu. That's all I'll say about that. Yeah, so let's move on into our Air Force Aim High, or U.S. Air Force Aim High player of the match. Now, several mentions that could go in here, but one man that we've really been kind of honing in on, talking about his performance, CS2 this, that, or the other. Well, Nico damn sure did it today.
Absolutely, and he picked a perfect time to do so, to step up, especially on Nuke on the second map. And listen, for a guy that's been the best rifler in CSGO and has played the game for more than 10 years, you know, any sort of a change, no matter how small it is, it's probably going to impact his gameplay, and there's going to be an adjustment period. But in this series, he seemed to be a little bit more in the zone, right, and then was hitting some of those signature Nico shots.
And a lot of that was like, you'll see here in the replays even, it's a lot of crosshair placement. It's not even like he has to adjust or have to hit like nasty flicks. Like m0NESY hits flicks all day long, but Nico, he peeks out and the crosshair is exactly where the enemy's gonna be. And he doesn't even have to work hard for a lot of his kills.
Yeah, a lot in the tank right here for G2, and it is nice to see that storyline. You know, inversely, we talk about the other side of the table here, the other side of the coin. In Heroic, you know, this is not exactly the result that they wanted to end here on, but surely they have something to be thankful for, happy about?
Yeah, I think they're going to be very disappointed because of all the good starts that they had, and they couldn't really capitalize on that and build, you know, a better result. And on the other side of things, they did make another deep run, played some really good CS, took down Vitality, the #1 team in the world. And considering this is still a new lineup and the RMR and the major lie ahead, I think they can be content with their performance.
I mean, maybe, just maybe. Let's hear from them directly. We have Efia down there with Heroic.
Shush, unfortunately, it was just not enough. You fought very, very hard. Is there anything you can identify in terms of this match specifically that you were lacking?
I think there was multiple situations where we're not on the same point, especially on Verigo. There was many situations where like we couldn't really find the right plan. But I think in general, throughout all of the matches, I think we can be proud. We have improved a lot as well. As a team, I feel like we're improving every single match, but obviously we have to watch this one through and learn from it. But there was a lot of small mistakes happening.
I did want to start with, of course, the latest match, but I completely agree with you in terms of the progress that was made for you guys as a team. It's almost incredible, and it makes me actually think and dream about a ceiling. And I think it's so cool for you specifically and for Tessus, because you proved how strong you are and that Heroic can really build on you. I think in this match even you saw it. Is that personally a little victory for you as well?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I still think we can we can help the guys with a few tips as well. And it could have been nice to get into arena, also to get that extra experience. But we're gonna try our best.
You're going to get into that arena. I know it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, for Heroic, this is the end of the run here in Katowice. But again, you know, a lot of building to go on within this team. And as we do say goodbye to them here, at least within the confines of the tournament, it does bode a little bit well to think that they stayed alive this long within.
I think so, because it was basically putting the pieces together through scraps, right? It was a last minute. I mean, like, it sounds bad. It's like, all right. It's a last minute thing. It's not like it was their decision to be like, oh, let's just make a big roster change right now. It's like it was kind of like thrusted upon them, and they didn't have any options. It was just like, okay, let's go, let's make it work, and then they made the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah, they definitely did. And again, this is us saying goodbye to them here within the Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice 24. However, the show goes on now, doesn't it? So let's take a look at the brackets to catch you up with what's going to be the playoffs. Yanko, hit it. Playoffs? Damn, I love it when you do that. Look, Group A right here, Josh. Tell me a story.
I'll tell you a story. Team Spirit smashed their way all the way through. It was just like... Yeah. Outside of the Na'Vi losing the one map to them, it was just so easy for them. It was so free. And I think that's like something that we should be looking forward to.
Yeah, and it's true. Somehow the Falcons have also stayed alive.
They persevered, Trace. They even lost the map to the damn Rebels somehow. They were a couple of rounds away from being out in last place, but they got their stuff together, knocked out Complexity, and today against Na'Vi booked a spot in the spot.
So they dropped down, and then they grabbed their prey, and then they flew high?
Yeah, it just took a little while. You know, sometimes you want to play these tournaments on hard mode, so you'd rather start in the lower bracket, i.e. most of the time G2. Anyway, Group B, I know they just won. There was a nice little stray I had to get in.
That's all right. Hey, Ents is in the playoffs.
Hey, Ents has made it. That's right, that former Polish 9 squad, the core that is, featuring Glaive. I guess now an honorary Pole himself.
Yeah, they got disposed today by Mouse pretty handily, so they'll have to start their run in the quarter finals. And yeah, now down in the lower bracket, we had G2 eliminate Monty today. Gamer Legion knocked out by Heroic, and G2 books that last spot, which leaves us with the playoff bracket, Trace.
Yeah, that's right. Ents Falcons in the first round, FaZe G2 in the first round. Now, that's a matchup you say, hey, that looked like the damn grand finals at one point. But
it was the grand finals 2 years ago, and an incredible one at that. You guys have a video you can check out on ESL's YouTube channel with the comms from that one, that crazy Mirage game that went quintuple overtime or something. A lot of overtimes.
All the overtimes. But in fact, Spirit and Mouse, they're the true testament of really coming through here. Spirit really on everyone's mind, the talking point on everyone's mind.
And Spirit, you know, going in that side of the bracket with Ents and Falcons, I mean, they have a legit chance to make the grand final.
They do, and I would like to point out about Mouse, it's like, we haven't really spoken about Mouse that much. It's like they squeaked on by.
Yeah.
No?
That was okay.
Nice, yeah.
No,
was like, okay.
Out of 10, out of 10.
4.
Save it for another time.
Whatever,
man. We'll workshop
I'm over this.
It's all right. You know, I'm going to put you on the spot right here, too, just to further insult it.
Okay, sure, yeah, go.
Kidding. Look, we're going into these playoffs, right? We're going down to the Spodek. It's just down the street. And there's a lot of things to look at here. One of them is that Ents, the little instant could. Obviously, they beat Vitality. They had to beat G2. They made it to the Spodek. So it's been quite the run for them.
Absolutely incredible run for Ents. I mean, open up against the #1 team in the world, then go up against a red-hot G2. It's been, what, 6 years, 7 years since we had a Polish lineup in the Spodek. It's going to get loud.
Yeah, and as you can see, that means the world to a guy like Deha. He's probably been wanting that, you know, yearning for that for quite some time. Moving forward, another guy that's not necessarily crying himself, but he's damn sure making other people cry. You want to guess?
Donk.
Yeah, I'm donked up. Don't let me out.
So I have a theory that when you shoot someone in this game and you hit them in the head, it's a dink. But when Donk shoots someone in this game and it's a kill, it's a donk.
Ah, okay. You know what?
It's getting better and better.
Oh, man.
It's been a long day for Josh, everybody.
A long few days.
Yeah, but Donk and Team Spirit have been absolutely incredible in this tournament so far. Only dropping one map, even if we count the play-in disposed of FaZe even today. And yeah, I don't think anyone's looking forward to playing them.
Yeah,
playoffs.
I don't think so either. In fact, it's going to be an interesting time when that does happen, when that fall does happen, because right now they're looking hot to trot. Sort of like this next gentleman. He goes by the name of Suhi, and the Mouse will be in the house.
Yeah, Shui in his actually first IEM Katowice gets to the playoffs as well. And yeah, MOUZ really just doing a good job persevering in that first game against Cloud9 that was really, really close. Then take down Gamer Legion to book a spot in the playoffs, and today 2-0 ends to go straight into the semi-final. And will this be the tournament where MOUZ can take that next step when it comes to the playoffs and make it to the grand final?
Yeah, they're just another one of those teams you have to put on the question mark list, right? Like, we're just going to have to see how this one plays out. Have to play the ball as it lies. Sort of like FaZe and what they've been given. So what happened to FaZe today?
I'm not exactly sure. I think it was just a combination of just like them doing the trolley plays that they do where, you know, they'll have these tilt calls, especially on their T side when they start losing, and they'll do something like really silly, like a rush, a force buy rush, and then just completely lose all their composure and the lead that they had. And then also on the CT sides, like we see them doing these just like uncharacteristic trolls, basically. Like, there's no other way to put it besides that.
It really isn't. Yanko, you know, there's just one more piece, and we kind of touched on it a little bit.
He's the resistance.
Not quite, but they are the Falcons. Like, again, they have somehow, some way, shape, or form taken it.
I think they just beat Navi mentally today. I think that was the main takeaway, right? Because they were down 9-3 on their own map pick of Ancient. They lose the pistol. 10-3 down a CT, and then the comeback starts, and they close it out 13-11. After that, Navi on the second map was just nowhere to be found. And you can see, right, this is also a new project. They're at the start of it, but being able to battle, to show that mental fortitude, to show the fight, the resolve that they have, and make it into the playoffs, I think for the Falcons, impressive.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say it was expected, but multiple of the teams that we have in the playoffs now, it was not expected to see them here. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for your contributions, not only today, but throughout the duration of the group stage. I know you guys got some nice triple days in there. You'll look back on those later in life, and you'll think, damn, I really wish I could do that again. But we can't do the group stage again, ladies and gentlemen. What we can do is say goodbye to you for just a couple of days. That's right. We got to get some media out of the way. We got to get some rehearsals out of the way. And then we're going to march ourselves into the Spodek. And that is where we're going to find out who is going to be running the show over there. So anyway, yeah, you're watching the Intel Extreme Masters. I want to bid you all a good night. And it is time for us to go. We'll see you on Friday.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I'll find my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds.
history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astrolix win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norwood!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Colt's gonna jump across.
Oh my God! And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Let's look at Rick Snowby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it! His first grand final. Let's get it on!
Reacts faster twists. Oh, baby, what is that?
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give